about the recent FTX issue. Dr. Cynthia Kai, Triple Entry Accounting, Dr. Sushmita Rouge, Data Markets, and Dr. Eric Lim. So the latter part of this presentation will focus on education, if that wasn't clear from that agenda. So we're starting with businesses and products, and we're going to finish with education talks. So we start with me, business in blockchain. When I was setting up this particular event and doing all the advertising and the website and all the content and all that sort of stuff, I kept making one typo. I kept calling it business in blockchain over and over again, and I'd have to correct myself, and it was in everywhere I go, I'd have that typo, and I was wondering why, but then it dawned on me that this isn't too far from what many of us are actually trying to achieve. Certainly, and the logical conclusion of blockchain technology is that it will end up with business being on blockchain. In the same way that businesses operate on the internet today, in the future, businesses will operate on the blockchain. That will, and that is not some kind of misfounded kind of belief system that the developers have. It's the logical conclusion based on a number of things. That is, blockchains have 100% uptime in general. I mean, sure, systems go down, but it's as far as you could go to having practically 100% uptime. If you think about it, Bitcoin, which was the first blockchain in existence, it is always up and running. You can transact on it at any time. And so the future of business would like to be 100% up all the time. Needless to say, data integrity and security, particularly with the hacks that have happened in recent times, blockchain provides the A-grade security that you could possibly imagine. And we're going to talk a little bit about that and why that is the case. And of course, one of the leading advantages of blockchain technology is that it is publicly transparent. Transparency is a key strength of blockchain technology. Blockchains, such as Bitcoin, are public. These are public blockchains, and that's where the strength is derived from. The fact that anyone can have a look at the ledger, anyone can audit the ledger, Bitcoin is actually more transparent than your local bank. Hard to believe, I know, because in the early days, people thought it was anonymous. It's not. It's not. People have been found doing shady dealings on it, and every single transaction on such a ledger is traceable to the original genesis of that token, meaning transaction is tied to transaction to transaction to transaction in a sequential link all the way back to the genesis. Now, all these things are great, but the reason we're having this conference is because we have a fundamental issue. And that's our issue, that blockchain for business has become a buzzword. And very, very few actually understand the technology. And I believe that, let's say, as developers and as the technical people involved in the space, we haven't done right by business. Of course, the markets that are involved in, most of the, let's say, the cryptocurrencies that you hear of are built on blockchain technology. They have these issues going, and it paints a bad picture. And people want to move away from that, or aren't necessarily too interested in that. So we want to change this. And we start with a very, very simple question: what is blockchain technology? In this particular conference, we were hoping to invite businesses from everywhere, because we want to reintroduce blockchain and say what it is and what it can do for your business. Fundamentally, blockchain blockchain is a database. It's a database that is a timestamp ledger. Anyone in the world can read data from it. Anyone can write data to it, but nobody can change anything that has been written to it. Now, that automatically provides so many use cases for so many different people. And provided, given that we have the ability to immutably record data, if you think about it, some people might say, well, what if you record something that is incorrect? That's great. You have a perfect audit record of a mistake that is made. That is not a bad thing. It's great that mistakes are captured on the blockchain. You want that. If you've worked in project management or you've used document management systems before, this is how many of them today operate. Many of them don't let you delete data from them. They allow you to record data and supersede documents and maybe invalidate something that's been done, but many of them don't let you actually delete something. And that is for compliance reasons and for a variety of other reasons. But when you have that protection at the database level, it presents so much opportunity. And the opportunities are quite endless. But the list, finance, supply chain, healthcare, e-voting, and we'll cover some of these in some of these. We've got some really, really good speakers from amazing companies that are going to be talking about some of these things. But the last point there, a new internet. If businesses can get all of these advantages by utilising an online database that is publicly verifiable, well, imagine the new internet utilising this. Imagine unhackable websites. Imagine immutable applications that don't break anywhere near as often. You don't get broken links, you don't get a whole host of issues that we get today. Brendan Lee from ELAS will expand a little bit on that. But, you know, blockchain has been rife with people promising the world, and I think businesses are not seeing much. So today is about actually showing what has been built, and we've got some really amazing talks that are going to show you what have been built. So thank you all for attending, and I'm going to pass it over to James Belding, the co-founder and CEO at Tokenized. They have developed an award-winning application that is quite impressive, and I've asked all speakers to kind of ease up on the lingo, particularly given the we're trying to address businesses, not developers. But please make welcome James Belding, and thank you for coming.
So good morning, everyone. So I'm the CEO of Tokenized, and we're a company that is looking to transform commercial markets, particularly the private markets, through a digital transformation of contracts. So this is sort of the first, we believe we're the first ones to really attempt to do this in a comprehensive and cohesive way. And I want to challenge you guys' understanding about what smart contracts are, what they mean, how they function, and what they're going to look like going forward. Commercial record keeping we see as a broader value proposition that's going to take longer, and that's the real full scope of what Tokenized can kind of unlock and a digital transformation of contracts can leverage. But smart contracts are where the meat is. This is the big piece, and it's a subset of commercial record keeping. And tokens, which we're all familiar with, that buzzword, the thing that we're all trading, that's really just a subset of smart contracts. So it's just an instrument, a legal instrument, a financial instrument. So it's important to keep that in mind. And even though our company is named Tokenized, I think generally tokens are overhyped. So I really want you to focus and think about the bigger value proposition that smart contracts unlocks. So if you follow private or financial markets at all, you're probably familiar with the fact that companies are becoming or going public a lot less. These days they're staying private for longer, and in many cases they're just staying private permanently. There's plenty of capital available in private markets, and private markets are just generally much, much, much bigger than public markets. However, it's a trend that's growing, but it's also just an existing fact before all this happened that the public market is much bigger. But the problem with the private markets is there's no digital transformation. So when you're used to going trading public securities, stocks, Tesla, these kind of stocks, they're all digital. You can go in software solutions, you can get insights as to when you traded, how much your profit and loss statements, all the corporate records around dividend distributions, all that stuff is digitized, and you can get digital insights from it, and it's a great modern experience. Private investments are very, very different, very antiquated. We're still talking paper-based contracts, non-standardized instruments, non-standardized terms and conditions, still a lot of wet ink signatures, and huge times to actually get these things done. So big email chains, going around, everyone reviewing, passing back and forth to their lawyers, making changes in a non-structured way, and then the follow-up reviews, and then eventually the signatures. So the entire process is very complicated at the review and drafting perspective, but then also down the line throughout the life cycle of those contracts, those instruments, where you've got to take those key facts and figures, put them into cap tables, debt registers, and the like, actually service those assets over time, so distributions, coupon payments, calculating those figures, like how much was I paid? Was it the right amount? Did I get paid on time? What have I still owed left? These types of insights are generally handled by lawyers, administrators, secretaries, and to get those insights, you have to email and basically ask them, like, when do I get this next payment? You know, is everything above board? Am I, is the performance of the contract being met? So all of those elements are extremely old school, and it's been a very difficult problem to crack. There's been many attempts that sort of get to the superficial layer of trying to digitize these things, but basically these software solutions are not well adopted. They only tackle tiny pieces of the puzzle. And the real heart of the problem, in our view, is that the contract itself is not digital. Software can't make sense of it, and the key facts and figures are not extractable and understandable by computers. So I really spoke ahead of myself there on that slide, but basically the key thing here is that the inefficiency or all these processes that go into the contracting across the entire life cycle are poorly digitized, and that hinders asset servicing, capital formation, and secondary market liquidity. So secondary market liquidity is what everyone focuses on today, right? That's where they think all the value proposition is having an instrument that you can trade in the secondary markets on these exchanges like Binance and the like, and giving it more value because you can essentially offload it as an investment quite easily, right? So there's more liquidity. We suggested that's a very narrow use case that's only really applicable to cryptocurrencies today, where these native cryptocurrencies that aren't real investments. When you get into the private markets, a lot of these investments are inherently not that tradable. We believe that to improve liquidity in the secondary markets with these private market investments, you have to do a lot more than just create a token. The token is a very superficial piece of the puzzle. It doesn't really solve the problem. You actually have to get into the contract and make the contract easier to understand, have machines be able to evaluate risks, understand the terms and conditions, and make decisions for you. So there's a lot of automation that can come from it. So when you think about it in the contractual terms and the actual key figures there, then you can start to improve liquidity down the line. There's some other factors at play as well. So divisibility, for example, if you can increase the number of instruments involved in a particular investment, so each instrument represents a smaller fraction of the company or the vehicle or whatever that you're trading, it becomes easier to offload smaller pieces of it, right? So you can start to do micro adjustments to your portfolio, which then makes the whole market more liquid because there's more things to trade, essentially. So there's some elements there, but really to get to this level, you really need to get to the contract. The tokens don't do much at all. So that's a really, really key point. So the way that we're solving this problem is more than just smart contracts. It's actually a smart contracting platform. So a smart contracting platform takes smart contracts, as I'll define them as we go through this, and it also adds a lot of automation around the actual reviews, administration of the contracts, the signature collection, etc. This is a kind of a broader way of thinking about things. So there's a lot of valuable things that come from a digital transformation of these contracts. So I guess to define it properly, what do we think of as a smart contract and how do we stand apart from most of the industry, is we really think that a smart contract is all of the terms and conditions, which is a blend of human readable terms and conditions, so your legal prose that you'd normally see in a contract, as well as machine readable and structured components. And so where those structured components come into it, these are the quantity of authorized shares, let's say in a company, or the quantity of authorized issued and outstanding shares, or how many options are part of the contract, and what are the key facts and figures of those instruments. So are there voting rights attached to the shares? What are those voting rights? Are there super voting rights that apply to some resolutions and others not? For options, the basics of options, what's the the lifespan on it? Does it expire at any point? What's the exercise price? Things like that. So the human readable really kind of blends and rounds out the contract to give all the terms and conditions that it needs for it to be lawful. And one key part here, when I say machine readable components, even those are backed by human readable prose. So there's I'm not sure if anyone's familiar with ISDA, the ISDA Master Agreement. So basically that's an organization and a document that allows certain types of derivatives, swaps and the like, to be structured and standardized, and for machines to kind of automate some of the processes. So this digital transformation of contracts has happened to a degree for a small subset of instruments through this ISDA vehicle. The master agreement is really like a set of legal prose that explains all the mechanics, explains those machine readable components, what happens if this automatically happens, what are the legal implications of it. So it kind of explains it to lawyers and executives exactly what their risks are. And then they just abstract away all that complexity with a symbol, something that can be interpreted by code and by people more easily. And so that's the basis of how our protocol works as well. So where you have software interpretable, executable components, you can actually go to the protocol and you can see the legal prose that's on a jurisdiction basis with different governing laws that will explain in human readable terms what that means, what the mechanics are, what the legal risks are, so that everyone can understand it. So it's rooted in human readable English language prose. That's the key. And then we use symbols and codification abstractions to standardize it and make it more automated and to hide that complexity. It's kind of the basics of it. So I appreciate that it's hard to, there's a lot of detail here and it's quite dry, but hopefully some of the pictures I'll show you through, I'll show you the user interfaces, I'll show you what a smart contract looks like, and you can get to the bottom of this a little better. There's a lot of automated functions that this can allow for, so particularly on the administrative side. So a really good example that most people probably are familiar with is cap tables or debt registers. So today, even with the best software solutions available, you have to go to the contract, read it, understand it, and pull the key details out, and then manually enter it into either a spreadsheet or a software solution that's custom tailored to it. And then you have to keep that update over time. So if there's amendments to the contract, people come and go, new fundraising rounds happen, you have to then update manually. And there's usually many, like it's not just that as a single source of truth. You end up with 3 or 4 single sources of truth or multiple sources of truth. They're all data siloed, and you have to manually keep those all in sync, and it can be quite complex. And there's always mistakes. So I remember a VC actually recently on Twitter posted how he reckons that less than 15% of cap tables he sees are free of errors, which is a huge deal. You imagine the adrenaline that a founder goes through to make sure that thing's right before he sends it off to his potential investors and shareholders, and they still get it wrong. Shocking, right? So this is something that we think we can do better. When you go to today's world, is it still manual? There's some software parts to it, but you have to enter everything in and keep it up to date and double check it. When you get a smart contract solution like what we can do, we can usher in true automation across the board. So the moment you sign that contract, everything downstream of it, all the records, all the registers get automatically updated, and they're 100% right. And there's an immutable timestamped record. That's where the blockchain comes in, and we publish all of those changes and records too, so that everyone can audit it anytime. So that's really key. And this is probably a broader topic that I'll get to a little bit later, but what that does is by having this single source of truth for all these key records that are on-chain, you can eliminate an entire class of fraud from the equation, which is the most important fraud that we see today, which is multiple sets of books. So the Madoff-style fraud, where he showed this investor one set of books, tweaked all the numbers, showed this investor a different set of books, showed the regulators or the auditors a different set of books, and had many books, and kept this thing going for 20 years, and everyone thought what they owned or what they were owed was very different than the reality of it. So it's kind of like a Ponzi element to it. But that's at the heart of a lot of fraud today. So we're talking tens of billions, if not hundreds of billions of dollars worth of losses and costs associated with dealing with that. And so as I was saying there, the key thing here is with these smart contracts and the kind of surrounding records, every single record of consequence is timestamped to the blockchain and published to it. And so you get a timestamp sequence that's auditable and can't be messed with ever. And it's independent of the issuer. It's independent of any technology company. It basically has no jurisdictional risk, no organizational risk, and no sort of political risk as well. So even companies in different countries that are perhaps at war or there's contentions around it, they can both trust the set of records irrespective of what happens. So really, really important. So hopefully this gives you a little overview, a mental model of what I'm talking about here and how all the pieces fit together. So these smart contracts require lots of players in the market to kind of interact with them and perform certain functions. And so that's kind of what our protocol does. So on the left here, you can see those sort of three clustered pieces, the smart contract agent, contract operator, and contract administrators. They're really the issuing entity managing the smart contract. So there's a computer element there, so an automated software agent that kind of responds to commands and controls the terms and conditions with respect to the terms and conditions. The contract administrators are people that work for the issuing entity, so they could be like lawyers, they could be a secretary, director, executives, and the like, and so they may issue instructions, commands, amendments to the contract over time as required for business. And the contract operator would be like a host of the software agent. So we're talking like an email, like a Gmail for email agents or email services. In the future, it'll be something equivalent to that, but they'll be hosting the smart contract agents. So that's kind of the way of thinking about it. The smart contract agent, the contract administrators, contract operator, they all interact directly with the blockchain. So every message, every instruction goes to the blockchain first, is timestamped, and then the responses to it, whether it's a validation response or a rejection to say, yes, this is a fair update to the contract, we will update the contract or we'll reject it. That's all handled through the blockchain. Then you've got your token holders, event oracles, authority oracles, identity oracles, and auditors. So these are all play, some of these terms are very self-explanatory. So token holders, obviously shareholders, bondholders, people that own the instrument. They're a counterparty to the contract. And so they hold tokens and exercise their rights and duties through the ownership of tokens and digital signatures on chain. So once again, this is all on chain. So the holding of those tokens is on chain. The trading of those tokens is on chain. Everything is on chain. So that's the key part there. They interact directly on chain. And then the event oracles, identity oracles, and authority oracles are just oracles. So they are a service or an entity that attests to some data or to some action, and they sign it and they instruct, or they send that instruction to the blockchain, and the smart contract will read it and act upon those if it's valid. So they have different purposes and they're specialized, but the idea of identity oracles is really to do KYC, KYB type functions. So if your contract wants to have a whitelist that's restricted to KYC or KYB individuals, maybe it's because you want accredited investors from a certain jurisdiction, or you just want to have some relationship with your shareholders, you want to know who they are and you want to have them verified, as most companies do. You can do that and you can enforce it, and then you can actually delegate that function away. So you can delegate it to a broker if it's a tradable instrument on the markets, like if it's in the public or registered security. You can delegate it to a transfer agent if you want those services, or you can just do it yourself. But by having it separated as a service like that, it gives you options. It allows for all the use cases to be satisfied in a compelling way. You can also have multiple identity oracles for a contract. So you can declare them when you're creating your contract. We have these 6 identity oracles. So these 6 transfer agents or these 6 brokers are able to perform these functions, perform the whitelisting before the KYC on behalf of this contract, and you can adjust them over time. The authority oracles are all about performing enforcement actions. So these are just essential for business. You talk to any real customer in the real world, not only will they have regulatory obligations to perform or have these features available to them, but also they just want you for business, and same with the shareholders and the customers, right? They all just need these functions. And this is all about freezing, confiscating, and unfreezing tokens. So this authority oracle has the authority to do any of those actions on chain. and they can do it for a variety of reasons. It can be as simple as a court order. So a court says, hey, this person is under investigation for whatever, please freeze these assets while we conclude the investigation, and we'll let you know what happens. It can be as simple as the customer or the user just losing their keys. So classic negative that most people see for holding tokens and being on blockchain is that you lose your keys, you lose your coins. It's like a famous little turn of phrase. We don't believe that's the truth of the matter. It's not what's possible, and it's not what will happen. And basically, we don't believe a mainstream solution can exist without the ability to, if you lose your keys, to get those assets back. That is just the way business is done, the realities of life. And so what we do is we provide an avenue for that to happen that's very clear and structured and accountable. So the person who's doing the freezing, or the entity is doing the freezing or the confiscation, has to do that on chain with their own signature and their own key. So it's a non-custodial action in terms of being able to confiscate and freeze, and there's a clear public timestamped record of who did what and where, so that if anything goes wrong, if there's any criminal action, they got the best proof possible. So that's really, really important. Event oracles are all about attesting to data that can be used in contracts. So this could be like market events, it could be pricing events, it might be like a stock, if a stock hits a certain price, it might be weather events, might be like an outcome of a sporting event for gambling type purposes. And so these just sort of round that out and feed that information in a tested way with a trusted oracle to do that. So it's kind of it unlocks a lot of features in automation. And then auditors are just people who want to evaluate what's happened, and they want to know who did what and when it was done, what the values were. And so they have the ability to double check everything. This is that triple entry accounting. That's the removal of the multiple classes or the multiple sets of books type of fraud. So they have the ability to use that and mediate through the blockchain. And where they need to, they can coordinate with identity oracles or the issuer to get the actual KYC details and link those records up. So what it means is that the on-chain records, there's no private information. So there's no, you aren't leaking what you own at any given time or who you're trading with. It's pseudonymous and private. And we have some privacy preserving algorithms that kind of mask what traded values are and how much you own. But when you need to prove what you owe and when you own or what you own, you can always do so on a voluntary basis or a compelled basis if the government makes you do it, essentially. So again, this is just to help you kind of get your head around some of the key pieces and mechanics. So the example here is a municipal bond contract. And so you've got your smart contract that has all the terms and conditions associated with these instruments. And then on the left here, you've got a tokenized asset. So that's the municipal bond token. And then you've got your investors that hold that token. So they're the ones that lent the money to the issuer, and they're the ones that are going to get paid interest and then principal at the end. Down here, these are the specialized functions I just referred to. And the key thing I'm showing here is you can see their control. So the functions that they perform in the contract are specialized, narrow, and restricted depending on what role they play. But you can have locking scripts. So this is like on-chain locking scripts, the way that traditional or the way that cryptocurrencies are typically held today. So if you hold Bitcoin or Ethereum, you have a locking script effectively. They call it different things, but that's how you exercise control over those assets. And if you want to transfer them, you have to unlock that locking script. So this is like sort of the software element. But you can have multi-sig control, and you can have complex arrangements that kind of give distributed control and very secure multi-party authorization schemes. And so even in the contract administrator's example here, you might have 5 directors or 5 executives that are capable of issuing instructions to the smart contract, and you require at least 3 of 5 of them to sign off on a particular action for it to go through. So you got some robustness there. You can't get one person get hacked and then issue a command that voids the contract or causes a disturbance to it. And the same thing can apply to all these other oracles and services. And in that far example here, so we're talking about Oracle services, you can actually blend a software agent so they can issue instructions automatically according to the code that you've written. So under these conditions, please automatically issue to this person or whoever's looking to buy it. But you can also have a manual override. So you can segregate out who's actually authorizing that, whether it's the machine or the people, and you can know exactly who there is. So it's, again, a high level of transparency, high level of accountability, much higher than what you can do today. This is a new paradigm, and it's actually a really big deal when you put all the pieces together. So this is, when you're looking for, as Peter Thiel famously said in his 0 to 1 book, which I think is a masterpiece, to really bring in to really build a significant business, you can't just be 5% better than what existed before. You need to be significantly better because the cost of transitioning and changing out is usually quite expensive, and it's hard to kind of get that momentum to do it. So we think that we can, in combination, all these pieces that I've been kind of describing, and you bring it together, we're looking at a real 10x jump over how things are done today, with blockchain underpinning it. So this is a really, really important kind of innovation, and we think that this is sort of like the main use case for blockchain. We think there are lots of other use cases and stuff like that, but this is at the heart of what blockchain is really all about, is that trust layer, right? So commercial record keeping, business, is like the most contentious sort of set of records out there. There's disputes arise all the time for various reasons. It's complex. People forget, mistakes happen. But by having this timestamp source of truth, we think there's a huge, huge value just in itself, and then all the other pieces on top of it that are now allowed for, where the software comes in, the automation of it, auto execution, auto administration, removing steps in the process, create a very, very valuable value proposition. So this is a screenshot of our app. So hopefully this kind of answers a few questions for you that you have in your head. So on the left, all the entities that you might be a part of. So you've logged in as a user. You might have a family trust where you're a trustee of. You might be a director of a company. You might be an LP in a fund. So that's your entire commercial life to a degree. And then within these entities, you've got the commercial records associated with the entity. So in this case, this is a fund. So limited partnership fund, a quantity and volatility arbitrage fund. And what you're looking at here is their treasury and some unsecured notes that they've actually issued. And those are the counterparties that have sort of purchased those notes from them or invested in it. And then there's the key details of the note at the top. So I think it's a zero coupon note. And then on the top right, there's some actions that as the administrator of that fund, so the general partner, or agent of the general partner, he has the ability to freeze, confiscate, issue new ones, manage those instruments over time. So this is really like the issuer control panel, if you will. And on the flip side, the counterparties or the holders of these notes will have different features and functions available to them. They'll be able to trade, for example, they'll be able to redeem perhaps early if that's part of the contract. But you can just see this as a platform to kind of bring everything together. This is for enterprise as well as for retail and government agencies and the like. And I guess just really want to hammer home. So our contention is that all tokens are basically a placeholder for some legal rights, duties, and obligations in a contract. That's just functionally what it is. So even like tokens at like an arcade, right? Essentially, you're getting something that gives you the right to play games in proportion to what the contract says, right? And there might be some terms and conditions on a website. There might be like a little rules of the arcade, but it's still a placeholder for something, some value that you can unlock. And we think that applies to every single token in existence. And really, another way of calling it is just like a legal instrument or a financial instrument. So I think it's just really like a really key thing to hammer home. I feel like there's a lot of misunderstandings along those lines. So what does a smart contract look like? So this is our interpretation, our UI for it. So you can see at the top here, you've got your header. It's a section that we've broken out. So this is codified terms that are common to all contracts. So the title of the contract, obviously, who the issuing entity is, end date, effective date, governing law, jurisdiction, right? So in traditional contracts, you'd see a big, long, non-standardized sentence or two to explain that it's going to be, it's decided in a court in New South Wales and it's subject to New South Wales law. We think we can abstract that away and you can still have that long legal prose, but everyone, for 99% of the time, can just look at that and know exactly what it means, right? It simplifies things. And that kind of key concept applies to a lot more than people think. I think you can really take contracts and break them down so they're much simpler and standardized, so that when you hit one or when you start to review one for the first time, it makes a lot more sense right away. You don't have to get your lawyer involved to the same degree because you've reasoned through the problems and the risks of these things before. It becomes easier and everything moves and starts speeding up a lot quicker. And I think that's the benefit of everyone, except for maybe the lawyers. But I think even them, they can do a lot less boring work with these kind of tools. So in the instrument section, so these are your tokens. So legal instruments, financial instruments. So this example here, debt security, so like an unsecured note. You've got your different codified terms that are specific to it. So interest payments, maturity date, transferability. Can you just trade in the secondary market or not? So these are configurable options. You can choose what you want on it. Depends on what you want. And then authorized quantity, so how many tokens actually are used to denote that instrument. And then you got your oracles, as I kind of described before. So you declare your oracles, which ones are permitted to work with this contract, and that can change over time. So you can amend these contracts and add new oracles, remove them. If they have a hack and their keys are potentially compromised, you can swap other keys. So again, aiming for real business, the real practicalities, especially over time, 20, 30 years, how do you make this thing work and how do you make it acceptable? And just a way of thinking about the alternative too. So when you have like an Ethereum contract or a classic smart contract that's extremely inflexible and rigid and you lose your keys, end of story, what will just happen is that they'll just reissue you a contract. So the problem is now you just got this extra complexity of an old contract and a new contract and figuring out which is the right one and communicating everyone that to ignore that last contract, here's your new one, and you got this broken set of records on chain, which kind of defeats the whole purpose. So the reality of business is that you can, no matter what blockchain you use, you can always correct contracts, you can always reissue new ones. Why not make the contract itself flexible enough to accommodate all those changes and those real needs over time so that every single record is on chain in a time-stamped, clean sequence and is a single source of truth that everyone can rely on. That's a really key kind of concept of what we're trying to do here. And so to round out the rest of the contract, as I said before, this is our vision of a real smart contract, what we think will go mainstream. You've got your defined terms, your variables, body of agreement. So these are the rest of the pieces that make it a full binding lawful contract. So obviously defined terms are pretty basic. It's just an English word that's been defined or any word that's been defined specifically for this contract. And you can link it in the body of agreement. So where you actually reference that term, they can link it. And this is really useful for templatization and standards over time. Variables are similar to defined terms, except they have a type against them. So it might be a price, it might be a party, it might be some kind of right that you have that the software can interpret. And then body of agreement is really just the legal prose. So human readable, human enforceable. To round out the contract, explain all the details and things that can't be captured in the codified terms. And then, of course, we got attachments and signatures. And signatures work on the same basis that any Bitcoin transaction or blockchain transaction does. It's a digital signature. It's stored on chain the same way. You still use locking scripts to do it. We just repurpose it, essentially, for the contract itself. And then all subsequent actions operate on the same basis. So everything you can do in script or any of these languages, you can do with these signatures and with these actions like transfers and things like that. So the treasuries, these are the tokenized instruments that you may hold or owe. So there's different sides to the coin. So if you've issued a token, of course, it's a liability for you or equity for the company or the entity. It's just kind of give you a grounding in it. So this is atomic swaps. This is a term that if you're familiar with the blockchain industry, you probably heard a lot of times. So we have this fully working now, and we have it in a way where you can have as many instruments involved as possible, and you can have as many counterparties involved as possible. So you can have very complex multi-party trades that settle wholly and completely at the exact same time, or it gets rejected wholly. So basically everyone gets what they're owed in that contract at the same time, or they don't at all, and it gets totally rejected, totally fails. And what this is called in the traditional securities industry is delivery versus payment. So it's a concept where the cash or the payment instrument versus what you're trying to purchase, a security, happens at the exact same time. So that's what they call it. In delivery versus payment, it's very traditional. It's just one versus one, like one type to another in a counterparty. Ours allows for a lot more options, and there's some really important things that come out of that. But this is sort of the next evolution of delivery versus payment in our view. So it's better, it's more robust, there's more features allowed for it, and you get the timestamp function underneath it. So there's no counterparty risk. You don't need a central clearing counterparty involved, which cuts out costs. So you can do this in a peer-to-peer manner. That's what the blockchain really unlocks. And basically every other settlement kind of thing today is done with a central clearing counterparty, which means you have a big company who sits in the middle, they're insured, they're professionals at this, they make sure this person gets their cash ready, and they make sure this person got the securities, and then they execute the trade. And if there's any failures in delivery or anything like that, they step in and they make them whole. But in order to do that, there's operational risk. They have to charge for it, right? And they have to hold capital on standby, and they have to do all these kind of things to make sure that that works. You can eliminate that completely from the equation with this. So it's a big step forward. Of course, you can do things like offer expiration, so you can automatically type in when this offer expires, and it'll just smart contracts will not be able to execute it if it has expired. And there's a lot of other features that I haven't shown here yet, but this is just the very, very beginning of this. Really important. So this is really just kind of, just extending your imagination, thinking forward a little bit further. So you really got like on-chain relationships. You got entities that have interacted with each other and they've stored their records on-chain, and over time they basically create like an on-chain record of all the key events, right? And so this is what all the entities have. You have this triple entry accounting where many, many entities are all linked together on one source of truth, and this is what makes that fraud impossible. So I've already spoken about this, just as a quick modal of freezing and confiscating example of who it might be done by. So it might be like a government agency actually doing this in some cases. It might be like a regulated entity doing it on their behalf. In this case, City of Chicago, municipal bond, they're freezing it, compelled by court order. So the kind of records are on chain. So again, held to the highest in their account, no black box. And so I'll just run out of time here, so just quickly. So this is basically, this shows, a typical instrument often has many complex legal entities underneath it for tax purposes, for structuring purposes, just for practicalities. And usually a token today will just be the end piece, the unit in a trust, for example, that kind of masks all the complexity underneath it. So our approach allows for all of those contracts underneath it and all the counterparties to be automated, have smart contracts, be more accountable, more traceable. And so that we believe this can go a long way to removing significant systemic risk from the markets, making things much more transparent in a private way. But there's some big implications here that I'm happy to talk about, when we get a chance outside if you guys like. But that's me. I've already run over. Appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, James. Thank you, James. Just wondering if anyone's got any questions before. At the back there, yes. Let me just pass the microphone over to you.
I totally agree with all your advantages of blockchain. My concern is, you talk about legal. Has it ever been tested in courts, real courts, not virtual courts, with real people, with lawyers?
So in some cases it has, not our particular solution.
I know, but has it? What was the outcome? Was the blockchain is infallible, or there is actually fraud, or what? Because you have to go back to people in real life rather than just be a virtual court. This is real court.
Yeah, so I agree.
The old systems were paper-based, which are partly semi-digital. It's gone for 30, 50, 100 years, of court cases and,
Yeah, so I think the key here is that code is not law. Law is law, and agree. So ours is just traditional contracts that have legal pros that's been tested. So we're not pioneering anything new there. So legally, it's the same as how things are done today. So all the precedents, all the legal terms and pros and clauses that have been tested before will apply here. What we're doing is we're just abstracting away some of the complexity and codifying it so that it still points to that legal pros. That legal pros are still relevant, but you get the benefit of automation, digital insights, more standardization. So we're not looking to test, we're not looking to change laws, we don't need laws to be changed. This can operate with existing precedents and laws. Even digital signatures, not every country that's the case, but many countries that is, particularly in the Western world. So we're not looking, this is something that can work right off the bat. And we've already tested this with lawyers, we've already tested this with significant funds, significant businesses, and they're satisfied with the concepts, how it operates. So I think we're doing something very different, though, than what a lot of people espouse in the rest of the industry. So I think that's really clear. We stand apart from them on those points.
Any other questions while we've got James up here? Yes. Anna Clive, CEO, BTC Markets. Let me just pass the microphone.
Thanks very much. I actually have two questions. So the first one is, in the case of an agreement where a trigger creates a payment, how is that managed? Do the parties require to have capital available or put in a forum or a space which is accessible to be able to fulfill the obligations of the contract?
So it very much depends on the contract itself. So our view is that locking up assets for those types of contracts over long periods of time is not practical for business. It's bad treasury management, right? So it's not really going to happen. but you can do all sorts of things in the short term that's applicable. So if it's over a few days or a week, you can definitely lock them up. So there's no counterparty risk whatsoever in that case. But I think in most cases it'll come down just to traditional debt instruments that represent unsecured or secured over top of something else. There might be like an escrow type service that stands in between that allows them to do some functions or allow them to deploy assets for some interest earning instruments in the short term while the contract goes over, but they have final say. So there's a few options that you explore.
Okay. And I think the example around ownership of organisations is a really good example because it's got a share that's attached to it. For a contract, say for example, a contract between an organisation and their customer, where there's a contract, but there is only services and then payment for those services. Will it work equally as well, or what is the thing that is created from is it a token representing the contract then that's created?
Yeah, so if the customer is party to an obligation or a set of rights and duties, then they have a token to represent that interest or partyship to. And so the same model, that's what's a big insight of ours is when we went through all this, is that the same model for a company with shares can apply to coupons, event tickets, loyalty points, and it really is the same thing. So even like air miles or what have you, like there's still terms and agreements, there's conditions and stuff like that, and then you have something that represents the rights in that, like and how much is a quantity as well. So that pattern is basically universal in our view, and all tokens can fit into it. The one exception, which a lot of people comment on, is like these ideas of like digital pictures and making them tokens, which we just, a JPEG is a JPEG. We already have a name for it. It's not a token. A token's a token. It's a placeholder. So it's a legal instrument in our view.
Thank you, Anna. Any further questions? Yes, sir. Let me just pass the microphone. The microphone is just so that the live streaming can pick up the questions.
Hi, James. So when smart contracts boil down to the individual customers, so it expands to people who are coming from different geographies. So some people may not be educated, so they won't understand the complicated jargons of a contract. Even so, how do we ensure that it's interpreted in their understandable way before they actually even enter into a contract? And that's one question. I have one more question.
Okay, so every contract is going to be based in a jurisdiction somewhere and going to be subject to a single law. So anyone interacting with that has to be, have to be able to comprehend that somehow, whether they hire a lawyer on their behalf or what have you. So we don't portend to solve that issue, and there's going to be different challenges, if we're trying to go global and trying to, especially deal with retail customers where there's a lot of like different laws and stuff all over the place. But we see our ability to improve that being the standardization of the contracts. So simplifying them, structuring them, creating things that can be understood quite quickly and easily so that when you do have those questions, they can be answered a lot quicker and a lot more robustly than in the past where there's more complexity, especially just in the way things are worded. So that's one part of it. But it's still a big challenge. I don't think any blockchain just solves it automatically. It requires a whole bunch of other components to it, So it's a fair question, though. Yeah.
So whenever there are new initiatives, when we propose something, so there's always a cost to value proposition. So in terms of when we reach out as a tokenized company, when you reach out to individual customers, how do you ensure what metrics or what factors we take into consideration before we convince a prospect?
Yeah, sure. So I guess as a starting point, the actual cost to store these records on chain and operate smart contracts and transfer the tokens and things like that are extremely, extremely low cost. So using BSV in particular, like the big blockchain or big block vision, and some of the business philosophy and that the script, so Bitcoin's original vision kind of thing is inherently very scalable, and therefore economies of scale come into play. And so you can get everything that's good about blockchain, but you can do it at extremely low cost on a per record, per transaction basis. So we're talking as like a core base level cost, not necessarily software as a service on top. You're talking like 1/100% per record, so extremely cheap. And then the software that we developed is meant to be very, very automated, very global, meant to service customers all over the world. And so we're also going for economies of scale and making it extremely cost competitive. And then I will say also, a lot of these records, financial instruments and things like that, you're dealing with significant amounts of time for very high value people and organizations that have to go through it, right? So if you're paying your lawyer $1,000 an hour, and they spend a couple hours going through a contract, and you can shave that down to 50%, and then also the executives involved on both sides, if you can shave 50% out of all of those times, you're potentially talking tens of thousands quite quickly over a couple of contracts per year. And so any software that can do that for 30% less than that is a big value add, pretty easy to understand. So
there was another question back there. No? Okay. Sorry, was there someone here? Hi, how are you going? I'll just pass the microphone to you.
Yeah. Hi, my name is Catherine. Are you afraid your initial coin offering, your tokenize? Are you on a market cap?
No. So we're just private company.
That's what I was.
Yeah, no token for us. Yep.
Okay.
Not yet, at least.
Thank you. Before we see if we can take another question, is Tim Doe here, present today? Hello, Tim. Okay, that's our next speaker. If you have any further questions for James, you'll be able to catch him outside. Thank you so much, James. Round of applause for James. Okay, thank you, Tokenized, and James, for enlightening us on smart contracts. That was intense. Tim Doe, co-founder and CFO Realbox, which is an application for real estate tokenization. This one's going to be interesting. This is a BSV blockchain sponsored event, but not all speakers are BSV blockchain. Tim Doe's from another chain. Which one would that one be? Oh, okay. Please. Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. Tim Doe.
Right, hi everyone. I'm Tim from Realbox. I'm a co-founder and CFO of Realbox, a real estate tokenization platform. And thanks, Eli, for inviting me to be presented here today. Sorry, All right. Just a bit about my background. I used to work like an auditor in one of the big four in KPMG Sydney. But then I find my interest more in the data analytics, and later on, in the digital and innovation space. That's when my first encounter with blockchain is around in 2017. So my first encounter with blockchain is back in 2017 when I working in a project where we call FitChain. Actually, it's become like a move to earn or another similar like play to earn now. So basically, we hand out all of the Fitbit for all our employees, and then we try to encourage them to, if you can do 10,000 steps per day, then you get some reward in some kind of like token. And then that token, you can be converted to a voucher or, like a coffee. So that's become one of our employee benefit program, and it quite popular back then. And then I decided to quit my job, and then I tried to start a company with my friend. I realized that's one of the big issues in the real estate. It is the main playing field for the wealthy people, especially during the last 2 years. That during the COVID time, it's surprisingly like the housing price increased rapidly, not only in Australia but around the world. So that created one of the big hurdles now for the young generation, how they can get into the housing market to buy their own home. So that's what we come up with an idea. Actually, it's not a sexy idea or a new idea. It has been around for a long time. So it is if you know about the model we call REITs, so Real Estate Investment Trust, it has been has been around for long time. So, but the only difference is the risk. We can trade it on the stock exchange. But for our idea, we try to create a risk model, but on the blockchain. So we can see that because the high price for the house, so it require capital intensive, and then enhanced, so it is very illiquid. So no diversification. So by fractionalize the real estate into small fraction, or we call a token, we can improve the liquidity and improve the diversification as well. So now you can diversify not only through the geographically. For example, you can invest a piece of the block in Sydney or in Melbourne, but you can diversify through a different asset class. For example, residential, commercial, industrial, or vacant land. Yep, so that's why we create a Realmblock platform. It's a real estate tokenization platform. What do we offer? The first one is tokenization platforms that facilitates the conversion of real estate into NFT, which is a non-fungible token. And then because the NFT is, you cannot divide, so we try to put it into a vault, and then we actually fractionalize the vault into small token, and that we sell to the investor. The second feature is marketplace that facilitates the trading of the token. So we have 3 types of marketplace in here. So the first one is going to be a P2P platform, and then we're going to have a crowdfunding platform, and the last one going to be a centralized exchange, similar to like a stock exchange. The third feature is we're going to build a smart invest robo advisor. So basically, we try to have a survey initially to get the risk and return profile of our investor. And based on that profile, our AI is going to try to recommend what is a suitable investment of the token for them. The next one is we want to create a real estate metaverse. Actually, it's a trendy keyword, but in our model, it's going to be very simple. So basically, we try to create a 3D model of the house where you can actually go inside. You can go with your friend or family. You look and explore the house. And later on, we want to create a lot of the NFT marketplace in that house as well. So for example, if you have any interior furniture or design or any painting in there, you actually can buy it with a physical one. It linked to the physical world. Other than that, we have very traditional business here. We have the access management service, because once we acquiring the property, we have a team to actually operate it, like find the tenant or renovation to make it better. As long as it brings the most benefit for our investor. And the last one is we have our investment analyst team as well. So we have our team to run through all of the property deal in the market. So we need to do a lot of like due diligence, include legal, the financial of the property, and then it needs to meet all of our criteria before we actually can list it on our platform. Yeah, so we bring it to the global scale. At the moment, we have around 4 projects in Australia. It's mainly in the industrial and commercial properties. And we also have our properties in Vietnam. We in discussion with some real estate developer from Dubai. And later on this year, we're going to connect with the real estate developer from the US and Europe. Okay, so it is what we call is property hybrid NFT token. It actually the property, and we divide into small token. So what are the benefits in here? First of all, you can invest it with a small amount, and then you can staking for the benefits. Basically, you get a share from the rental income. So after we deduct our operation costs, and then you get a share of it. It's backed by real access. So similar to a risk model, our access will be held by an SPV, which is special purpose vehicle, and then the title ownership will be put into a bank, we call a custodian bank, and then all of our transactions relating to the title ownership of the property will be handled by the bank. And then you can help you to diversify your portfolio. And to make it like as transparent as we can, we work with like the big 4 auditing firm. Currently, we work with PwC to audit all of that. And we also work with the valuation company. Like currently, we work with Colliers to value all of our properties in here. So for the investment model, we can tokenize one individual access, or we can tokenize a portfolio access. A portfolio access, we can actually help you to diversify. Like for example, we can have a mix of like residential, commercial, or industrial in there. Yeah, this is our metaverse. That's what we envision. But I think it's gonna take 2 or 3 years until we actually can make it like a real product. Currently, it's in prototype. So what we do here is we will create a kind of membership for our holder. I'm not showing in here, but we have another token, what we call the governance token. So basically, when we do the crowdfunding, our investor can invest in our governance token, and that governance token have a totally different economic underneath compared with the property holder token. So for the governance token, it's similar to Binance. Have anyone in here using Binance? Nice. So they have the BNB, right? So Binance actually an exchange that have a lot of different crypto and token trading in there, and they're using BNB in Skype, their governance token. So we are similar. The only difference is we create only for the asset-backed token. So we have real estate, and later on, any real access backed by token. We can be traded on our platform. And we use another, we call REP token, actually our governance token, so similar to BNB. So in that term, we try to create a community by when you buy the REP token, you can get into our membership. So this kind of membership can give you a lot of different benefits. So depending on the membership package, you can have, for example, you have the investment priority. So before we open, we're listing our property to the public, we're actually offering it through our membership member. The reason is one of the revenues we get is from first from the access market. When we acquire an access, we get a discount or a commission fee from the real estate developer, and it's range from 3 to 10% of the valuation of the property. Right, and then so we can share a portion of that fee to our investor in the membership scheme. Yep, this is the marketplace. So now we already launching our crowdfunding platform. We have 4 projects listing in the crowdfunding platform now, and we already launching the P2P platform as well. And towards the end of this year, maybe early next year, we will launch our centralized exchange. Oh, this is an example of one of the products we launched before. But this one is an industrial park, Picton Business Park. It is in, it's already sold, but it's not in blockchain. Our current project is a different one, listing in our it is just an example. So you can see in here, you have the detail of the property. You have the valuation report as well. If you can go down, you see the valuation report. And then you can see all of the legal and legal documentation relating to the property, all the financial analysis of the property, and yeah, and then the valuation report. So this is our trading platform. This is a P2P trading platform. If you're familiar with Binance, so this one's very similar to that. So the key one in here is by creating a secondary trading market, we increase liquidity for the token holder. This is our model. So basically, we try to copy the risk model. In here, we can invest in the residential real estate, which include like build-to-rent, student housing, co-living. And we also have the commercial real estate. We have office building. We can invest in retail, shopping center, hotel and resort as well. And we have industrial real estate, and then the development, which is a vacant land. On the left-hand side, you can see there's a fund origination. So basically, we're running a fund management business here. First, we can raise our mortgage fund as well. So anyone want to buy property and they need to borrow, we can use our mortgage fund to lend them. The second thing is we can use an equity fund as well in here. So we can acquire the vacant land and develop the whole project in co-development with other real estate developer. Cool. So this is a purchase process. So we try to make it as simple as possible. So we want to, our idea is like blockchain is just a technology. We don't want to confuse our investor, because our target audience is not only the crypto investor, but also the traditional property investor. So we want to make it like you just go into stock exchange account and then put in the money and then you can buy it. So we make it very easy for our investor. So once you get into our platform, you just choose the real estate you want to invest. Or if you don't know, you can answer some of the question, and then they can try to recommend what is the best suitable for you. And then you just buy the token on the marketplace. And then in your account, we will have a report about all of the rental income and all of the legal documentation of the property. So all the information you can find in the account. Yeah, and then at the end of the month, you can get a share from the rental income as well. And then you can sell the token. And then hopefully if the token increase in price, then you get some capital gain in there. So this is our asset acquisition process. So first we're gonna need to do the due diligence through all of the property deal. Yeah, and if they meet our criteria, so we're gonna put down like what we call is a call option. Like we purchase a call option. Normally it's a deposit from 5 to 10% of the property value, and then we list that property back in our platform, our crowdfunding platform, and yeah, we list it. And then if we raise successfully, we will continue to exercise the call option to acquire the whole property. If not, we're gonna just return the money back to our investor. This is a very common property due diligence process. So it includes the 16 steps, but you can see here we have property inspection, where's the land title confirmation, zoning verification, legal check, and then all of other report as well, up until market valuation and recommendation. So this is for our project. Currently, we listed on our platform. So the first one is the one we are opening right now. So normally we have 2 periods. The first one we call the booking periods, where we try to get the interest from our investor. So you can put a deposit for the token you want to buy in there, but then you get a refund if at the end of the booking period you're not interested, you want to pull out. But then we go to the official list period, then it's non-refundable. Yeah, so the current project we have now is Tropicana Garden. For the last 3 we just put on hold. So once we finish with the first one, we will keep opening the other one. And we have another 3 projects from Australia in line now. So we're gonna opening up later this year. It is just some of the detail of the property you can see. Yeah, so thank you. Just a bit about Rimboff, so hopefully you find it interesting.
Thank you, Tien. Any questions for Tim Do? I'll just pass the microphone over. You can use that. Excuse me.
You said that the investors can sell their token for capital gains. How do you ensure liquidity, and do you cap the price of the token at the valuation of the property? Or do you allow an open market where investors can now decide the price of the physical asset?
Yeah. First of all, we actually working with some exchange. So one of our backer is one of the Remitano, one of the best cryptocurrency exchange in Southeast Asia. We work with some market makers, so we put in some liquidity to make sure that the liquidity initially is met. But later on, we want the market to actually control the price. The key thing in here is because we backed by the real assets, so the token price shouldn't be deviate too much from the real assets price. Because if it's deviate too much, then it creates an arbitrage opportunity, and it could adjust price to the right valuation. Let's say if you couldn't sell the token, right? So you need to redo it to be able to sell. But once you redo it, and it's getting more attractive for other investors, because once they acquire all of the token, they can actually request to transfer the title ownership to them, and then they can sell it, the real asset on the market. Yeah, we have the DAO mechanism too. So like, let's say the threshold is 70%. So we need 70% of all of the property token holders to agree to sell. Then we will have to sell the property. Yeah.
Okay, we're running a little bit behind, over schedule. So it's, if you have any questions for Tim Do or Realbox, which is the application you just saw, which is tokenizing real estate. It's an important one, which I think that's the first of its kind I've seen. I've heard of people wanting to do this, but that's the first one I've seen. Thank you, Tim. A round of applause for Tim, and please do ask him questions outside if during the break. Thank you, Tim. Next up, we have Brendan from ELAS, and Brendan's been doing some amazing work. Even doing some work for the government of Tuvalu, actually. Great work. Brendan, over to you.
Yep. Okay. Hi, everybody. I'm the CEO and founder of ELAS. We are a blockchain as a service company. And so today I was just going to talk through some of what we do, and we're sort of a bit far out. I would say we're probably one of the companies with some of the more advanced techniques in terms of the way we use Bitcoin script in our application. And so just trying to get across the point of why we do it the way we do it, and how that works, and what that means for you as a business operator or owner who wants to build on this technology. So Bitcoin is a ledger. We all know that. Transactions come in. They're created peer-to-peer. They get submitted to the network. They're validated by nodes. But this is important. They're only validated at the end. The users actually finalize the transactions themselves peer-to-peer. They sign everything, and it's completely done by the time it hits the network. So there's nothing that a node can do to modify your transaction. They can choose to exclude it, but otherwise their job is to actually take the record of what you're doing and write it into the blockchain. And that's done within the Bitcoin protocol. It's all very, you can go and read about that all over the internet. But then in these timestamps, hang on, I've got a bit of ahead of myself. It's a set of timestamps periodically found, blocks carry a reward. So in that ledger, it forms kind of a graph database. And so the edges within that database are formed in the transaction, and essentially what happens in the transaction is it points back to a previous transaction and says, I'm spending coins, a coin that was created here in this transaction, and then I'm reallocating them to a new script. And so it's that methodology of how those tokens are passed from transaction to transaction that gives the ledger its kind of utility, and that's what we primarily use when we're doing traditional kind of cash transactions, all of that sort of thing. So this is all part of the original design. This is how it works. So I've gone ahead of myself again. I should have practiced this talk, but anyway, each coin is only spendable once. But what we have then is within that coin, so the transactions are very versatile, the protocol is very versatile, and we can put any kind of data that we like inside a transaction, and we can in fact put any kind of data that we like inside a spendable output inside that transaction. And it's all about how we encapsulate that data within the script that determines whether or not it's spendable. And this can be used to, you can put permanent data in there. The other thing that you can do is you can create what's called a payment channel, which is a non-final transaction, and then that transaction you can actually iterate, and you can use that as a mechanism to exchange data between parties. So I can establish a payment channel with Eli. He can send me a piece of data. I can give him a bit of money. He can give me some more data. I can give him some more money. And we're all doing that inside the piece of cash that I'm going to use to finalise the payment with him. And then at the end, once we've agreed that I've received everything I wanted and that he's received the right amount, we just close the channel, and only that last transaction goes onto the blockchain. And in that usage paradigm, we don't actually put any of the data, or very little, maybe like a hash, onto the blockchain. So, you know, you can really use this to do anything. You know, I think, you know, it's not inconceivable that within, you know, 5 to 10 years that probably most online streaming, internet services, telecommunications will operate in this way. So then we get to where the way that we are using these transactions, and this is a second layer protocol called MetaNet protocol. So it's invented by a guy named Craig, lives in London. It's second layer protocol, but it's not like the way second layers are done in the blockchain industry, where typically what you have is one blockchain who wants to do something with another blockchain, so they create a third blockchain to facilitate the transfer of stuff between those blockchains. That's not what we're talking about here. So in the MetaNet protocol, we're creating a transaction output, and then fully encapsulated within that transaction output, we're putting a packet of data that creates a second layer edge back to a different transaction that is not the one that is the parent on the public ledger. So what we're saying is we are creating like a second order graph on top of the base layer Bitcoin protocol. So what does that look like? So in a MetaNet data item, we have a pointer back to the parent. We have a signature of a public key that is in the parent, and then a new public key or set of public keys that are effectively the permissions that that new node in that database is to apply. And so if you think in the context of a business, the parent might be the board of directors, the second layer might be a department within that business, and so then within that department, we obviously put the people who operate that department as the permission layer, and we might say that 3 out of 5 of those people need to sign off on any operations that happen underneath that second order node. So what do these look like in the context of the ledger? They come in, they look like the regular transactions, but then when we distill away all of the noise, we get this kind of second layer effect where we've created a completely different database, but it's fully encapsulated within the layer 0 blockchain ledger, I guess. And so we call it like a second order datagram protocol, and you can put just about anything you like in there, and it allows you to create that second order structure without ever having to leave the network. So you do it within Bitcoin. The MetaNet protocol is completely valid within Bitcoin. It uses elliptic curve digital signatures just like Bitcoin. It's really, it's built to embed within Bitcoin transactions. And so that means that the validation of the MetaNet nodes themselves can be pushed down onto the consensus layer of the network. And so we can actually have the nodes who process the transactions also validating that we're building our MetaNet graph correctly. So it can be used for data distribution, and there's some terrific opportunities in actually changing the way that business services operate using this technique. So there's really no restrictions on the data type or the quantity of data that you can put in. So in a transaction, you can push up to 4 gigabytes of data. Currently, I think the network rejects transactions that are bigger than like 500 megabytes, is it? I don't know. I've seen some pretty big transactions going out lately. But because it's a second order system, you have to have a second order agent that's there to be able to look at your graph and pull out the information and display that for the user. So the Bitcoin nodes aren't interpreting anything that you're doing inside your own private ledger. So this is effectively what this is about. It's using the public ledger as the base layer for you to create a private ledger on top of that. And so within that private ledger, you have complete control over who does what, where, who issues what, when, all of these kinds of things. And it's only that second order system that we're seeking to control. The first order layer, the blockchain layer, is obviously we adhere very strictly to the Bitcoin protocol. We don't want to move away from that. We don't need to change it. And so this effectively allows us to create any kind of second order system that we want. So we can put data in there. That can be weather data, that can be content, it can be social media, any kind of database. So we've got techniques for migrating legacy databases onto the blockchain. Can actually be complete web pages. So there's lots of examples out there of people who've created like a MetaNet structure, and within that structure there are pages, cascading style sheets, like everything that you need to present a cogent web interface. And what it needs then is that agent who can pull all of that out of the second layer and generate the visualization for the user. So there we go. Application of permission. So when the root node is created, so this is the first transaction in one of these databases. Effectively, this is something that you do. You don't need any permissions for this to happen. It's something that it's actually a two-step process. We have to create a special output that's got some script in it that does certain things. But when you create this, it's effectively you're setting the top layer permissions for your private ledger. So at the top of the private ledger, you're determining who is the entity or entities who are going to control everything that happens in the next layer down. So, and then it's for a child to be created, we have to have the first order signatures to create the second layer. But then in the second layer, we can apply a completely new set of permissions. So in this example, Gary and Cheryl can sign into existence a second layer node that Mo, Curly, and Larry all control. And so in that scenario, then Mo, Curly, and Larry can go on to create other second layer nodes that they control. And so there's unlimited scope here. There's no limits to what you can really create. And so we use this to embed kind of entire platforms. So to give you an idea, at the top level, we have like the node that represents the business, and in there we have the directors, and then we have another node where everybody who comes and subscribes to the system, their account data is put in one part. Then when we need to issue tokens to them or whatever it is that we're doing, we do that out of another part. And so each of those different operations have different controls and different people who are responsible for them. And so this system is really great for allowing us to apply those permissions and manage them very effectively, because once we've created the second order node, we effectively don't need to stand there and watch that everybody's adhering to the rules that we've set forth, because the Bitcoin consensus layer is doing that for us. So we can sort of push that down and then let the network take care of it for us. So it's a very useful way of creating this type of structured application. So you can use this to track sort of access, activities, logging, events, all of that sort of thing. But you can use it to build very complex systems of hierarchy. So like Eli was saying, in Tuvalu and just recently in the Philippines, we're talking to some government areas over there and looking at using this to manage government services. And so effectively what we would have is at the top a node that represents the government in that region. And then if that's, say, for example, a government that has 3 branches, you'd have a separate node underneath for each of those branches. And then in the legislative node, you would have another area where they actually post the laws that they're creating, and you'd be able to see who's voted and who's agreed, who's disagreed, who said what. In judicial branch, you would have all of your court cases that are happening, and all of that would be written onto the blockchain, and anything that's public can be created in such a way that it is public and viewable, but at the same time, anything that's private can be kept private in a very robust manner. And that can be either encrypted and put on the blockchain or kept off the blockchain and just managed with like a hash and very efficient and simple. So we've heard of this talked about as the MetaNet will turn the internet into a side chain of Bitcoin. And I think that's actually a pretty valid way to describe it. And I see this as really a new way to actually distribute the content that we consume through the internet. And so if we think about the model that we use now, that's really client-server. So I go to Facebook, some server at Facebook, actually I don't use Facebook, I'm just using that as an example, but I go to Facebook, I say I want to look at friend's page, they go into their database, they pull my friend's page out, and they deliver it to me directly from their server to my computer. This has a lot of problems. We see man-in-the-middle attacks, security issues, DDoS attacks. We're actually hitting a lot of scale ceilings, internet infrastructure. Some of those will be resolved as we transition from IPv4 to IPv6. But really, I think there are some issues that won't solve until we actually do away with this model. And part of that is the transition to IPv6. And it's important to understand Bitcoin really is built to use IPv6. And so with, where's Todd? Todd and a few other people here, we've been working with the IEEE IPv6 working group to really understand how to do that in the most effective manner and to start to create the underpinnings of this next generation internet. So in the what you might see is that I, as the service provider, would be gathering information from different people. So maybe I'm a social media service, something a little bit like Facebook. You've got an account, someone else has an account. But when I write data into my account, what's happening is that I'm actually creating my own MetaNet nodes, and I'm spending those and I have ownership of that. And then I just tell Facebook where those are. I don't even need to tell them how to decrypt the data. I can also tell them who I share that with or want to share that with. And then when somebody comes and wants to see what I've been doing, then that's all handled in a way where, so effectively, instead of them going to Facebook and being served the data directly by Facebook, Facebook is just giving them the location of the data, potentially a key to decrypt something, and then they are using a separate provider who is just a blockchain ledger access provider to access that information. So the service provider is just telling them where it is, and then they're going to a separate third party and accessing it directly. And so in that scenario, it becomes a lot more difficult to attack that social media provider because the amount of information they're actually serving out to each person is very small. So with DDoS, you know, it's sort of very hard to overwhelm when you're only handing out little tiny amounts of data. And then so in terms of that MetaNet service provider, that would be something, you know, akin to like a self-service provider. So, you know, they would have to take down a specific provider, but they can only really knock off the people who are using that provider. So an alternative provider would index all of the same information, and I'd be able to just hop to that provider and access the same stuff. So, you know, it's a much more robust way, I think, of building an internet-style information sharing infrastructure, and it has a lot of advantages. And so for enterprise, you know, I was talking a little bit about this before. This is really about looking at how we can structure a company's records and activities on a blockchain to make them easily accessible by the public to whom they are selling their goods and services, and also really easy to manage for them as an enterprise. And so, you know, all of the permission systems that we have is, you know, very well suited to, you know, just about any kind of business or government service. We have up to 10, we can apply up to 10 separate entities in the permission system at each layer, and that's easily extensible to, you know, whatever requirements there are. But at the moment, the default we have is up to 10. Then so when they're working within this sort of framework, each level within the company is sort of semi-autonomous. Now, obviously, if you don't know the person who's running that department and you're creating it for them, you would probably add yourself as as one of the permissions at that level, and then you can always come back later and update any part of that system. And so that's one important aspect. So even at the very top level, I can take that node that doesn't have any parent, and I can spend that into a new state where it does have a parent. So if, say, I'm a government and I go, okay, this all sounds really cool, but I don't want to do it like for everything straight away, I just want to do this one little piece over here, we can go and build that one little piece and create that database on the blockchain. And then when that department goes, okay, well, now we're going to go bigger, we're going to add all of this stuff in here, we can create that new root node, and then we just spend this one into a state where it's now pointing back to the new one. And so effectively, we've now taken this component, which was created earlier, and we've just folded it into the new overall system. And similarly, we can extract things. So if we have a big system and say a company sells a division, I can just take the parent node of that division and spend it into a new state where it now points to some other company or where it's its own thing. And so everything that's below that now becomes detached. So it's a very interesting way of managing companies and things like that. So it's a different approach, and we like it a lot. And obviously within that, you know, you can do anything you like, re-tokens and you know, that they can be. So tokens that are issued from within the ledger don't need to be MetaNet objects. They can just be like regular tokens and transferable under normal Bitcoin rules. But the important thing is that it doesn't matter where you are within the system, you've always got a path that you can follow all the way back to the root node. And so you can independently validate that you're in the right place, you're holding the right coin, it was given to you by the right person, and they had the right permissions to issue you that coin as a legal object. So, you know, in terms of the actual accessibility and verifiability of what you're doing, I think it fits the bill for a lot of different applications. And so these, the tools to create everything I was just showing you are now available through our DAGDA tool, so Directed Acyclic Graph Data API. It's got everything there that you need to start using this today. It's a set of API interfaces, and it gives you that sophisticated multi-signature capability that's not really available anywhere else without having to go and spend 2 years developing the code. And it does token creation, token management. And so we at ELAS can help you to integrate this. We offer integration services, design services, implementation. We can create tokens with a lot of extended functionality. Really, anything that you want can be done with Bitcoin script. Like, it is a very, very flexible and useful language. It's not what a lot of other blockchains out there are rolling out in terms of smart contracts that are sort of always on and doing stuff even if people aren't using them, if you like. They're a little bit different to that. I won't go into that too much because I've only got a couple of minutes left. But I just wanted to cover a few of the different things that we've built using this framework. So one is AMLA, which we did with Eli and Bill. How are you, mate? This is a gold bullion storage system, and so within this system we have AMLA, who are at the top. They bring vaults who have Australian Financial Services licenses into the system. They're a child of that. Those vaults can then issue tokens that represent the bullion that they store within their facility, and then they can issue, they can take those tokens and send them to AMLA, who are able then to issue a cash-like currency against them. So it's really a system for creating a gold-backed currency or gold-backed tradable tokens. It all works. It's very cool. So please ask Eli and Bill if that's interesting to you. Another one, Manufact. Ali is not here yet, but this is all about tracking luxury goods. So we're using different industrial techniques like RFID scanning and things like that to track goods through the supply chain. And so in terms of the MetaNet, it's really about having the manufacturers of the goods able to then track what's happening within each of their facilities, and even within each of their facilities at each of the producer locations, and see who's putting what into the system at what rate, and then being able to track those goods through the system, and even to the point of being able to understand at the moment when those goods are consumed. Two-way is another one where it's again a very different application. This is all about delivery of heavy materials for the construction industry. So if you show up on a building site, you need road base, you pull the app out, and you can basically, with a few touches, order 50 tons of road base. And so the way that we're using MetaNet here is that two-way is the parent. Then we have three classes of child, which is a service, someone who wants to use the service, a delivery truck driver, and someone who's selling bulk goods. And so all three of those parties work together on each job. So either the person who wants the goods create the job, someone who's got those the materials I'm looking for bids to supply it, and once I've agreed on the supply, a job is created which a truck driver can then say, yes, I'll deliver that. And so the whole job is tracked through that process, and at the end we create a single invoice in a transaction on the blockchain that everyone can see, that has all of the details and billing, and so there's just one payment for all of that whole service. which is good if you're busy on a job site. And then the last one I'll cover today is Buzzmint, which is sort of like an NFT platform, but their focus is much more on high-value brands and using the NFTs as not just some sort of thing that you buy and sell, but as a vehicle to distribute digital content, digital goods, rights to access goods and services, things like live events, digital content, digital magazines, streaming content, and doing that all by applying the ownership rights or access rights using these digital tokens. And so the MetaNet is really useful for us there because we can have Buzzmint at the top and then they can have brands, but then those brands can even have their own sub-brands. And so some of their customers are pretty big names, and those big names have lots of little names underneath them. So we have to be able to accommodate their need to create one kind of big system with multiple sub-layers underneath. And even like it gets pretty deep, like you've got some big media company, they've got a magazine, that magazine's in 10 countries, and so it all gets quite complicated after a while. But it's just a really elegant way of being able to deploy a system like that on the blockchain and give anybody who's interacting with those, with that content, with those assets, a really simple, green tick, you're in the right place, you're holding the right thing, this is all genuine. And that's really what the MetaNet is giving us here. So, yeah, that's ELAS, that's the MetaNet, that's what we do. We're looking for customers here in Australia especially, and also looking for investors. So if there's anyone who for that sounded interesting, please come and speak to me in the break.
Thanks, Brendan. I know the MetaNet talk is quite intense for some, but you can see the output of what they've been able to create using that model. Any questions for Brendan? Yep.
Hi, thanks. Just a quick question. Essentially, your second layer agent is effectively enforcing a second layer protocol, right?
Yes.
So I just want to ask, is that like a standard across the MetaNet, or is there a separate protocol for each use case?
So the MetaNet protocol is meant to be a standard, but it's all a bit in flux at the moment. In order to do things like multi-party permissions and spendable permissions, we've actually had to extend that protocol beyond that base spec, but we are working with the company who manages it to...
But it's meant to be standard.
It's meant to be
like
a standard.
Okay.
Yeah, that's right.
And how are they incentivised?
What do you mean?
Well, they're performing a service above and beyond what the base layer is, and the base layer is incentivised through miners that have their incentives. So how does the second layer?
Well, so because I'm just using the mining service, I'm just taking a second layer and I'm just sticking it in a first layer, and so the miners just treat it like any other transaction. They don't care what it is.
So second layer agents are actually part of your organisation.
The second layer agent is what we do. Yeah. So we have nothing to do with the mining network other than, working with them to get our stuff onto the blockchain.
Actually, I'm going to talk to you afterwards, right?
Yeah, okay.
Thank you. Miners are basically transaction processors, if that, because I know not everyone here is from the blockchain world, but if you think miners, transaction processors. Was there a question?
Yeah, over there.
Sorry.
Hi, thanks for the nice talk. So you talked about MetaNet. How is it different from the other layer 2 protocols? For example, think of say you talked about payment channels. So how is it different, or
so the payment channel in the aspect that I was talking about, I wouldn't call that layer 2. That's like a base layer function of Bitcoin SV. So you can't use payment channels on BTC. In fact, you can't do anything that I spoke about today on BTC.
Are you talking about some kind of a side chain?
No.
Then
so what I'm talking about is regular, like a valid, fully valid Bitcoin transaction, And into that transaction, I'm pushing a data packet. And then inside that data packet is a little MetaNet protocol header, and then whatever I choose to put in there. And then so we then create a service that knows how to interpret that packet that's inside the transaction. And so we pull that out. We have our own little database that's sitting there and processing and then managing what is happening for all of the users.
Oh, so the database is somewhat different, right? And
Yeah, it's whatever's needed for the application.
Yeah, and you are putting some kind of a metadata on
Yeah, so yes, correct.
on
Yeah.
the blockchain?
That's
or
right.
The Bitcoin blockchain. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Thank you. That was Dr. Sushmita Rouge from the University of New South Wales. Thank you for your question.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Yes, one over there. We'll probably take a break after this question.
Sure.
Thank you.
So yeah, I was a little bit late to your talk, but so what you're saying, you're using the Bitcoin network.
Bitcoin SV network, yeah.
Okay, all right. Because but then underneath, do you create you are creating your own network? No. So you're still using based on Bitcoin.
Yeah.
Okay, using Bitcoin.
So
Thank you.
everything is written onto the Bitcoin blockchain. There's no second layer system or anything like that. Yeah, there's our system, but it's not a blockchain or anything like that. It's purely so dependent on the business that we're supporting for that private ledger. That's a bespoke system that knows exactly how to interpret what's happening inside that private ledger. So the advantage of being able to deploy a private ledger on a public blockchain is that within your private ledger you can do whatever you like. And you don't need to be bound to any particular protocol or way of doing things. You pretty much have the freedom to do whatever you want.
I always tell people a key difference between private blockchains and public blockchains. You can delete a private blockchain, but you can never delete, Bitcoin.
Correct.
Yes. Any security testing is the question.
We have done security testing on our own back-end systems, and then it's for the customers who've requested that we do security evaluation on the front end, and then that's what we've done as well. Yeah. So.
Thank you, Bill.
Yeah, so far.
A+. So thank you all. Coffee and tea and biscuits and cookies are out there. Don't have too many biscuits because then you'll fall asleep for my next speech. Thank you. We'll see you then. Okay, we'll just... Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to start the presentations again. If I could please ask for everybody outside to make their way in. Thank you, Robert. So hopefully you grabbed yourself some cookie or something. It'll keep you going. Lunch, we'll try to get through these reasonably quickly. We'll have lunch at 1:30 and then canapes at 4:30 as well. So there is food coming in 2 separate sessions. I'll just wait another minute or so, and I'll begin. Let's begin. I'll be talking about a product called an on survey, which is a tool that allows for publicly verifiable voting and surveys. Use the lectern. Hypothetically, just imagine a transparent ballot box. You walk up to a ballot box, you can see inside it, it's made out of glass, and you can see every vote being cast in there. To make it more digestible, let's just imagine it's a population of 10 people. And you can see every vote going in, and most importantly, I think, is that you can see your own vote in there. So you know that your vote has been counted. This is one of the fundamental use cases, I think, of blockchain technology, that it allows for this sort of scenario, because the transparent ballot box is the blockchain. As we've said, the transparency is a key strength of blockchain. That doesn't mean that every single vote that you cast, let's say you're doing a private merger deal, or let's just, you don't want those to be public, and that's fine. The votes can be encrypted, and they can only be accessed by those that need to see those votes. But the important thing is that the people who need to see can see. And that's what's crucial when we talk about, everyone can see everything on the blockchain. Well, most of the things on the blockchain will probably be encrypted, but they'll be accessible to the relevant parties. I believe that transparency in voting will lead to fair elections. And there's a lot, we saw recently, not recent anymore, but we saw that, there was claims of fraud in the US election, and it doesn't matter which side of politics that you sit on. If you believe that the truth is on your side, then transparency has a part to play. The other advantage is anyone can tally up results themselves. So sure, you can see your vote in there, and you can feel confident that your vote got counted, but you can do your own tally up. So you don't have to rely on card counters. You don't have to rely on, there's no mistakes. Electronic voting by its nature, it can be computed quite easily, but it's so much more rigid when it's blockchain. Finally, what happens on the blockchain stays on the blockchain. And what this means is that even if in 50 years from now, that if someone wants to audit what happened at a particular vote in time, they can go back and they can redo the count, they can reassess what happened exactly with pristine precision. So there's no two ways of this. The record remains intact. The record remains immutably recorded for all times. So this is the product. Anon survey. That's a screenshot of the application. It comes with a WYSIWYG editor that allows you to build your own survey or voting platform, or your own voting form, I should say. And no different to something like SurveyMonkey once you build it. It's two checkboxes at the bottom. One is to publish to the blockchain. Some may not want to. The other one is to encrypt those responses so that only yourself and whoever you choose can have access to that. So an example of this would be if there's a merger deal. So of course we're talking federal elections most of the time, but that's the holy grail of such a technology. But not necessarily. It could be anything. I think most good technologies start in the private sector. As I mentioned before, sure, this will graph it all for you and all that sort of stuff, but you can then go in and do the tallying yourself if you want to. With these sorts of things, it's just knowing where to look. There are many blockchain explorer services that will allow you to analyze and critically assess data. And the really good thing about this application is that all of the blockchain stuff happens behind the scenes. You don't need to think about tokens. You don't need to buy any Bitcoin. You don't need to worry about crypto. The idea is that anyone should be able to use it. The mechanics happens behind the scenes. This is a BSV blockchain sponsored event. I use BSV blockchain for this application. For a reason, it's super cheap for me to use. To record data, it costs microcents. So I've done the math, and I can record the entire population of Australia, the vote of the entire voting population of Australia, for less than 200 Australian dollars. That's pretty cheap when we're talking millions of transactions. So no wallet, no apps needed, no blockchain knowledge needed, and therefore no confusion. In fact, I'd love for someone to just give it a quick go right now. Is there any volunteer that would just want to scan a QR code for me and just respond to something? Preferably someone who has never used blockchain. Claudel, please. You put your hand up there pretty quickly. Claudel, General Manager at CIMIC, who will be talking to us a little later as well. Thank you, Claudel. Now, yeah, if you could scan that and maybe just explain what you're seeing.
Okay, so it's opening up the Anon survey.
Right, sorry.
Is it?
Yep. Okay.
And I'm voting on a merger, am I?
So you're voting, oops, sorry, I clicked away from it. So you have there's a question there.
Yep.
Do you think we should have more?
Conferences. Yep, I say yes, and I submit that. And it says, thank you for submitting the survey form. We hope you had a great experience.
That's it.
Yep, okay.
Thank you,
No
Claudel. You just performed a Bitcoin transaction, a BSV transaction. That was not too difficult, I take? She even forgot her glasses. That is where we as tech companies need to head. We need to make it extremely easy. People don't need to know they're using blockchain, but the benefits of blockchain need to be reaped from the experience. Thank you, Claudel. Yes, and I'll explain that in a moment. So, you know, where can this application be used? Well, there's a number of areas. Obviously, democratic elections is the obvious one, but, you know, shareholder voting, we spoke about that. Academic surveys, I know we've got a few senior lecturers here in the audience, and academic surveys, you know, when you're writing academic reports and you have to survey a number of people, and you do that in psych and a whole bunch of disciplines, when people need to do citations of that work, imagine future citations or people reviewing the work or whatever, having access to the original source material, the original surveys that are captured on blockchain forever. Someone could go through in 50 years' time and re-evaluate certain responses that were done in a certain point in time. Consumer surveys, council voting, or at any level of government for that matter, census reports, then that data would be really, truly transparent for everybody, and there wouldn't be any grey areas, really. Board voting, employee satisfaction, and a whole plethora of things that I haven't even thought of yet. But that's just the beginning. I have a method for making it super easy for someone to see their own vote. At the moment, you kind of have to go to a blockchain explorer and dig it up. But I have a very, very simple method for someone to see their own vote after they've cast it in. And I still don't have a patent for it, so I don't want to disclose the exact methodology. But it is coming. I just want to get a patent for it first. So. Claudel, I can show you your transaction later, but in terms of making it super easy, there's a next step I have to. It's quite a simple, easy way to do it. It just hasn't been. I don't have the patent for it, so I don't want to disclose too much of that just yet. It's pretty simple. If anyone wants to use it, I'm more than happy to set you up an account, and you can start using it if you want to use it. The monetization, like I said, the blockchain work happens all in the background. The monetization is, well, works on a subscription model, PayPal, credit card, and so on. So people really, really, really don't need to use any coin or anything of that nature to use this product. That's all I've got to present regarding this, so I'm happy to take questions if anyone has any questions. Yes, sir. I'll just pass the microphone over to you.
Thank you, Eli. My question is, how do you tie an identity to a vote?
Yeah, that's a good question. The question is identity and how it ties to vote. Obviously, you want it to remain, especially, you want the privacy to remain there, so you don't want to disclose that. But there is a part of this that exists outside of the system, and that is, every respondent receives a unique token URL, right? So that's on the issuer to determine. However, let's say you're doing Australia, 16 million voting population, maybe 17, right? You issue 17 million tokens for responses. Does that provide a capacity for fraud? Well, if you get more than 17 million, then you definitely know something's wrong in responses, right? So someone's created some sort of fraud. But it's all transparent. You can see how many are issued. You can see how many are issued. Of course, let's just say someone doesn't respond and then you use their token. There's always going to be edge cases where people can take a little bit of advantage of something, but all in all, the transparency and the benefit that this gives is miles ahead of where we're at right now. So yes, the identity system needs to be external to this system, and it needs to be managed. So for if we're taking a federal election into account, what we've got is the electoral roll. You've got everyone's names and all that sort of stuff, and that exists outside of this system. So the distribution of these tokens and all these links needs to be handled externally. You could easily do it so that every person in the mail receives a QR code in their envelope, and it's a unique QR code. They scan that and they submit their response. That's one way of doing it. Then you've also got people, stealing mail. There's always going to be issues, but I think it addresses most of the issues that we have. That's why I say, like in the first case, the best way that this works is in the private sector, where if you have a merger deal, you have 7, 8 people. It's impossible to commit fraud with such a small group. But every one of those, let's say it's shareholders. All shareholders can see their vote. They know they were accounted for. Does that answer the question?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Ethel, can I ask you help with the microphone? Thank you. Mr. Michael Choi. Michael Choi is one of the presenters. He'll be presenting a social media platform shortly.
Thanks, Eli. In some occasion, you want to clearly identify the voters, like in an ASX stock-listed company, you want to identify the shareholder. But in some occasion, like a voting federal election, you want to make sure the voting is legit, but you don't want to identify the voters the way they voted. So how do you deal with that?
It's called anon survey because we want to preserve the identity of the person, as in to keep it as anonymous as possible in this system. If you do need to capture the identity, it'd be pretty simple because we could easily record the token to the blockchain, so then you can reassociate who the token is to the user. But I went out of my way to disassociate the token so that it doesn't get recorded on the blockchain. Any other questions regarding this product? Great. If you want to have a bit of a play around with it, or if you want to see it, please come talk to me at the lunchtime break. That'd be great. Thank you. Next up, we have Paul Chiari, who will be talking about MetaStream and making it easy for business to use blockchain. Thank you, Paul.
Yeah, it's great to be here in Sydney today to discuss Bitcoin in business and how the tools we have developed can allow any business to cut through the noise and complexity of crypto and easily take advantage of the underlying technology. Operating an IT consultancy business in a regional area for many years, has highlighted the challenges faced by industries where connectivity to mobile and broadband networks can be limited. The agricultural industry in particular struggles with huge amounts of waste and inefficiency throughout the supply chain. It is my contention that better data sharing throughout the supply chain can drive many efficiencies to reduce waste, which in turn powers a more sustainable future. IoT and low-power wireless technologies are making data collection in remote areas increasingly cost-effective and allowing them to collect and utilise data to improve their processes and maximise returns. Blockchain presents an opportunity to encourage siloed data into a standard interface where both value and data can be traded or shared among stakeholders. A single ledger of events that captures data from every step of the supply chain can provide information that can lead to improvements in food safety, solve issues around food fraud, assist continuity of supply, and better arm consumers with information about the produce they have purchased. It is quite possible, where I live in North Queensland, that a banana that was grown within 100 kilometres of my home may have travelled over 4,000 kilometres to get to a local supermarket. If we're all serious about a sustainable future, then surely this needs to change. Ideas around utilising a public blockchain to verifiably store and utilise data led to a proof of concept application we called WeatherSV. It soon became very popular and was broadcasting over 100,000 transactions per day, which pushed our infrastructure to the limits, but exposed bottlenecks and taught us many lessons about scaling Bitcoin applications. It also gave us the opportunity to negotiate directly with miners to reduce transaction fees to make data-based high-throughput applications more viable. Climate data is collected and utilised by many industries for internal operations, which is if shared to a wider world, could create much higher resolution climate data and prediction models. We are now working on direct integrations for weather stations and a data market to enhance the collection and dissemination of this climate data. Now, these next two slides are not meant to be a definitive list, but instead highlight some of the reasons for looking at blockchain technology and some of the use cases that we have identified with a focus on the data layer of the Bitcoin protocol. The first question any business should ask is, why Bitcoin? What does it add to any current system or process? Or sorry, why blockchain, really? The first clearly perceivable benefit of utilising the technology is clearly stated in the first sentence of the 2008 white paper. A purely peer-to-peer version of electronic cash would allow online payments to be sent directly from one party to another without going through financial institution. Many systems and processes today rely on multiple third parties to maintain trust between stakeholders. Blockchain allows us new ways to handle trust issues, as all parties can independently verify the same version of events from a time-stamped, publicly provable ledger. Bitcoin is a single protocol capable of handling both data and payments. Unlike the internet today, which is essentially a data network with payment solutions bolted on top, Bitcoin as a base protocol gives us a foundation to build a new, more secure internet of the future. Similarly, as with payments, the Bitcoin protocol can be used to increase trust and veracity of data while reducing the need for third-party arbitration. For example, a blockchain ledger can be used to easily prove the veracity of data originally collected, while any updates or changes to that data over time can be fully audited on the ledger. Micro and nano transactions unlock a new world of commerce as products and services can feasibly be priced at cents or even fractions of cents. Some obvious applications are disrupting subscription content delivery model with pay per article, per megabyte, per minute, or per tweet. I believe these tiny transactions are also a key to unlocking a world of siloed data by incentivizing its dissemination through a standard interface, allowing better data-based decisions to assist in solving many of the challenges the world faces today. Okay. A publicly verifiable blockchain brings new levels of transparency and ease in tracking and tracing the authenticity and provenance of virtually any product on the planet. Blockchain is increasingly seen as the best technology for this purpose, and government tenders involving food and mineral tracing are validating these concepts. Many industries today are facing increased burdens of regulation, auditing and compliance. Systems built on blockchain for this purpose create a verifiable audit trail that can capable of tracking any changes. It adds a layer of transparency and veracity that will become increasingly important and useful to many industry sectors. A public blockchain can be used to create an image of a state of any data at a particular time in history without that data being visible on chain necessarily. It is a perfect way to mitigate against potential liabilities that may arise for the manipulation of data once it is shared with other parties. The properties inherent in the Bitcoin protocol make it a perfect platform to securely trade and share verifiable data. Microtransaction-sized payments allow trade of very granular data or rewarding millions of contributors of a larger data set. Blockchain and IoT make perfect partners for numerous reasons, but one of the core concepts we are pursuing is the incentivizing of data collection and sharing through marketplaces. The Bitcoin protocol also lends itself well to automation and auditing of IoT device operations. Taking physical assets and converting them to tradable tokens has a great potential for many applications. Engaging with partners such as Dan from Predict Ecology, we have been working on tokenized carbon offset credits that are autonomously generated from data collected about the assets such as a forest, tree plantations or hemp fields. MetaStream is largely a product of our experience scaling and building Weather SV. Our initial developments needed constant improvements in reliability and efficiency. Under the hood, it autonomously deals with many of the difficulties we encountered, but also addresses many of the challenges business face when wanting to utilise the benefits of blockchain technology. I'll now highlight a few of these challenges and how MetaStream deals with them. Firstly, blockchain development is a complex and specialised skill, not easily understood by a typical application developer. Tools and libraries help bridge the gap, but in our experience they are largely found wanting and were never designed with enterprise applications in mind. All of this can lead to much time and money spent on a project that may never meet expectations. MetaStream makes it easy for any developer to interact with the blockchain through our very simple API that requires virtually zero knowledge of blockchain development to integrate. It is essentially blockchain as a service and provides a robust, reliable, highly scalable transaction engine that will build, broadcast and report on information broadcast to the blockchain. To build and test applications on MetaStream is zero risk and 100% free as it operates on a test network. Once an application is ready for the live network, we have some very affordable monthly subscription plans for the provision of the service. Most cryptocurrencies, like the Bitcoin protocol, are built on blockchain technology. The blockchain ledgers offer a time-stamped, immutable ledger of events that are publicly verifiable. While the technology has many potential applications, the crypto component creates many barriers of entry, and especially to business and industry, who are usually fairly risk-averse. Price volatility and reputation are some of the key reasons businesses don't see the potential and want to stay clear of the technology. Volatility in network transaction fees dramatically reduces the utility of these systems, as many use cases become unviable. Recent events in the crypto world only further enforce these negative sentiments surrounding the sector and the need for services such as MetaStream. MetaStream cuts through the noise and complexities, enabling an application to utilise the underlying technology with zero involvement in the wild world of crypto. Some key features of MetaStream help make this possible. Firstly, custodial wallets for funding in transactions means we can easily accept our other payment options, and crypto is not required to fund the service or transactions generated. All management of wallets, addresses, UTXOs is handled autonomously by the platform. For large occasional payments, a high fee rate may not be a problem, but it makes it unviable for enterprise-level applications that may be broadcasting millions of transactions per day. High fee rates also rule out any application utilising microtransactions, as fee rates will often be exponentially higher than the value being transferred. The solutions for such applications is a scalable blockchain capable of processing millions of transactions per second, so that all transactions are being processed in a timely fashion and not leading to congestion, which then leads to the higher fee rates. Our ability to aggregate throughput from WeatherSV and other applications using our services has enabled us to negotiate fee rates directly with miners so we can offer stable transaction processing fees for our customers. The third and final challenge I would like to discuss is how Bitcoin applications have been traditionally built around running a full node, which is essentially a complete copy of the blockchain. This image of a Mandela network reasonably represents a Bitcoin network with larger directly connected nodes in the centre, branching out to the less connected edge nodes or home nodes. The scaling debate in Bitcoin is essentially an argument between two camps on how Bitcoin scales to enable global commerce. BTC Bitcoin core developers believe in keeping blocks small with off-chain scaling, which makes running a small home node viable, but restricts the network capacity. Satoshi believed Bitcoin scales virtually indefinitely, and SPV, or simplified payment verification, as described in the white paper, is a method to verify transactions without running a full node. It is one of the keys to building applications on a scalable blockchain, as the cost of operating a node, trying to verify millions of transactions per second, is a significant burden that is not essential for most applications. While much of our development focus has been on building and broadcasting transactions at scale, it is equally important to have methods for proving the existence and veracity of those transactions. Metaproof delivers exactly that and is our SPV service offering available within the platform. A light client SPV node should replace full nodes as a foundation for any scalable blockchain applications moving forward. Lastly, I'd just like to give a big thanks to the organisers and sponsors for today's conference and the attendees for coming to listen to us and expressing the interest in this technology. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. That was good. Are there any questions for Paul before we move on? No?
Obviously very clear.
Very clear.
Very clear.
He has an API that can let you push data to the blockchain super easy. That's the take home. It's super easy. If you want to publish data to the blockchain, plug it into your existing application, super easy to do. Thank you, Paul.
No worries, thank you.
Next up, I love this this product because Daniel Keane is working on some really, in my opinion, groundbreaking stuff and really important stuff for the environment, if you ask me. I've seen this presentation before. It's pretty good. Lots of information in there, but I'm sure you will enjoy it. Thank you, Daniel.
Thank you. Thanks. Thanks, Eli. Thanks, everyone, for being here. Firstly, I'd like to start by paying my respects to the First Nations people of the country. I'd like to thank their elders, past, present and emerging. So this presentation that you'll see today was written on Ngurrtjarra country in the Wet Tropics World Heritage Area and is being presented in the Eora Nation here in Sydney. I'd also like to thank the conference organisers, sponsors and all the tireless staff who have made this happen. And of course, I'd also like to thank all of you for being here and listening to me. So, I'm an ecologist. It's the crown that I took out of the box, and it's the one that I use to draw with. As a result, most of my examples today will be ecological or environmental or network-based systems. However, a lot of principles in ecological systems are very similar to business and the economy. Ecology is the economy of nature. I also like space and time, so that will be the starting point of my data collection because it gives something context. This may be a little bit technical in places, but please hang in there with me and feel free to hit me up at lunch if you need to. So, this is ecology data to me. There's a human and social aspect that I also must consider. There's not a single ecosystem on this planet that is unaffected or unimpacted by humans. We are an embedded component in the natural world. We're also, unfortunately, on the brink of a global precipice. Biodiversity collapse will change ecosystem services that we expect and take for granted for the worst. So how do we prevent this? Researchers and academics have pointed out that the societal need for high-velocity ecological data analytics and forecasting grows at the pace of environmental change and will continue to grow at an accelerated rate as the severity and synchrony of this disturbance increases. Given the ecological value of the economic value of these ecological services and the potential disruption by, let's say, enhanced climate variability, this leads to a strong economic and societal incentive to increase ecological analytical velocity. For ecological knowledge to be useful, it must be timely. So we start recording the complexity of the natural world, we value it, and we use this understanding of the complexity to improve our sustainability. Human beings are busy, and it's easy to overlook the natural resources, ecosystems, and the natural capital. It's around us every minute of every day. They're where we live. Good ecological data, or good environmental data, also de-risks projects. So we hear this word used to assist us in preventing this degradation, a way of being mindful of the interactions that we're having. So I like to think of sustainability as an interaction between humans and the natural system that does not damage the value of the natural system. And by extension, an interaction that can be achieved in a regenerative, dynamic, self-sustaining way. But how do we do this? Well, if you haven't already assumed, we must first know what we're doing. And for that, we must collect empirical, real-world data for data-driven predictions about natural ecosystems. We don't want to be reactive when there's so much at stake. There's currently no planet B. From good data, we can make good models. We can do good inferences and we can track trends over time. We can predict these changes before they happen. So here's an example of one of a machine learning image segmentation implementations that I did a few years ago to classify trees, shrubs, litter and grass. And this was as part of a habitat suitability assessment to predict where a species may move to. But this isn't a typical method for an ecologist. I use ecological data every day. It's my job. However, have you considered that you use it every day too? If you eat fruit or vegetables, which I hope you do, you're relying on pollination by wind, insects and other vectors. If you go for a run, you'll probably wind up choosing a route with trees for shade and shelter. You may plan a holiday based on where's been the least affected by drought or fire. So I use ecological data a little bit differently, as you probably assumed. An ecologist might be asked to survey and model the population of pollinators for a commercial species and make predictions about where to plant a farm. An ecologist may be asked to identify and measure and model about foliage projective cover in an urban forest and make predictions about suitable species and ongoing management considerations. An ecologist might also be asked to examine the impacts of a dam's environmental flows on food webs and the impact on a commercially caught fishery. The example that I've used here is a fairly simple example of dam regulation in a Mediterranean, highly variable Mediterranean river. It's a detritus-based system, so that's leaf litter and the things that fall into the water. Now you can see, hopefully, that there's been a deleterious effect of having this dam. Now, if there was a commercial fishery at the bottom of this, it's not very good news for the commercial fisheries and the people whose lives depend upon those. So I'm a consultant, and as a result, I get paid to investigate and answer these kinds of questions. So, data, or depending upon how Australian you want to feel, it's the same thing, right? It's the new money. So the statistician William Deming said, "In God we trust, everyone else bring data." Human beings are intuitive animals. However, we live in a world of data. For data to become intuitive, we must derive knowledge from this data in order to construct a story for our intuition. This requires careful analytics. This is data science. It also requires data structuring to allow us to scale and think and see beyond just our own experiences, and that's data engineering. Data, in its simplest meaningful definition, is a tensor. And good old Wikipedia defines a tensor as an algebraic object that describes multilinear relationship sets between other algebraic objects in a vector space. All right, sorry about that. So quite simply, data is any type of information that you can apply actions to. So now that we have some fundamentals covered, data is a tensor and we use it, I want to start talking about complexity. Ecology is complex. On the left is an example of an endangered tropical lowland forest from the wet tropics bioregion that I surveyed recently. And it's a place that I fell over. I'll get to that later. So, bear with me for this. The trees of a tropical lowland rainforest are typically tall, at least 25 metres, often with well-developed buttresses on some species. Some are evergreen, however, some are semi-deciduous or rarely deciduous, such as Ficus apipilla or Ficus virens. They also have mesophyll leaves, so that's leaves within a range of 12.5 to 25 centimetres. There's also epiphytes of all sizes, and they're frequently found on tree trunks and branches. The vines, which are obviously quite common, usually have a well-developed subcanopy tree layer and is often represented, often has a sparse shrubby or sapling layer, indicating a seedling bank, so young trees that are coming through. Herbs and ferns are either common to uncommon, but grasses are very rare. Palms are common, particularly in damp soils, and are otherwise scattered through the subcanopy and sometimes the understory. Okay, so on the right, we have a very complex looking networked graph of a very much simpler ecosystem, a plankton food web. Now you can obviously appreciate that there's a lot going on here. It's complex, right? But this is a much simpler example than a rainforest. So ecosystems are complex, but what else are they? Ecosystems are data structures. Like businesses, economies, ecosystems are mainly involved in the processing of energy and materials, and they're actually nested one inside one another. They are simultaneously parts and wholes. These ecosystems include individual organisms bundled into local populations as functional components of local communities or ecosystems, local systems that make up working parts of a larger regional ecosystem. So in addition to my preface for data and complexity and sums of wholes and parts, I'd like to have a look at this mountain stream. So this is a stream, this is a photograph that I took some years ago now, and I'd like you to think about the natural capital, the processes and the data that's being demonstrated by this picture. We've got water purification, we've got air purification, we've got biodiversity, we've got plants, animals, fish, invertebrates. there's also probably a human story, an unseen cultural connection. This collectively is ecosystem services, and it's natural capital. It's a capital that's based on interactions. However, this is just one snapshot of one stream. There is 86,400 one-second snapshots in an average day. And this is a huge volume, high velocity, high dimensional data set. All right, I'm going to ease up a little bit now. So, I can't say too much about this. Look at the size of that fig tree. How many animals do you think visit that fig tree a year? How many litres of water do you think that tree cleans? How many kilograms of oxygen does it produce a year? Sometimes I do just get to smell the roses, or in this case, photograph cool grasshoppers. I'm not entirely confident that I know its name, but it looks like an inland painted grasshopper. And it's just a cool photo. Break it up a bit. Stay away from the grubs. Some of my data looks like this. Sparse arrays of floristic transects encoded as presence-absence data to assess and to characterise vegetation communities. All of my data gets turned into knowledge. And then a report serves a purpose. A story of the data, if you like. So I don't want to fall into a trap that I probably glossed over a little bit earlier. It's a Feynman trap. That is the trap of knowing the answer prior to analysing the data, cherry-picking bits. It's a bias, if you like. It's common criticism of data mining, and in some ways of big data itself. It's also just not good scientific method. Finding something unusual or surprising after it's happened or already occurred is neither unusual nor is it surprising, as you've already noticed it. This is very true for data in ecology. Not bias, but finding something after it happened. Patterns are sure to be found, and they're likely to be misleading, absurd, or worse. So of course I want volume, velocity, variety, and veracity, but I also want two extra V's. I want value, that's the rigorous analysis of the data, and I also want validity. Why are you recording it? So let me explain a little bit about this. Ecologists now have big data. On the right is a public Australian species records. There's like well over 100 million records across 11,000 data sets. Okay, so for a company like mine, who works at a project level, big data is essentially anything that I can't process on my workstation. Now, I've got a chunky workstation. It's got 512 gig of RAM, 2 Titan RTXs in it. Yeah, I really can crunch a lot of numbers. But ecological data is much bigger. Raw data from flux experiments worldwide scale into the petabyte size. And IoT and edge computation is improving at such a great rate of knots. I mean, NVIDIA, just recently, released edge compute boards which range from 10 to 100 watts. A 2018 paper synthesised some of the big data advantages and issues with big data quite well in the ecological field. This was their representation. They took various sources and they ranked them according to the 4 Vs, 4 data Vs network. Remote sensors, in situ IoTs, biodiversity databases, community curated data. Each panel represents the 4 axes of big data: velocity, variety, volume, veracity. And a quantitative scoring to the degree of challenge faced by ecologists of each type. So the arrows show the dimensions in which the growth is particularly rapid. So we have big ecological data, but there's a problem. I'm not on the list. I generate terabytes of ecological data every year. So what do I want from ecological data? And by extension, what should you expect? So I want volume. Big data, that's terabyte, exabyte scale. A great example of this is camera trapping data. The Tropical Ecology Assessment Network generated just over 3 million images of tropical animals in 2017. This is only increased. Camera trap data and wildlife monitoring is big enough for Microsoft to release open source tools to leverage image segmentation and object detection to process this. And Work is also being done at the same stage to allow expert annotations. I'll get back to expert annotations. A flux network, eddy flux covariance towers, we're talking about gas monitoring and ecosystem dynamics. It's got over 500 sites worldwide, 200 variables recorded, and 1,500 site years of data at sub-hourly resolution. The raw data volume of this project alone is in the petabyte scale. Trillions and trillions of raw data points. I'll also give you an example of a baseline survey for a mine. So there's environmental guidelines. That gives me the data science, engineering background, so I don't have to dream up what I'm going to record. The example that I use here is a 2-year study. So we looked comprehensively at all aspects of this project. We took heaps of water samples, heaps of sediment samples, paired macro and vertebrate samples, so they're the little water bugs that live in the streams. We've got over 15,000 individual records of plants, 50,000+ records of fauna. We also had it flown with LiDAR. So that's about 25 points per square metre generated by a laser, over 189 square kilometres. So all up, this project is about 3.5 terabytes. This is what we deal with. This is what I deal with. I also want my data to have velocity. So velocity encompasses the rates of data generation, rates of data processing and inference, and most critically, most mission sensitive to time, it must be analysed in near real time to produce timely information for meaningful insights. Because remember, for ecological knowledge to be useful, it must be timely. On the left, we have the incidental records for a baseline study. So incidental records are those that we collect in addition to our structured transects. So it's everything else that you might notice while you're already out in the paddock. So you've got to remember, this is field work. We're driving, walking, falling over, getting bitten by things. And the practicalities of collecting data in this way requires strong knees, something that I did have when I was younger. On the right, we also have a representation of a machine learning data set that's derived from UAVs. So UAVs surveyed 300 hectares in hours, not days. We then use that multispectral data to segment vegetation. And for all practical purposes, we could only use 100 million randomly selected cases, otherwise my machine fell over. Data must also have variety. Now, variety describes the degree of data heterogeneity, so differences, and the complexity of the relationships among the data. It's a defining feature of ecological data. Variety is also closely linked to scalability. In big data, scalable solutions must be able to work across a wide range of data volumes and data types. High variety of data limits scalability of ecological science. Ecosystems are complex though, right? With many kinds of measurements necessary to elucidate some underlying process. Variety can be reduced but can never be eliminated. There will always be a dynamic tension between standardising and structuring an existing data set and creating new and better ways of observing ecological systems. Oh, did I go back? Yep, no, here I am. I also want my data to have veracity. So I like veracity. Veracity is a broad term that encompasses observational error, expertise, reliability of primary collectors, the possibility of data corruption during secondary data management and analysis, and any other factor that may increase its uncertainty. So I'm a botanist. I've got over 15 years field experience in Queensland. I'm also defined or categorised as a suitably qualified person under the Nature Conservation Act of Queensland. That means that I can go and undertake protected plant surveys. Each time I do this, I must also submit a statutory declaration. I cannot send a young herpetologist, that's a lizard frog specialist, to go and undertake a flora survey. That's just silly, right? You know, they can tag along, they can learn some stuff, but they're not going to be able to lead this. So one of the major hurdles of big data is building systems that allow data provenance and support expert data annotation. Can anyone say blockchain? On the left, we have a zoologist collaborator of mine traversing a random timed meander walk, and yes, that's actually a real survey technique. And on the right, we have a photograph of me right before I fell over during a protected plant survey. I fall over a lot. Okay, so they're our usual 4 Vs. I also want my data to have validity. Validity is based on regulatory scrutiny and is different to veracity in a very nuanced but very important way. While veracity does not consider data privacy and was only focused on the accuracy and truth of the data, things like, can the source be trusted? Is it associated with the right ID, people, IoT device, culture, etc.? Validity, on the other hand, brings legality to the table. And in the context of ecosystem data, it considers requirements such as data provenance, transparency, and the legal basis associated with the processing and whether or not it's being processed within an appropriate retention time. For example, should threatened species be made public? If not, why? The cycad that you see on the photograph here is vulnerable listed, and the map shows you its entire world distribution. You can see that the coordinates have been obfuscated. Well, they're on a grid, right? It's at least 400 years old. It's been here since before European colonisation, and if left undisturbed, it will be here for longer. What's the time limit on when and how and where we disseminate this data? This data is important for people like me, for people like you. But there's some issues. There's also questions like, how long should we retain audio-acoustic monitoring data? Or should we record the locations of First Nations artefacts and make this data public? Or even, who has the IP rights to this data and the knowledge and the metadata derived from it? Also want value. Value, as you can expect, relates to the information that can be derived from the data collection, knowledge and subsequent story of the data. But data is just a tensor, right? It's useless without being able to derive some information from it. Rigorous analysis of accurate data and the information contained within it is why we collect data in the first place. It seems pointless to collect accurate data and then do silly things with it. So where does this leave me? So that's what I need from my data. How do I get good data? There's so many good sources. Open science, governmental data, university data, consultant data, citizen science, First Nations people, but I want to start with primary collection. This is how ecologists collect data. Notepad and pen, GPS, yep. So it's not a long-term solution. It pretty well leads to a typical workflow that looks like this: going, doing fieldwork, falling over, getting sweaty, writing some handwritten notes. I then have to come back and transcribe it, and I'll be honest with you, even I can't read my own handwriting sometimes. It takes forever. Got to link all the photographs, link all the waypoints, clean all the data, change all the names, create some like vectors, you know, some stuff that you might want to see on a map, put it into a spreadsheet, do some analysis. I've then got to store this. Notepads get lost. They go mouldy. They get misplaced. Data gets corrupted. I don't know if you've seen Australia lately, but we've had fires, floods, and the effect of climate change. None of this is a long-term solution. I used to love it, still do, but it's just not long-term. The world's becoming more digital. So how do I digitally onboard data? And this is how my progression of data has happened. Data collection. I now collect with a IoT device, which I left over there on the chair. A mobile phone. There's heaps to love about this. Internal cameras, internal GPS, NFC readers, QR code readers. Like, I can make a full-on map on my phone and take photographs of it. With it, sorry. So this is my modern workflow. I prepare a data collector app. I go and do my field work. Now, nothing's changed there. I still get bitten by bugs, still fall over, still get hurt. I directly digitally record it. There's no transcription. All my data's in high-dimensional spaces already, so I've got lines and polygons and dots and the like. I can load it, download it, put it onto a cloud. It's already all linked. And it saves me about half a day per day. I don't like writing things twice. But with every project, I find that I must either create or find data. What happened? Where did it happen? How much of it happened? When did it happen? Between what did it happen? and can I trust it? And how do I do this at scale? How do I audit this in 10 years' time? How do I prove to my clients this data? Now, every time I want a consolidated, tamper-proof, generator-owned data repository. Big data is ubiquitous. However, its origin, validity, and accessibility are not. So this is where blockchain can help. I'm a scientist, and I'm certainly not here using blockchain just for blockchain's sake, or dreams of number go up, I get Lambo. I'm using blockchain, and Bitcoin specifically, because it can make my life easier, and it lets me do my job better, and that results in a better outcome for the world. Blockchain and Bitcoin is consolidated. That reduces siloing. It's indexed. It's tamper-proof. It's a worm. Write once, read many. Once it's there, can't be deleted. It's also a tool that can be used as a data repository and data indexing and verification. It can assist in equity of access. BSV, or Bitcoin, is a public blockchain, and it will certainly help with transparency. So what does it do to my 6 Vs? I'd like you to just focus on the bottom 2. Blockchain allows for volume. Numerous records, millions of transactions in each a block every 10 minutes, and because it's consolidated, it's all in one place. It allows for validity. So we've got things like n-lock time, multi-sig, smart contracts. It allows us to value. So because it's immutable, the information that can be derived from that data collection can also be monetized. It also allows veracity. So blockchain allows you to track the data and instantly audit the provenance and verify the expert annotation, analysis, and the management decisions derived thereof. It also allows variety. So there'll still be variety. There's always got to be. However, because of the distributed nature of blockchain and millions of transactions, I have scale with variety. No more of this little tension war. I can also have velocity. So due to Merkle proofs and consolidation in one source, all the data is there. You'll also notice that I included consultants in the plan. So what does all of this mean for my workflow? This is what my workflow looks like now. Prepare the data collector, do the field work, all the same stuff, right down to where I get to encrypt, hash, Merkleize, and then load my data onto blockchain. I can then store it on the BSV network or a long-term archive. I can then monetize this data. And this is how the progression of my data collection has changed. I collect digitally at first, at scale, in a distributed way with blockchain integration. And yes, that is a bee with a CSIRO GPS tracker on its back. How cool is that? So I use a collector app. Why reinvent something? For this presentation, I'm going to use a static data point. As I said, there's so many other types of data. Now, thanks to a long-term collaborator of mine, I don't know where he's gone, he's probably gone outside, MetaStream, Paul Chiari, we've used this suite of tools, and this data is indexed on-chain. So this is where it's going to get a little bit heavier. I apologize for this. So here we have a Merkle proof for 200 megabyte spatial data set that I encoded, hashed, and then combined as per SPV and Merkle proof, like the tree diagram that you can see there. And the root of the Merkle proof was put into an op return in the transaction, and it's highlighted up there on the raw transaction. So Predict Ecology collected this using an IoT device. Using MetaStream's suite of tools, we encoded it. Yep. You can see the op returns there. So let's say you want to use this data. You can purchase it. I can send it to you. You can open a data stream, and you can check the validity and veracity of each individual data point. This is blockchain. This is smart trust. You can encode, you can take the data I send you, you can encode it, and you can then use that to verify the leaf's proof for any random point within that data set. In this case, I've shown index 32, a bush food tree. And, yep, oh, sorry, jumped ahead. No, that's about it. So here's some data that I also loaded onto chain. In December 2020, I loaded a small ecological data set, what was it? About 2.46 gig, few million transactions, 11.2 million transactions. So we used some fairly simple techniques then, and we've progressed a long way. And as you can see, the price for being able to load that data has come down significantly. So remember when I said that ecosystem data is similar to DAGs or networked structures? So a DAG, you may have heard in Brendan's talk, is a directed acyclic graph. MetaNet DAGs allow you to scale beyond one data set, but also create structure and security in your data. These can be permissioned ledgers on a public blockchain with multi-party signatures to create structured hierarchies of data, such as with Elas's DAGDA. Or it can just be a data structure. Or it could be a feed-forward predictor using graph-based machine learning techniques. Is it just me, or does that random forest look a lot like that MetaNet DAG? Those nodes could be weights. We could pay for feed-forward machine learning acting on blockchain. Because let's face it, I'm not going to digest a 24-hour data stream from across the entire world myself. I'm going to need some sleep, and I'm going to get a machine to do it. So, you're probably by now saying, okay, cool, Dan, what does tensors, data structures, DAGs, Bitcoin, ecological data, IoT, linked multi-way component analysis, and whatever the hell you just said, have anything to do with environmental sustainability? Well, remember, for ecological knowledge to be useful, it must be timely. There are many frameworks developed by brilliant minds across the world to solve sustainability while still supporting development. And one such is the UNEP's following themes. I'm not going to go into them too much. I'm going to present an EIS, which in my state of Australia, Queensland, is defined as a rigorous assessment of environmental, social and economic impacts. It's a process that involves the whole of government and in coordination with public and private consultation. So firstly, what will the project be assessed on? They produce the terms of reference, and it's essentially the list of things that the proponent must go through and answer to then be able to be assessed and be considered. And this goes into a draft form, then goes out to public. The public are notified, they're allowed input, it then comes back and it gets iterated. Once that's finalised, the EIS or the proponent will hire consultants or individuals, suitably qualified individuals to go and to collect raw data. So it will provide a comprehensive description of the current environment of the project area, the potential economic, social and environmental impacts. It will speak about and assess how the development will propose to minimise, avoid, mitigate and offset these potential impacts. And these impacts can be direct, indirect or cumulative, and they can result from the construction, commissioning, operation and or decommissioning of the project. So we're talking about huge volumes of data here, lots to think about, lots of moving parts. It also needs to consider scale, so the relative magnitude and impact that this may have. And that's in terms of intensity, duration and irreversibility. So it's the job of ecologists and scientists like me to come up with this, collect this data, analyse it and report it faithfully. This process involves multiple public notifications and hold points to ensure that the community, the people who invariably are going to inherit this project after the proponent's gone, it's got to be done. So we go through, we do all this great work, it's all been finished and it's in data size. All that excellent, expensive data. The project got permitted and that raw data is in a silo. So here, as a result, I have three theoretical projects with data and impacts. And to the best of my knowledge, this data is not shared in any meaningful, pragmatic or peer-to-peer manner. The consultants working on EIS 3 do not have permissioned access to the data of EIS 1. It's just not shared. These three proponents that I use may be competing entities. I don't want consultant 1 talking to consultant 2. They're going to sell all my trade secrets. But if it can be done in a peer-to-peer way, with payments, everyone wins. As I said before, I'm a scientist and I'm certainly not using blockchain just for blockchain's sake. Because ecological data can be represented as tensors and DAGs, we can now leverage Bitcoin. So there's a lot on this slide. You can have IoT and other sensors configured with MetaNet DAG structures in a peer-to-peer mesh, reading and writing to a single consolidated source. Using SPV, which you would have seen before, and or IPv6 handshakes, these sensors can still create verifiable offline data. They don't even need to be connected. Using Merkle roots, MetaNet DAGs, SPV, and payment channels, we can mesh IoT devices together as self-organizing feed-forward peer-to-peer networks. This isn't some science fiction. This is doable now. And right down the bottom, using Bitcoin's Turing completeness, smart contracts, IPv6, we could have feed-forward predictions and or regulatory management across the globe using IoT meshes secured with IPv6 handshakes. So back to my example of an EIS. Same process, but this time with a little bit of blockchain magic. The terms of reference are issued as a MetaNet structure or a smart contract. They're issued then to the public as a distributed application. The public can interact with the distributed application and provide traceable, auditable, permissioned input in a public way. The final terms of reference can be issued as an application which is authorised by multi-party signatures, so government departments, proponents, stakeholders, etc., whoever needs to be. The final terms of agreement can then be issued, or terms of reference can then be issued to the project, and this is where it gets cool. This is where it gets interesting for me. All those technical studies, all that field work, all that falling over, all that data analysis, all the risk assessments, all the impact assessments, all the management plans, they can be made traceable and auditable via blockchain from raw data all the way through the modelling and analysis to the final derived decisions. The draft EIS can then be submitted. It can be put out to stakeholders, public, peer reviewers, and it can be interacted with a smart contract or in a distributed application. The proponents can then address in a traceable way input from the public, input from stakeholders and regulators. And once it meets the requirements, it can be finalised and issued for signatures. Again, multi-party signatures, stakeholders, proponents, government regulators. The permit can then be issued. So with this example, the data is not in silos, but in a permissioned public-private contract and or MetaNet data structure. This allows future consultants, proponents, the public, to audit, access, learn, and to make better decisions about how we manage our world. I'm going to take this a little step further. So this permitted project can now be regulated as a smart contract or a MetaNet DAG, interacting with IoT arrays in real time, consultant studies and public engagement, with monitoring and management results being instantly auditable and verifiable. This will improve our environmental and ecological management, because remember, for ecological knowledge to be useful, it must be timely. So this is the concept of how Bitcoin, or BSV, can fit into a mature regulatory framework. This is just an EIS. It could be so much more in the space of ecological science, environmental science, and natural resource management. So here's a couple of little things to think about. Thank you very much. I went over time, sorry. Well over time.
Thank you. No, that was good. Can I go back there for a sec?
Yep.
Okay, now I saw it. Any questions for Dan? That was a really good presentation. I was quite impressed by the thoroughness of that. Any questions for Daniel? Yes. I don't know where the microphone is, but I'll repeat. Oh, there, Ethel's got it. I'll let you use them. Thanks.
Hi, Daniel.
Hello.
Thank you. That is a very, very good presentation.
You're welcome.
We have only one world. We need to protect it.
Yes, we do.
All your data you're talking about are not, there's not many people implementing it. What basically I want to see it is to start with you in your networking and with the Queensland government to use the data that you have and all our resources to channel the water, the flood water, wherever you are, to the drought area. And we can utilize the flood water for the bushfire as well. There is if the government and the people has a will, it can be done. Currently, even for the last 10 years, there's no will in the government to implement such a system. So I do not like to see the flood carrying on and a bushfire, and people are suffering, millions of dollars lost. Then we come in and give money to people to sort out the system. I want the system to be implemented and fixed at the root cause. And for that to be done, we need people like you, Daniel, your networking, to have the will to push the government. And once it started from where we are, we can start it with the global situation. It can be solved. It's a matter of will.
There's certainly a need to think locally, think globally, and to act locally. Really good commentary. Thank you very much.
Anyone else got any other comments? All right, feel free to grab Daniel at the break, but in the meantime, we will move on. Next up, we got Michael Choi, co-founder of MyFabula, a new paradigm for social data. This one's out there. It's interesting. It's good.
Thanks very much, Eli. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and also those people online. Thank you very much for having me here. Can I start by also acknowledging the organizer for this event, Eli, and FO and Blockchain SV for supporting this event. I used to work for government, and because of that job, I get taken to regional Australia a lot. And if you go to regional Australia, there's really not much to do except the tasks that you are sent to do. And in the afternoon, after I've done my days of work, I want to meet up with the locals. So where do you go in Australia when you want to meet up with the locals? Where do you go? The pub, precisely. But there's only two problems. Number one, I am not a big drinker. And secondly, after a long day's work, the last things I want to do is to listen to other people's problems. So there's another place you go where you can meet up with the locals. And they don't talk to you, not much anyway. Where would you go? No, physically go there. You go to the cemetery. Guarantee 100% locals, they're not going anywhere for start, and they don't talk to you. Oh, hopefully not anyway. So I developed a habit of going to cemetery, and I read the tombstone in the cemeteries. Fantastic, you can tell stories. But I also noticed one thing that's happening over time. The tombstone getting from that size to this size, and now if you go into a cemetery, you get a little plaque from that size, the biggest, smaller than the A4 size, to a small one like this, honored, honored. Your name, Michael Choi, perhaps, born, the day I was born, and the day I pass on. At best, you would say loved by all the people, like your wife, or that's it. That's your whole life in 10 words, or maybe even less. So I thought there has to be better than this. There has to be better than this. So I was trying to figure out what to do with that, and this is not working. Oh, it is. So our project is called MyFabula, my story telling it my way. Now, when you think about cemetery, this is what you think about, right? But most cemetery in Australia is not that, all right? But this. So this is a cemetery. This is the tombstone we're seeing every day, all right? And or maybe even smaller like this, a little plaque on the wall. And that's what's on the plaque. Well, is it really all there is about every one of us, every single one of you sitting here, and everybody reading, watching this online? Is it all there is to say about you? Really? I disagree. I think every one of us has a story to tell, irrespective of your culture, your religion, your background, your creed. Every one of us has a story to tell, and it's more than just your name, the day you were born and the day you died. Who is the best person to tell the story? Anyone? The best person to tell your story is you. You are the only common denominator from the day you were born to the day you kicked the bucket. Your parents were with you in the beginning, and then your girlfriend, boyfriend comes along, and they keep changing over time, perhaps, hopefully not too often. And then you have a wife, and definitely not too many changes there, hopefully. And then you have children. You are the only person that starts with you from day one to day whatever it is. You are the best person to tell your own story. But if you do a search on yourself now, whether you're on social media, whatever you do, who usually tell your story? Who usually tells story about you? Everybody else but you. Oh, hang on, let me just get this right. Everybody has a story to tell. Everyone believes that you're the best person to tell the story. And you are allowing, and we are all allowing, everybody else to tell your own story except yourself. Is that making sense to us? It is not to me. So how do I create an ecosystem that allow people to tell their own story in their own ways? Not somebody else telling your story, but you telling your own story in your own way. Let's have a look and see how story being told to start. We've got to go back to look at how story are being told and try to address the issue here. Number one, story being told verbally, of course. I mean, we live in a country with 50,000 years of continuous civilization, and their cultures and are passed on by stories, verbally. Telling story verbally is one way to pass on your history and your story. Everybody does that. All right, my grandfather told me something, my father told me it's based on history verbally. And I'm telling my kids, and this morning I was telling my grandchild what happened, even though she's only 16 months old. I try to. You obviously also have write down your own story. Now, in the old days, people have diary. People actually have habits of writing diaries. Now, how many of you write diaries today? If you still write daily diary, put up your hands. 1 out of whatever, how many people in here? We have lost the art of writing diaries. We have lost that. And no many people have written down their thoughts, their feelings anymore. And we translate that to a little Facebook page, Facebook posting. Even if, yeah, all right, so that's one way of writing down your story. Number three, in recent years, social media. So you put your story up on Facebook, Twitters, all right? That's the most common three ways of leaving a story behind, but there are many problems. So what are the problems? Number one, well, verbally, once you're dead, it's a bit hard to tell your story once you're dead. Not many people has been successful doing that after you die and still able to tell a story. And not many people, I guess, want to listen to that either. Secondly, even if you write a diary, it's got very limited distributions. Even if you are famous, I was told Cleopatra wrote diaries. Where is her diary? Maybe it's in a national library somewhere. Very limited distribution, particularly over time. Number three, longevities. How long does it last? Right? Even if you release a memoir today, you probably have a lifespan of 5, 10 years, maybe 20. And after that, where is it? And number 4, now this one takes a bit of thinking. Third-party restrictions. So why would anybody want to restrict my diary or my opinion? Well, I mean, perhaps not you, but if you don't think that happens, ask this guy. Well, I'm not here to talk about whether you think he's legal, he's right or he's wrong. I'm not here to talk about that. But he was sharing information, his thinking, his thoughts, his data, and he's being pushed from pillar to post for the last 11, 12 years. He's been made a refugee by a country who is not even his own. So there are third-party interference onto what you want to leave behind, and not to every one of us, but some of us. So let me introduce you my fabula, my story, telling it my way. Fabula is a Latin word meaning my story, play, drama, tell, and fable. I choose that word carefully because I don't guarantee what you're saying in your story is true. That's not my job. You can say anything you like. It's your story. All right? It's up to the listener to discern whether you're telling the truth. So this is how the ecosystem works. So obviously, initially, you can upload the information, either as image, text, voice, video, or voice to text. I'll talk about a little bit more about voice later, all right? So using an app, and then obviously a desktop Web3, and up to what we call the My Fabula Metaverse. So in the Metaverse, we have initially 4 chambers, now developed into 5 chambers. Let me explain what they are. The first one is an auditorium. So this is not much different to Facebook and Twitter at the moment. You upload information into a chamber where you want to display it. You want actually people to see it. This is not something secret, all right? So you push it up to your auditorium. It enables your exhibition. Maybe you are a hidden a writer, you may be a dancer, or you may be a musician. And this is where you display you, okay? And more than just a few lines about what you have lunch today or you attend a conference. More than that, it's about you, about the real you, something about you that most people probably don't know about. Okay, this is where you put it up, but willing to share. The second part is a library. Now, this is a fancy word for storage. When you collect information during the daily work, whatever you have, you push it into the library because you have no idea where you want to put it yet. So this is where basically a library, a storage. That's quite easily understood. Now, this is quite important. This is a vault. By the nature of a vault, this is where you keep your secrets. It could be your will, could be something that happens to you. Remember, it's your story. Something that happened to you that you're unable to tell people, but you want to put it in a safe place. Now, I did a presentation many months ago, and a lady called me from the UK, and she's a psychologist. And she said, Michael, you have no idea what you're doing. And I said, well, no, I don't. Please explain to me. And she said that every single one of her clients are women. And 85% of them had experience in the past that basically are causing issue for them. And most of them are involving when they are younger. And every one of us know what that is. And most of the perpetrators are related, as we know now, related to the person. And maybe even closely related to the women. So they have issue. And as they're getting older, they want some closure, but they can't talk about it, they can't do anything. But they don't want to go to the grave thinking that injustice has not been dealt with. So what we are doing is, in the vault, we are available for people to store their secrets, and more importantly, if they so wish to, time the release of the information. The ability to do that solves a lot of problems, according to her. Right? So knowing that she can do so if she so wish to time the release of the information perhaps after their death. so that at least they know that justice will be served when they're no longer around. The ability to do that is amazing, according to her anyway. So I'm not a psychologist, I wouldn't know, but that's what she told me. So the vault is a place where you hide your secrets. I wouldn't go as far as saying that everybody has secrets. Some of you might not have, but you're probably in the minority. Okay. Everybody has some secrets, and this is where you hide them. Maybe it's just as innocent as your will, whatever it is, this is where you put it. It provides security. It allows the timed release of information. The next one is a memorial hall. This is obviously this is what you want to leave behind when you are no longer around. This is how you want your family, how you want your close one, how you want your friends, and how you want other people in times to come to know more about you. Okay, so it's quite obvious. This one was introduced after one of my presentations. A person with a Maori background came to me and said, Michael, you can help us, you must help us. And we had a couple of meetings about this. So he's from New Zealand. So he said that because of intermarriages, which is fantastic, New Zealand is just as multicultural as Australia, so intermarriages. But part of the unintended consequence of intermarriages is they're losing their heritage. Okay, they're losing their heritage. They want to preserve their heritage. And he indicated to me something which is quite true. He said, no one, even though my fabula is my own story, everybody's own story, nobody lives alone. Everybody is related to somebody. Our story intertwined with somebody else's, okay? So we created a situation where you call a tribe, where you can actually link your My Fabula account with other people, provided they're willing to be linked with you. So for example, indigenous Australian, anywhere, in Canada, the same thing. So you can link your tribe together. We are now looking into creating a My Fabula account for the for cemetery like this. So if you look on both sides of the National War Memorial, how many of you been there? All right, so little plaque on the wall, thousands and thousands of soldiers who has given their life for our country. And all they have is a plaque this size. And the name, the rank, and the day they died. Surely, we ought to be able to do better than that. So what we're going to do is we're going to create a QR code on every one of them. And then if anyone is interested in any one of them, all you have to do is to scan the QR code and download all the information stored on our system. And it's a history that the family wants them to remember by. And as you all know, the Olympics going to Brisbane in 2032. One of the buzzwords for the Brisbane 2032 Olympic is legacy. What's the legacy? Legacy is not about the stadium. Legacy is not about the infrastructure, the roads that you build. That's a legacy that the government want to push. But the legacy of an Olympic is about people. So it's not just about the athletes who won gold medal. It's about the volunteers that serve tea and coffee. It's about the construction workers. It's about the engineers. It's about the project manager. It's about everybody. So we're building a tribe for Brisbane 2032 Olympics. The second stage of our ecosystem is to link the back end with existing other social media. Okay, that's pretty obvious. So when you load something up on Facebook, we'll get it. Or if we load something up onto My Fabula Metaverse, your Facebook can come up as well. It's up to you how do you manage that. And we're working on that at the moment. Why blockchain? Obviously, I mean, everybody sitting around here knows the benefit of blockchains, so I don't really want to spend time talking about that. All right. So we have two types of storages: centralized storage for the auditorium, for the memorial hall, because I need instant download. So centralized storage able to do that, okay? And there's no security issue because, I mean, obviously it's in the memorial hall and the auditorium. It's information in there that you want people to see anyway. So there's no issue. But in terms of the vault, and the library is decentralized, security is absolutely critical to those informations. So what about the third stage? That's something in the future. Let me show you 2 newspaper articles, then you know where I'm going with this in the long run. It's Amy Winehouse. Everybody knows about Amy Winehouse. She passed away 2 years ago now. Okay, and she's not only just a singer, she's a fantastic songwriter. And AI was able to create a song written by her even after her death, based on all her writing in the past. More interestingly, last year in Korea, this is a Korean pop singer, except he died 25 years ago. So AI is able to use all the songs that he's created, his voice, to create a song that he has never sung before in his own voice, and his parents could not tell the difference. So AI is able to use the data to create the virtual us or virtual you. So our first phase is using the data we collect. Remember, this is about your story. Anybody who was born 10 years ago has a digital footprint. I haven't got a digital footprint. I was born just a little bit over 10 years ago. All right, so I have an analog footprint in the past, and even if you digitize it, it's still not a digital footprint. But anybody born 10 years ago until they die has a digital footprint. Okay, with the digital footprint, you can create the real you, except it's a couple of issues we'll talk about. But I don't care how good the AI technology is going to be. There's one thing AI must need in order to create the real you. What's that? Data. The technology could be supreme. Unless you have the data about you, they can't create you. Right? So one of the key elements in our ecosystem, which has never been done by any other social platform before, and I don't understand why, is this. In most of the social platform now is text. You put on a couple of paragraphs on your Facebook or Twitter and your photographs. It tells you what are you doing, what you did, but it doesn't tell much about you. It does not tell what you're feeling unless you put on the text, I'm angry. Right? So one of the things that this same psychologist was telling me is that in the Western culture, which I lived for the last 50 years or so, we have lost the art of talking to ourselves. So if a person talking to oneself, every one of us think that this guy is a bit, right? But you think about when we were young, that's how you communicate. You have your imaginary friends that you play with. Okay, you talk. You learn how to socialize with your imaginary friends. And the psychologist was telling me that, in fact, self-talk are extremely important to human development, and we lost that. In self-talk, you know how to get critical thinking. All right? I'm not too sure how many of you talk to yourself. I have started to learn that now. In the morning, I actually talk to, in the car rather than listen to the news. Sometimes I turn it off and I talk to myself. And you have no idea how many ideas I came up in the car. You have no idea how many problems I have solved in the car. And my relationship with my spouse are getting better. Honestly, I was talking about how stupid she was in the car yesterday. All right? And then the next day, I started saying, well, hang on, I did something wrong as well. I actually shouldn't have said that, perhaps. So I'm resolving problem. So it's problem solving, self-motivations, stress reduction, increased focus, scenario analysis. This is not my word. You can Google self-talk online and find out how many research paper has been done by this. So what we're going to do is to create a situation where everybody got a phone in their hands, and you're only taking photographs and put on Facebook and try to tell people what to do. Why don't you talk to yourself and record it? Get a habit of doing that. And over time, you will have a digital footprint of not what you did, but how you feel. So in 100 years' time, your great-great-great-granddaughter could have a meaningful conversation with you based on AI and the data that you have left behind. This is the ultimate objective. This is the ultimate objective. So our finance model, unlike Facebook, we promise not to sell your data. We promise not to sell anything about you because, in fact, we don't want to know anything about what you put into your account. We don't verify it. You can say anything you like. It's up to you. All right. So we got a one-off subscription model, or you can pay over time, but free after a certain period. And obviously, Web3, the user pay. So I was speaking to a person who's interested in our system. So he said, we are working on 200 years at the moment, that we can store 200 years. We can store longer than 200 years. And this person, he's quite well off. He said, Michael, how much is 1,000 years? I said, I'm not selling 1,000 years. He said, well, I can buy 1,000 years. Based on the cost of 200 years, even if I multiply 5 times, I'm happy to pay for it. I said, I'm not selling. It's not because of technology, can't be guaranteed. I said, if no one is reading your data after 200 years, why keep it for 1,000? Honestly, right? So the issue is, how do you keep your information alive for 200 years? How do you make people want to read about you over 200 years? I said, since he's there are many ways to do it. I'll give you an example. Since he's quite well off, I said, when you pass on, how much money are you going to leave behind? He said, a few $1 million. I said, well, let's say 5. All right? So I said, why don't you leave $4 million rather than 5? He said, what do I do with the mill? I said, you put into perpetual account. So on the anniversary of your death every year, the system will issue a riddle to everybody that linked to your account. And the riddle is very simple. This is the question, and the answer could only be found in your memory hall. And the first person who answered all the questions correct get $10,000. That generates traffics. And everybody does that, has to pay a small fee, 50 cents, whatever it is, okay? So the money goes to where? I mean, in 200 years' time, can I introduce my co-partner, Professor Robert Lee, right? In 200 years' time, we'll no longer be here. The system must be running still. So those income go into self-running the system and also prolong the account of that person. Okay, so there are many ways we are thinking through to try to do this. Okay. At the moment, we've gone through our stage. We're working on stage 1 at the moment. The tech team is working on it. We're supposed to release our NFT first quarter of next year, but we actually started already. So pretty good response so far. And Q3 is linked with other social media, and stage 3 beta version of Virtual Me. But that's our program. I'll go back to where I started. Put your name on there. You say what you want to leave. Is that all you want to leave behind after you pass on? I would say no. My fabula, my story, telling it my way, for as long as you want to hear them. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Michael. Does anyone have any questions for Michael at all? Moving on, that's fine. Please talk to him at the lunch break, which is coming up very soon as well. We've got just one more. Content monetization by Morgan Coleman. Where are you? There he is. Please make welcome Morgan.
Thank you. Hi everyone. This is Katie. She's a loving mother, devoted wife, a very talented makeup artist, and a very hard-working content creator. Katie also happens to be my wife. And for the past 8 years, I've had a front row seat from her evolution as a budding makeup artist with a few hundred Instagram followers to one of Australia's most sought-after makeup artists and a sought-after content creator. Now, as glamorous as this photo is, it doesn't do justice to her journey and the hard work that I've seen her put in. I've watched her work herself to the point of exhaustion time and time again, trying to escape this. It's a creator hamster wheel. It's the never-ending cycle of posting, creating and curating content, posting 2, 3, sometimes more times a day, giving brands free exposure in the hopes of getting more followers, and the hours and hours she spends engaging and replying to her fans. All for what? Less than 1% of all social media posts are monetized. So what's somebody like Katie hoping to achieve by this endless cycle of unpaid work? Well, she's hoping that eventually she'll get enough followers that she can charge for advertising, a sponsored post, or that she'll be able to convert a tiny fraction of her followers into a paid subscription or to purchase a new product or service that she's selling. Well, what's the likelihood that she'll be able to actually get off this hamster wheel? Of the 50 million content creators around the world, take a guess at how many actually manage to get off the hamster wheel. Is it 5%? 10? 20? 1? Less than 1%. So let that sink in for just a moment. Less than 1% of all content creators earn enough from their following to make it their full-time job. That's pretty crazy, right? Can you imagine only 1% of the employees at your office being paid? Or a retailer only charging for 1% of the goods that they sell? But this is the reality of the creator economy without Bitcoin. Now, you'd be forgiven for thinking that the remaining 49,500,000 creators are just not bringing enough value to the market to be adequately compensated. But you'd be wrong. In 2021, the creator economy was worth $104 billion. And that's expected to grow by an extra 20% by 2030. So these creators are bringing massive value to the market and to their followers. They're just relying on outdated and limited monetization methods. The vast majority of a creator's revenue comes from advertising. But the problem with that is it's unpredictable, it's unreliable, and the big tech platforms earn far more from their transactions than the creators themselves. Now, Katie and I share a bank account, so this really bothers me. But thankfully for Katie and for our bank account, it doesn't have to be like this. Imagine a platform that democratizes the creator economy, that wrests control back from the big tech platforms and places it directly in the hands of the creators themselves. What if there was a platform that empowered creators to unlock their earning potential with every post and turn the content that they're currently giving away for free into revenue-generating assets? Introducing Lament, a tool for creators to earn from their content through micropayments. Lament is bringing peer-to-peer and importantly, instant transactions to the creator economy. Our creators simply post, earn, and then spend freely in the real world. There's no pay cycles, there's no confusing tokens or exchanges, it's just real cash instantly. With Lament, creators can drive their existing followers to our platform by embedding links in posts, stories, or even in their profiles. They're then able to monetize even the smallest bit of content through micropayments when users view and interact with their posts. With current platforms, creators have one source of revenue, and that's advertising. When we launched Lament to our closed beta group about 6 weeks ago, our creators had 6 revenue streams per piece of content. And because of the flexibility of BSV, it allows us to build in more revenue streams. So in the next 12 months, we'll increase that to 9, and we have an exciting pipeline of additional revenue streams to bring to our creators. So our current competition is all built on the existing financial systems. And I know what you're thinking. You're thinking, well, isn't there already pay-to-view platforms, and how are you guys going to compete with them? And I think for the reasons that I'm about to share with you, you'll see that actually the most apt question isn't how are we going to compete with them, but how are they going to compete with us? So as I said, they're already built on the existing financial system, which means that their capability of adding additional revenue streams is seriously limited. But what it also means is that they have to rely on these. The dreaded subscription paywall. Now, we've all rolled our eyes or shook our head when one of these have popped up, haven't we? Of course we have. It's no secret that users are becoming increasingly subscription adverse. But what does this mean for a creator? Well, it means increased and unnecessary friction to convert a follower into a paid customer. It means limited monetization opportunities, and it also means a drastically reduced income. But it's not just them that suffer from these, is it? Because we suffer as users as well, because we can't pick and choose the content that we wish to engage with without having to take on an unnecessary amount of expensive and recurring subscriptions. Well, Lament solves both these user problems. So we've all seen one of these, right? It's a bell curve, and I assure you it has a purpose here. So our current pay-to-view platforms boast about allowing a creator to convert 1 to 5% of their followers into a paid subscriber. Now, conveniently, they leave out the churn that they're going to experience, but my point is that they boast about this. Our beta testing, and now I'm going to show you the power of Lament. So our beta testing shows that some of our creators are actually converting up to 20% of their followers to purchase per post. So we're only just touching the tip of the iceberg here. Touching the tip of the iceberg here in terms of the monetization methods that we can bring to the platform. And then finally, I'm going to ask you to participate in an exercise with me. Don't worry, you don't have to stand up or raise your hand or speak publicly. I just want you to put yourself in the shoes of Katie. And no, I don't mean think about what it's like to be married to me, because I can assure you that is fantastic. I just want you to put yourself in the shoes of Katie, the creator. And I want you to decide for yourself which platform you would prefer to use. So on platform 1, it allows you to sell a piece of content for $1. And platform 2, it allows you to sell a piece of content for $1. Which would you prefer? Either, right? All things other being equal, either. They're the same. Now I'm going to tell you that on platform 1, you're not earning $1. You're earning $1 worth of their tokens. And on platform 2, you're earning $1 of cash. Now, which would you prefer? Lastly, I'm going to tell you one more thing. Now, on platform 1, you're earning $1 worth of their tokens that you can't redeem for cash for 30 days. And on platform 2, you're earning $1 of cash instantly. Now, which would you prefer? Pretty simple, right? It's platform 2. This is why Lament will win, because BSV allows us to solve the creator's problem in a way that our competitors simply can't. We're revolutionising the creator economy through a simple debit card. This is an example, but even your debit card or credit card that you've got in your wallet. So what BSV allows us to do is actually facilitate the payment for a creator instantly in the real world. So they withdraw to their credit card or their debit card, and then they can spend their earnings the moment a transaction occurs. We've tested our platform with a beta group, and we've now had over 6,000 transactions in the last 3 weeks. So the traction that we're getting is quite exciting, but we're really only just getting started. Very early days, but we're still looking for people to join the journey. So if it is of interest to you, please come and have a chat to me out at lunch. Thank you.
Thank you, Morgan. Is there any questions for Morgan while we got him up here? Probably, yep, one question over there, yep.
What was that one, sorry? I didn't quite hear the question. So to answer your question, no, we don't. That's not how we monetize our content at the moment. There is a possibility for that where we could charge a user based on how long they spend on a post or something like that. At the moment, the way that we work for creators is when a user unlocks their content. So whether it's a video, photo, or like written content, that's when we take a transaction, and then also when they interact with their posts as well.
Thank you. Any other questions? If not, you can grab Morgan outside. We'll grab some lunch. It's 1:30. It's a late lunch, but when we come back, we've got BTC Markets, Anna Clive, who will have a bit of a chat with us, and we'll talk to business as well. Please enjoy lunch. We've got canapes at 4:30 as well. Testing. Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to get started in a moment or two. We're changing pace. We're just in the middle. Those two, I'll sit on the end, in the middle. We're changing pace. We started with a bunch of products, product demonstrations, speeches, and so on, blockchain-built products. From here on, we're getting a change of pace. We're having a panel discussion with business. The point of this conference was to have a frank discussion with business. And this particular segment is called Bridging the Gap, and it's about talking to business leaders and, in particular, systems leaders, and seeing where we can find commonality and where the issues exist with business adopting blockchain technology. Following that, we've got some educational talks. We've also got Anna Clive from BTC Markets, which I know some people here are looking forward to. So plenty more exciting presentations to come. But we're done with the products. No more blockchain products. It's just educational and this panel right here. So I think we'll get started. We have enough people in here. Okay. Okay. Thank you to, we've already had introductions from Brendan and James, and we've seen their products. They are both quite technical and advanced within the BSV blockchain space. But with us also today, we have Claudel Taylor, who is the ICT General Manager for Innovation Integration at CIMIC Group Limited. CIMIC Group is an engineering-led construction, mining, services and public-private partnerships leader with a history dating back to 1899. In the group's last annual report, work in hand exceeded $33 billion. It's a huge, huge company and a huge job that Claudel has on her shoulders. So, well, a round of applause to introduce Claudel, please. We've also got Greg Amadio, who heads Project Systems Australia. Did I get that right?
Yes, mate. Yeah.
And a company that has serviced QA and system solutions to a wide range of multi-billion-dollar projects around Australia, one of which we worked together on about a decade or so ago. And he helps to develop and implement sound and economic management systems that focus on practicality and productivity. I stole that from your website.
Still good.
Okay, so this is about just having a frank discussion. Neither Claudel nor Greg have much knowledge in blockchain space because they're from the other side of the world, the business world. So it's been, no doubt, I think, interesting to both of them to see some of the presentations that have been put forward. But let's find out from themselves. Claudel, as you know, blockchain has been a buzzword for quite some time in business. Couple of questions. Do you think there is a misunderstanding of the technology? Do you think there is a misunderstanding of the technology based on what you've seen? And has any of your perception changed with following some of these presentations?
Yes, thanks, Eli. Firstly, before I launch in, I'd just like to say that, the presentations today have been excellent and really, really opened my eyes to a few things, that's for sure. So as Eli explained, I come from a construction background, construction, mining and services business. So we traditionally are very risk averse. We're very practical, hands-on, on the tools, the systems, whilst they're nice to have for most of the people on the projects, it's not their core thinking. We're trying to change that. We are trying to digitise construction. We're trying to digitise the processes, use a lot of building information model technologies, digitise any process we possibly can. So that's why I was interested in blockchain in the first place. But my perception of what blockchain was is maybe not what your perception is, that's for sure. Especially yours, Brendan, my God. Anyway, sorry, what else was the question?
I think that covers the question.
Yeah, okay, thanks.
While the microphone's there, you mentioned risk aversion.
Yep.
That's something that I know that James Belding, next to you, has kind of tried to really go and tackle with his product. James, have you got any input to that particular issue that businesses have?
Yeah, absolutely. So I think obviously we focus on financial use cases, financial records, contracts. And I think I mentioned in my earlier presentation that a lot of people have these perceptions of the risks, the trade-offs that come with using blockchain, particularly losing your keys and the consequence of losing your coins, right? I think actually when you really design the system well, and you really understand what's going on properly, you can design it in a way where it's 100% value add over existing technology with no additional risks, right? So I think that's a really important point. So obviously privacy is a big element there. So how do you maintain privacy? If you have catastrophic events like getting hacked or mistakes are made, you know, what happens? What do you expose? How do you deal with those? Of course, like I said, the key management type things and reconciling a records, making amendments and fixes to it that kind of reflect real business needs. So it is our contention, because we've proven it now, we've done it, that no additional risks come with the adoption of blockchain. So it's just a value add. But of course, there's an education component.
And when you say you've proven it, can you elaborate on how you've proven it?
Sure. Well, we've implemented it. Simple as that. So we have a platform that solves those problems, and we've done it in a way where we've satisfied some very discerning customers. We've talked to their lawyers, some of the best lawyers in the world. We've talked to their risk managers, their IT managers, and when we walk them through it all, it's actually very understandable. They're like, oh, okay, I understand now, right? But it just comes down to misconceptions that get passed around in the blockchain world a lot.
And a question to Brendan, how do we go about that extra step forward of convincing business and to see the value add?
Well, I think, you know, the way that we are explaining it to, especially our government customers, is we're trying to get them to ignore all of the rhetoric about price and trading and speculation and effectively the whole crypto industry. And we're saying, look, that is a sideshow. It's a bit of a carnival, really. The real application of this is in the replacement of paper. And so wherever you have an administrative process that requires you to fill out a piece of paper and transport that paper around, we can accelerate that process by replacing that paper with blockchain tokens effectively. And you know, when you start to think of it that way and think of, you know, that we can create a single unit of a blockchain token, we can put some information on it, we can pass that to another person, and we can do that very privately, and we can do it instantly, then you start to see how, well, when you have an administrative system that spans 10 cities, that might help you to improve, and especially in, I guess, a lot of developing economies where their entire system is based on paper. You know, there's massive efficiency gains. And, you know, the thing is that you get a lot of the rhetoric in the crypto world, oh, crash the banks, crash the government, whatever. I think, you know, that really doesn't help. And from my perspective, that's absolutely not why we are here. We are here to help the system overcome itself. And so I see in a lot of places the system is kind of hitting a ceiling. It's kind of stuck. There's so much friction that people kind of can't get past the inefficiency. And so if we can come in and without completely upending everything and totally changing the way that we interface with government and do business, create a system that's much faster, much easier to use, that efficiency dividend is what the businesses will, that's really the value proposition.
I like the way you put that. When we're not against the system, we're there for the system to overcome itself with its own issues. I thought that was well said. Thanks, Brendan. Greg, okay, it's a question to you. Interesting to note that all the presentations today, well, actually, I've gone ahead of myself. Blockchains allow anyone to independently verify things like approval gates, status approvals, receipts, materials tracking, and so on. You've seen some of that capability today. I know that you work with project management software. We both worked on it in the past together. Based on the things you've seen today, has anything caught the eye that made you think maybe we could use that function or retrofit that function or so on?
Yeah, most definitely. So when I was listening to James's presentation, actually, I mean, the project that I'm on at the moment, we have about 70 subcontracts at the moment, supply and subcontract agreements. All of them are a little different. All of them carry different risks, some from overseas, some locally, some with labour content, some with just supply content. To be able to standardise those and have workflows in place to approve those internally.
How big is this project we're talking?
It's a pretty small one. It's 150 million.
It's a pretty small one.
Yeah, it's well, I mean, you know, like we're in $1 billion world, so it's not a big project, but it is a critical one. It's actually it's a sewage treatment plant. It needs to be discharging product that doesn't pollute the environment. There was
yeah, predict ecology.
Yeah.
Yep.
What is the overhead of handling all of those contracts?
The question.
150 million. How much of that do you set aside?
The question is, what's the overhead? With all those contracts, how much do you set aside for administration? So I guess this is where the question of contract administrators managing this product comes in.
Yeah. So our direct costs on this project would be in the order of about 70%. So there's 30-odd% in there, looking at managing the project in general, but it's not just contract management. That'll be safety management, environment management. All right, to be honest, it'd be hard to put a figure on it, but it'd be significant. Yeah, it'd be in the millions of dollars for sure. Yeah. So yeah, that was definitely an eye opener. The contract stuff, and especially since we're bound by things like Security of Payments Act. I'm not sure if you guys in this room know much about that, but when we get a claim from a subcontractor, we need to assess it within 10 days. We need to do certain things within that 10 days if we're not going to pay it in full. And if we don't do those things, we have to pay it in full, right? And that money, whilst we can go ahead and reassess a claim in the future and possibly get some money back there, once you've parted with the money, it's difficult to go backwards, right? So, you know, that sort of standardised process could probably benefit a lot from a product like James here. And then with your, I saw something you had about material management. You know, like we're getting things from overseas, significant equipment, right? It'd be really good to know where that is in the process. And then when we get it to site, we've got to store it somewhere because it never comes when we need it. It always comes either early or late. And then we've got to know where it is to get it into the spot where it's got to go. You know, and there might be 10 of them. We've got to know where each one went. If one doesn't do its job, we need to go back to the supplier. So that sort of stuff was very interesting also.
That does sound like the perfect use case right there. We want to know where stuff is, and not just you, but everybody involved.
Yeah.
Claudel, undoubtedly some of the talk of the technology gets drowned out by some of the investment rhetoric, but you also mentioned earlier that Bitcoin did have some dark days in the drug market days, let's say. It did have that. That's a reality that we have to front up to. In those days, it was thought that Bitcoin was much more anonymous than it actually is, and we now know that it's actually highly traceable. For example, if I buy some BTC on BTC markets, then that's a KYC process, and it doesn't matter where I move the money after that. I can be tracked. My name's tied against that. And most reputable exchanges follow those rules anyway. So to come back to you, Claudel, given that so much of the technology and let's say the good stuff about it gets drowned out, which is probably the reason why also business has been slow to adopt blockchain tech, do you think events like this conference help? And what else can we do? Because there's a lot of developers and builders here. What else can we do to spread the message?
Well, I think a construction-specific conference would help. So your, what was it, construction in blockchain, or blockchain in construction, and then to start to look at use cases that apply to our industry, because I'm struggling to communicate to people who will give me the money to go and invest in these technologies. They want a use case that makes sense, because, you know, when we talk about tracking materials, yes, it's perfect, but we can do that without blockchain. So how do we do it with blockchain that makes good business sense? Because even though we have high turnover or high revenue, we don't make very much profit. So everything we do, we have to really justify that there's an efficiency gain in going to that technology. And one thing I am interested in, if we're talking use cases, is you mentioned before, Eli, about document management systems. So at the moment, we have that third party that manages all of the information on our behalf. So all the stakeholders are using that system. I was thinking with blockchain, is there a way that we can remove that third party, and that, you know, we as stakeholders in a project, like the client, the subbies, the supplier, us as the contractor, how can we organise ourselves so that we don't have to rely on that third party? And then another use case I was thinking, which is an extension of what you were saying, Greg, you know, tracking the materials, also then being able to track where they're installed in the asset, and then when you go to operate the asset, build the digital twin, and then we know, okay, when we send someone to go and maintain a piece of equipment, like how do we use blockchain to do that, and what's the efficiency? So those kinds of conversations, and then showing the value that's generated from using this technology, would be really valuable for us.
Thank you, Claudel. James, do you want to have some input to that? And we'll get to you, Greg, Brendan as well.
Yeah, so I mean, I think that's critical as well. I think the use cases, just having really clear examples, I mean, ideally ready to go as well, so they can actually try it for themselves. I think that's really only becoming possible now. I think we had a false start going back, say, the last 5 years, you know, various time periods throughout there, where a project was announced, a lot of money was put forward, and they did a pilot, and it just wasn't very good. It didn't really work, you know, very complex, very expensive, all these things. I think there's just the tricky thing about blockchain, or Bitcoin, more accurately, I believe, but blockchain as a concept, is that very small details have enormous impact at scale, right? So seemingly innocuous little parameters, little features like block time. This is probably a bit technical for most people, but things like Bitcoin was designed that every block would roughly average out to about just under 10 minutes per block. And a lot of people came in after the fact and thought, well, that's too long. Let's make this 30 seconds or whatever, pick a number out. And they thought that had an impact on how fast transactions were confirmed, for example. Yeah. But really that detail is super, super important for scale.
But did businesses have those questions? Because the questions came from developers and from other people that didn't understand certain ramifications of it. But in terms of businesses, I don't think those technicalities matter. You're interested in the value proposition.
Yeah, so what I was trying to get to, maybe I got a little bit, my tendency technically, is technically I said, but the key thing there is those little details made a huge impact on the value proposition. So there's a lot of misunderstandings over the last 5 years. So a lot of these pilot projects that got off that aimed to solve use cases that were pretty sensical, you could like ones you guys have described in the financial use cases, when they actually came to delivering an implementation of it, just not very good. Right, and so there's a lot of false starts, a lot of just people kind of put it at the back burner. But I think what we're seeing now is a renaissance. A lot of companies now are starting to emerge where they can actually deliver on everything that was promised. And the value proposition is clear, the numbers are clear, everyone can get behind it, and it's digestible from like a business perspective.
Well said. Brendan, have you got anything to add to that?
Well, I guess I'll just chime in on from the perspective of the network and just to give you guys an idea of how it functions, like what is its role within the system. And so you can effectively think of the network as a system that is there to catch and catalog any transaction that you throw at it. And so for the entities who run the network, the job for them becomes about, well, how do we catch an potentially unbounded amount of traffic? And, you know, so the goal is at the moment to get to, I think it's 100,000 transactions per second this year. But really the longer goal, and the goal that when we hit, we'll really be able to start some very, very big projects like big CBDCs, all of this kind of thing is like 100 million transactions a second. I don't think until the network gets to that point that it's actually ready for those very large kind of scale projects. But so for you as a business operator, the role of the network is to basically sit there and catch all of the activity that you generate and write it down for you in this way that's super useful and instantly transportable and immutable and all of that. And to do it for the lowest possible cost. And so if you, as a business, are generating, you know, like 1 million transactions a day, in terms of the network fees, I think it's about $10 if they're just regular transactions for 1 million transactions to be processed. Now, obviously, if you're going through a provider who's developed a product for you, they're probably going to be charging you a lot more than $10 for that product. But, you know, hopefully those 1 million transactions and the data that they contain and what they're enabling you to do and the efficiency dividend that you're getting from that is worth a lot more than what you're paying them.
And the efficiency dividend is the value proposition.
In my mind, that's the value proposition. You know, when we go into these developing countries, that's the one thing that, you know, you say, hey, how much do you hate dealing with paperwork? You know, you see them all start looking around and you go, how much would you like a piece of paper that when I create it, I can instantly show it to 20 people, but it's not like I'm sending an email, because if I send an email to 20 people, 20 copies of that document get produced and sent around. But when I share a transaction with 20 people, they're all looking at the same piece of paper. Yeah. And they can all interface and write on the same piece of paper at the same time. And so you can see you can have this really accelerated feedback loop.
Well said. Thank you. Thank you, Brendan. Final question to wrap up this, and I'll go through everybody with this one, but starting with yourself, Greg. Some people liken the current phase of blockchain technology to the early internet. In a similar way, we had a dot-com boom in the early days and many failed projects too that came out of the dot-com boom. Only a few survived. But it did give birth to something substantial, which is the current World Wide Web that we have. What are your thoughts on this comparison? Do you see the similarity, or do you think this is a completely different beast?
Yeah, I can definitely see some similarities there. When the internet was being birthed, definitely there was some industry hesitance to adopt processes via internet.
That's right. Can I add? Do you recall the hesitancy that e-commerce faced in the early days? People were too scared to put their credit cards on the internet.
Absolutely, yeah. There was definitely big security concerns and founded security concerns also when it first started. And I think that right now, you know, like today I've learned more about blockchain than what I have learnt in the past 10 years, right? So forgive me for my terminology, but it seems like, you know, this sort of thing right at the moment has the same sort of hesitancy from industry leaders. And again, maybe it's founded, maybe it's not. I mean, I can't make a decision in one day, but we'll see how it goes, eh?
And Claudel, do you think this is a time-based thing, that it needs time to flourish in private sector?
From our perspective, yes. And as I said, I need to be able to demonstrate something practically that shows an efficiency gain, because without that, no one will give me any airtime. But that's just how it is in our business. I'm sure it's similar in other businesses as well. But so that's why I think it'd be really helpful if people who have ideas and can develop blockchain, if they'd come and talk to us about what you think you can do in our industry, because I'm happy to listen and happy to, you know, participate where I can, because we've got the projects, you know, bring the ideas.
Well, thank you. I guess, James and Brendan, is there anything that can be done from builders and developers to create these sorts of, let's call them pilot projects or whatever, to demonstrate this value proposition? Because I think that seems to be a missing key in this.
Yeah, I think, so ironically, obviously I tend towards the technical side, but I think what technical people do a lot is they look at what's possible and they try and work out a use case from it. I think like Steve Jobs famously said this, and I think I've taken it to heart. I think it's a really, really important philosophy, is you've got to start with the customer experience and figure out what you can do and then work your way back to the technology, right? So maybe blockchain's a part of that, maybe it's not, but that's what you got to start with and look for opportunities and then figure out how to deliver it. I think that's the right approach, and I think it can radically, even though it's a simple idea, it can radically change where you end up.
You can't go wrong if you channel Steve Jobs. Thank you. Brendan?
Yeah, I guess, I mean, our approach has been to develop like a set of extensible underlying tools and really no use case, and then to find entrepreneurs who have their own ideas for their own platforms, and there's a few of them here today who are our customers, and then to develop those ideas for them using our underlying tools. And so one of our applications is like bulk material delivery for construction, and you know, they're not super expensive to spin up to a prototype level. So something that actually works, where you can create a job, run a delivery, generate an invoice, and see all of the steps happening, maybe with, you know, some bugs, but, you know, really we can get to that point quite cheaply. And then it's about, well, how do we then make that rock solid, fulfill all the needs of security and all of that sort of thing, you know, integrate payments and banking and all that. But even then, none of that is super complex. And I think part of the advantage of working with Bitcoin is that if you tried to build that project in the traditional sense, you essentially start from a blank page. And so you've got to design a database, and then you've got to work out how you're going to put that information into it. And then you've got to work out, you know, a whole bunch of stuff before you can actually start working on your application. Whereas with Bitcoin, all that initial, like 80% of the work is done, and we just have to start throwing transactions at the network. So as soon as we can get a UI up that looks kind of like what we want to do and have it generate transactions, you started.
Half the problem's already solved with the database being there. Yep. Okay. She said that is very helpful if you missed that. So who knows, maybe let me get this right, a blockchain in construction or construction in block? Construction in blockchain, maybe that's due next year. Thank you very much, Greg, Claudel, James and Brendan, and I'll just make way. Thank you very much. A round of applause for our guests and speakers. Next up, we have Anna Clive, CEO from an exchange, from an Australian exchange that needs no introduction, BTC Markets. It's an absolute giant of an exchange that's, I think, done very well by its customers. I'm certainly a customer. Thank you very much, Anna. I'll let you take it away.
Thanks very much, Eli. For about 10 years of my life before I joined BTC Markets, I worked in strategy and operations consulting across many different industries and businesses. And so it's been an absolute pleasure to be here today to listen to all the different projects and the applications. Now, it's always great to hear different people's views. And so I think Brendan saying just before how crypto is a circus, I think originally I wasn't going to talk too much about crypto, but I think today what we need to do at the beginning is at least talk a little bit about what's happened in crypto. So what I'll do today is talk a little bit about what's happened in crypto over the last couple of weeks, but also talk about the business applications that we're seeing, and we're seeing really commercial uses globally and locally with cryptocurrency and blockchain technology, because I think that you're absolutely right. It is a nascent technology, and as an industry, there are some real exciting opportunities coming through, but there's still a lot where people are trying to put the pieces together. And finally, what I want to talk about is a bit about what we're doing at BTC Markets in light of both the first point around what's happened in cryptocurrency, but also around our roadmap for the future and where we think we can see value. So if I'm just a show of hands, I think I know close to the answer, but how many people here have bought or sold crypto at one point? That is what I was expecting, so that's good. And how many people knew about FTX before the last 2 weeks? Yeah, so not quite as many. So for those of you who knew about FTX, what I want you to do is think back to about 4 weeks ago, maybe 6 weeks ago, and think about if you were sitting down at breakfast and you got an email from FTX and it said, Anna, Eli, Brendan, we've got an exciting investment opportunity for you from FTX. And maybe Brendan knew something that a lot of us didn't know, but I sure would have been excited to get an email from FTX saying that they had some investment opportunity for me. So like many of us, and certainly myself, we have been shocked and dismayed at how quickly and how rapidly it has all fallen apart. For myself, the first emotion that I had was gut-wrenching for the people who have lost money. Yeah, Eli.
Sorry, Anna. I was wondering if you could just explain to some people what happened. I don't think everybody is aware.
Yeah, sure. Sorry. So about 2 weeks ago, there's 5 key themes that I think have really played out into FTX. So FTX, for those of you who don't know, was a couple of weeks ago one of the second or third biggest global cryptocurrency exchange in the world. And what FTX had done is create an enormously complex set of companies that had wide-reaching impacts across cryptocurrency and the blockchain environment and Web3. So 2 weeks ago was really the start of when we started seeing this unravel. And that started with FTX's some of their financials and their investment arm Alameda's financials being leaked to the press. And what was clear from that, so FTX had its own token called FTT. The FTT token was really a rewards token, but didn't have a lot of other value besides being used on the FTX platform for rewards. What had happened was FTX had taken on their balance sheet, had a high level of exposure to FTT, and a value of that FTT was $22 per token, which was what they needed to support their debt. Now, FTT today is under $2. What happened when those books became apparent globally is that Binance had a large holding of FTT and saw an opportunity to put FTX under pressure by selling that stock. And that started the events that has happened. And just in 2 weeks or less than 2 weeks, FTX has gone from being the second biggest player in the market to really not existing at all, and the CEO being in hiding and has escaped to some unknown destination around the world. So some really horrible stuff has happened. Yeah. Look, I'm not CZ, so I can't tell you exactly what he was thinking. We do see it, and so in fact, let me go through this and what I think's actually happened, because I'll touch on what happened with Binance and FTX. The first thing that happened that really led to this was the hype, and so we saw it in the dot-com boom, and last year we saw it in cryptocurrency, where there was an enormous amount of hype around crypto. There was some hype around Web3 as well. And what happened was a huge amount of investment flew into the sector. FTX managed to raise $2 billion in 2 years. Now, I have often thought to myself, what did Sam, the CEO, say to get people to give him $2 billion? And it turns out he didn't say very much at all. And in one conversation, he was actually playing League of Legends while he was meeting with investors. But the hype, the FOMO was so great that once Andreessen's and Sequoia Capital started investing, every VC fund wanted to be in there because they didn't want to miss out. Now, the challenge, once you've got the capital and there's a large amounts of capital at play, that enabled FTX to create a significant and complex organisation. So not only did they have the exchange, and they had some amazing technology and derivative products that were cutting edge, but they also created their own hedge fund called Alameda. They invested widely in a lot of Web3 companies. And so they had a very, very complex operating structure and a lot of investors. And the challenge is that they had promised very high returns. Now, we have learned time and time again that returns are not risk-free. There is no way to get returns sustainably and ethically that is without taking risk. And so the risk that FTX took on was greater and greater to satisfy the returns. Now, what has become apparent, so FTX had an investment arm, which I've spoken about, which is called Alameda. And what has become apparent now is that in May and June, when Terra Luna, which is another token, collapsed and took with it 3 Arrows Capital and Celsius, Alameda also suffered some very significant losses. Now, at that time, they could have called it quits. Alameda could have said, look, we're done, we've lost our money. They wouldn't have been alone, and that would have been the end, and FTX would have been fine. But unfortunately, and very sadly, that's not what happened. Instead, what happened is that FTX took $10 billion worth of customer funds and, that's right, 10 billion with a B of customer funds and lent it to their hedge fund. And all those assets are now gone. And we're still seeing the contagion go through the industry. We're still seeing today Genesis say that they can't process withdrawals because of their exposure. We've seen an exchange in Australia also halt their withdrawals. We're seeing, particularly in the earned and lending portfolios in cryptocurrency, some flow-on effects. Yeah. Oh, look, I'm not going to... You would know if it was your exchange. And it's not BTC Markets. So if you need an exchange to go to, we're still open and trading. So so it's a complex situation. We have seen it before. We saw it in the subprime crisis where assets had significant leverage against them and the underlying value of the assets didn't have any support. We saw many things of this before. What happened, to answer your question around CZ, was that he noticed at the leverage point. He saw that FTX was overexposed to their FTT token, and we see it all the time in the corporate world. We see corporate attacks. The same thing happened with GameStop. It happens in equities all the time where there is massive short selling of an equity to put the owners under pressure and do a takeover. So CZ potentially saw an opportunity to do that and put FTX under pressure. He potentially, was very kind-hearted and wanted to do the best thing by his investors as well. Look, I can't answer those questions, but it did definitely put FTX under the pressure, and it was the beginning of the end for FTX. Yeah. There's a couple of things that have been missing from this situation. One is regulation, and Treasury has come out today and said that they're going to fast-track the regulation in Australia, looking at custody and exchanges. And what we have at the moment, and what I think is going to happen for the foreseeable future, is we're going to have a decentralised and a centralised world operating together. And while Bitcoin may not need regulation due to its decentralisation consensus mechanisms, centralised organisations who are dealing with consumer money, we firmly do believe needs regulation. The other thing here that was missing was governance. FTX, it turns out, didn't have a proper board. They didn't have a CFO. And really, if you go right back to that hype, where you would normally expect the investors to pull through governance and rigour into an organisation, that just didn't happen because of the hype and because of the FOMO. And so that is why we're in the situation that we're in. One of the silver linings that will come out of this is investors, the community, governments asking for greater transparency around cryptocurrency. And so we were one of the first organisations in Australia to actually come out and communicate directly with our customers and let them know that we hold our customer assets one for one. We don't lend the customer assets, we don't stake them, we just hold them one for one. We don't lend, as I said, lend out any customer assets. We don't actually take debt on in our business either. So one of the challenges with FTX is that they had a lot of debt in their business, and that can be a challenge at this moment with the regulatory environment we've got. We also maintain total segregation of assets, and we don't have a prop trading desk. I've got a statement from our accountant here that backs up some of those things, and we're in the process at the moment of engaging with auditors to support the rest of the statements. So they're not just statements, but there's actual evidence and confidence that we can give our investors in the market, because this is very important. We're very proud of our position. We call ourselves a crypto conservative, maybe crypto boring, and joke a little bit because we're actually older than Ethereum. So some days you feel lucky, and waking up on the mornings at the moment, I'm very grateful to be working at BTC Markets and not at FTX. I have to say that. We also have world-class technology. We've actually just done an upgrade to our core trading platform. And this is important because I'm going to talk about next some of the use cases that we're seeing crypto be used and blockchain technology be used. And the technology matters. So at the moment, our uptime is 99.9%. I had someone joke on Twitter the other day, we're about to launch Solana, and they said BTC Markets is now more reliable than its tokens, and that's absolutely true. We have several layers of redundancy built in. Our platform is very, very reliable. But its now average processing speed is less than 10 milliseconds, and we can do 100,000 requests per second and under a millisecond for response times. We're also certified for security, and we've got an AFSL as well. So we really are trying to be the most regulated organisation in Australia in this space. But let me talk about, because it's been really interesting to me today to hear you all talk about the applications of blockchain. And so when I think about it and what I'm seeing, this is not exhaustive, but I'm seeing 3 areas where blockchain and cryptocurrency are being used really for commercial benefit. The first one is around transactions, and we've heard a lot about that today. And a transaction isn't just money, but it's a movement of one thing to another thing, data from one place to another. It can be any of those things. And we're seeing blockchain really have massive uses in terms of speed, efficiency, cost management for anything that is transaction related. The second one is audience. So I'm seeing, we see it in fashion, we're seeing it in art, but we're seeing companies in retail as well really use crypto, blockchain, the metaverse to increase their audience. And there's 3 kind of areas where you can use the community to increase your audience. One is global, because crypto and blockchain are global, global communities. And so by moving into that community, it changes your market share from being very local to a global piece. The second one is digital. So if I have children, I'm not a gamer, but my kids are gamers. And if I tell my daughter that I'm going to take her Animal Crossing house away from her, the grief that she's going to feel is the same grief as if it was a physical asset. And so the reality is that people are spending much more time in the digital world, and they're buying assets in the digital world, and they're operating in that digital world. So there is an audience waiting in the digital world. The third use case around audience is demographics. Many people are of the view, we're seeing people who are between 25 and 30 actually have crypto but not equities. And so what they're looking for their investments is they're looking for the same platforms where they buy and sell crypto to also have equities, to have fixed interest products. So the audience for those products and services is not sitting in the traditional finance world. It's sitting in the new digital world. The third one I've got there is tokenization, and we see it around initial coin offerings and funding, but we also see it in the tokenization of assets. The use case which brings these 3 themes together is foreign exchange. And we're seeing at the moment massive transformation in the foreign exchange market, where many, many FX players are now using cryptocurrency between traditional banking roles to move money internationally, more quickly and faster. And we're seeing it in trade finance, international payments. We're seeing huge utilisation of cryptocurrency. And it hits all three of these because it is around transactions and transfers. The audience is growing more and more, and you can go into different countries. And what they're doing with so central bank digital currencies, CBDCs, and also tokenization or stable coins is creating tokenization of assets to facilitate these payments. And so many foreign exchange companies now, you may put a request into the bank, but then it will get transferred to crypto, the money moved overseas, and then back out into fiat. So a massive use case there. One of the other organisations that those are key themes. But I think of blockchain a little bit like a fork. Now, you can eat your dinner with a fork, but if you want to have steak, it's good to have a knife as well. And so what's really important, and where I think we're seeing the use cases really come to life, is when we're seeing blockchain technology integrated with other technologies. Now, these are some of the technologies that are changing our lives at the moment, and where we've got partnerships that are bringing them together with blockchain, that's where we're seeing some really interesting applications. So Internet of Things and then the privacy layer provided by the blockchain is a really interesting application. The banks are using blockchain around their data management and to improve their cybersecurity, the international banks. We're seeing a lot in supply chain around data management and distributed ledgers. And so obviously I've got the sandbox up there for the metaverse and augmented reality, but it's the combination together. And when I've had conversations with people today and really looking at some of the presentations today, and I think the tokenized one was really fantastic because it showed as well the importance of user experience. And when you think about the applications that you're using and have got a massive amount of appeal, it's because it's got the user interface with the technology. And so as someone said today, and I'm not quite sure who, we don't need to understand blockchain, but people have to be able to interact with it, and it has to be easy. And that's when we'll start seeing more and more applications happen. This year, we were lucky enough to partner with a designer called Daniel Avakian at Australian Fashion Week. Daniel is a local Sydney designer, he's a couture designer, and he's dressed some of the most famous people in the world. Daniel's in the process of creating the future of fashion, a future of fashion that is digital and global, and where you can buy one of his custom-made garments, whether or not you're here or in Canada or Europe, and it will fit you perfectly. And you can have an experience with it. So they're using NFTs and avatars combined with a metaverse instance and 3D body scanning, like that's a lot of jargon right there, a lot of technologies. But the whole idea of this is that you can have an avatar that accurately represents your body shape. Go into the metaverse, try on a garment, see what it looks like on you and your body shape, and then order the same thing custom made for you in real life. So his audience then is global, is digital, and it also cuts down a huge amount of waste through the clothing production manufacturing process. Very exciting. You can go and have a look at it. There's videos and all kinds of things and NFTs if you want to buy one as well. The second one, we're really excited about our partnership with Self-Wealth, and this is really talking about audience here. Self-Wealth is the 4th largest equity broking platform in Australia, and using our technology, they are going to be the first in Australia to bring equities and crypto together into one platform. And for them, that introduces a whole new audience. But for their existing users who are in equities, enables them to trade cryptocurrency at the same time. And it will have that all in one portfolio. So really breaking the barriers down between traditional finance and cryptocurrency. And the last example that I've got here for you today is MasterCard, and this goes back to those international payments again. We did a partnership and a proof of concept with MasterCard, and Visa and MasterCard are heavily invested in cryptocurrency and blockchain for payments, where an Australian fruit exporter wanted to use stablecoins to facilitate payments, and so they were using our payment rails to move USDT into fiat and do those international trade payments. So there's some examples of what we're seeing in blockchain and cryptocurrency at the moment and some ways of thinking about it. For us, in terms of what we're focused on as an organisation, the first one is around transparency and security. Our absolute top priority at the moment is working through to give our customers the confidence and the transparency they need to keep investing with us, because we are in a position where we can do that, and so it's important that we do. The second one is just adding more assets to our exchange. There's some really exciting technologies out there, and we know that our investors want more of those product features, and then also really developing a suite of yield products that are really great products. So staking assets really goes hand in hand with cryptocurrency, and we're really excited in the new year to be working on a staking product, which isn't a collateralized debt product, but actually where we're actually enabling our investors to go through and use staking products transparently. So that's it for me today. I'm happy if anyone's got any other questions about anything else. Yeah. I mean, so the question was, what would it mean for BTC markets if it came out that Tether was only backed, not fully backed yet, and it depegged, which there's been some talk on the internet over a couple of weeks that could happen, and there's a couple of cases. So Tether is a stable coin, and it's supposed to be backed one for one by the US dollar, so it should never fall far from the value of the US dollar. For BTC markets, if that happened, there would be a risk to our customers that they would lose their investments in those assets. We don't have exposure as a business to USDT. Our exchange facilitates the buying and selling of cryptocurrencies between two different parties. So if it's you and me, if I'm selling, you're buying. And so we facilitate that direct connection. We don't hold the assets ourselves. It is really, we go through a very stringent process before we add assets onto the platform, and we do reject them if we're not confident around the underlying assets of them, but there are cases where we can't foresee what's going to happen. Yep, we have an AUD USDT pair. Yep. Yep. Cryptocurrency. Mm. I think all three of those, yeah. I think the cost of the traditional banking rails is very expensive. It's slow. You know, if you go into your bank today and one of my best friends lives in Canada, and so she's got a cryptocurrency account. I can literally transfer, especially on some of the faster and more stable tokens, I can transfer that asset to her within minutes rather than ringing or contacting a bank, setting up an FX capability, figuring out what her bank details are and moving it across. Like, it's very, very fast, and it's cheaper. Yeah, much cheaper.
And just a quick follow-up on that one. Okay, thanks. A quick follow-up on that one would be, what would you foresee is the potential impact of that? Because, like, looking at a sector like that might even threaten the finance institutions, because that's where a lot of money is made. So then immediately you hear the cry for regulation, we need more rules in place, government intervention. Where do you think this might be heading to?
Well, the international banks have all started investing heavily in cryptocurrency, and the big investment firms have as well. And so there is some thoughts that all trading will go onto chain at some point in time, so equity markets. There are some parties that I'm aware of that are tokenizing FX markets. So there is one line of thinking that all trading activity will eventually move to blockchain. So it is ripe for disruption. Visa and MasterCard, you know, blockchain is very good for transactions, and that includes payments. They're investing heavily in the space. So I think the leaders globally are putting a lot of time and effort into making sure that they're not left behind in this. Yeah.
It's got a few more questions over here.
Which one of those is better for AML?
Which one of these?
As you just speaking about the transfer options.
Oh, AML. So AML is anti-money laundering. and it often gets paired with counterterrorism. The tokens, do you mean? Which one of the tokens is better? Oh, foreign exchange? Yeah, so, I mean, anti-money laundering legislation is different globally. And so if you are working with any Australian organisation, they have quite stringent requirements around AML. And so whether or not you're working using XRP, USDT, USDC, if you're working through an organisation in Australia, the anti-money laundering requirements are the same for all of them. I'm not sure if I've answered your question, but yeah. Okay.
I have just a quick one on one of these products in your roadmap. I'm interested that you're focused on 3 key themes, but there are 4 themes there. I'm wondering if it's because number 4 is yield products. We've seen in the crypto industry places like Celsius, you know, examples of companies offering these fabulous yields to people who farm or deposit or whatever you want to call it. Can you tell us what really goes on there? Because, you know, to me, it seems like, hey, I'll take your money and then I'll take the next guy's money and I'll just give you a little bit of that to keep you happy, and I'll just keep doing that until it runs out and then declare bankruptcy.
Yeah.
I mean, because otherwise, where does that yield come from?
That's a good question, Brendan. So I wrote originally this presentation before FTX happened, and then I had to change it. And so that's where I got unstuck with the 3 and the 4 things. So we haven't got a yield product at the moment, because what we need to offer staking in Australia is a managed investment services license. And we're not happy with the structure of products that what we could offer at the moment because of the transparency and how those products are structured. There are some earned products in the market at the moment, and the only way that the organisations that offer them can do it is by having them as lending products. So if I'm the provider, Brendan, you would lend to me, and then I would say I'm going to pay you 5%. But then I have custody and ownership of those assets because you've lent them to me, and I can go and deploy them however I see fit. Now, some of the yields that are advertised, for example, on Bitcoin, providers are offering 5% on Bitcoin. Now, I can tell you can't stake Bitcoin, so it's got to be lent. And I can tell you, because I've talked to providers about it, that for high-grade secured lending on Bitcoin, you'll get paid 1%. So my expectation is that they're deploying those assets in a mechanism that's much higher to get the returns that they're saying to you. It's riskier. And this is the challenge around the transparency, is that this drive for returns is creating the need to take riskier behaviour, invest in organisations that don't have the transparency. And Luna was a Ponzi scheme. I mean, they were paying 20%, right? And it's going to run out after a while because people stop putting more money in. And so if people are saying returns that are really sound too good to be true, they usually are too good to be true. Look, and look, you know, it's easy to sit in hindsight and say, you know, but I mean, people unfortunately have lost a lot of money through these things. So it is very sad, and it's unfortunate we see them happen over again. Yeah, well, look, crypto conservative. We are very boring in our approach and very risk averse.
We like conservative.
Yeah.
I'll get you the microphone.
Yeah, like recently I've been helping a pensioner in our area who basically got fleeced of his entire super and everything. He's just got nothing left now. And essentially he was scammed from some overseas people who helped him invest in crypto through your platform, and then was able to access his account and take that money off overseas. Now, to me, there seems to be some fairly rudimentary steps that organisations like yourself could take to ensure that this doesn't happen. And I just wonder, is there anything in the, you guys are looking at to stop this, because it is a big problem. I know plenty of people affected by it. It's a very sad thing when it happens.
Yeah.
And, to me, like a 75-year-old opening a crypto account, there should be some questions. There should be somebody giving him a call just to make sure, look, have you done this? on your own? Are you doing this on your own or with good advice and maybe helping to stop the process?
We actually do demographic scanning on all of our new accounts, and we have 2 risk areas identified. It's actually younger people is one high-risk area for a certain number of scams, and the other one is people who are older than 55. And so we do actually call, especially if they ask for increased limits on their accounts, we call all those customers to assess it. Unfortunately, sometimes... let's take it offline, and I can talk to you about yours. We do have a lot of controls in place. The challenge for us is that often, if people believe in the scammers, they'll be coached through it, and so that the scammers will tell them what to answer. And unfortunately, when people give away their passwords and access to their accounts, it's very difficult.
Well, they were actually through his computer remotely.
Yeah. So they took access. That's right, and so that's the challenge. If access to people's accounts is handed over. Now, my credit card 2 days ago, I can't use it right now because it had fraudulent transactions on it. I can't get through to my bank because they've had a phishing scam happen, and they've having so many people call in who have given up their data voluntarily to a scam that I can't actually talk to them about getting myself a new card. So this is a challenge across any financial services and cryptocurrency. It's a huge challenge. My mum calls me probably every 3 weeks. The last one was asking me why Amazon was calling, when she uses my Amazon account, why is Amazon calling her? And I had to say, I think my husband got called yesterday or 2 days ago by the Visa department at MasterCard, which, they're 2 very different competing organisations. So it is absolutely a huge challenge in our community at this moment in time around scams. It's massive.
Yep, we've got a question at the back.
Thank you. In light of the FTX bankruptcy, in your opinion, what does the central exchanges need to do to regain public confidence?
So, I can tell you what we're working on. We're engaging auditors at the moment to do an assessment of our reserves to confirm the positions that I stated before, so that our reserves are held for one for one. We don't lend out assets, and we don't take on any external debt. So that's what we're doing. I do think that there is customers for a while will ask for greater transparency, which is absolutely understandable. So that's what we're doing. We're also working towards to understand the Merkle tree proof of stake, which CZ, the head of Binance, put out as a standard, is technically quite difficult to do, and you still have to validate that against the customer assets. So we're working through that at this moment in time as well.
Thank you. We'll take one more question, just to avoid running out of time.
Thank you. In terms of potentially being hacked, do you have insurance against all this happening?
So
I know, like with the banks, the government give them some insurance, but what about for your own? Do you buy insurance?
We have some insurance. We have a lot of protections in place from a security perspective and a huge number of controls in place to prevent any cyber threats. We have multi-factorial authentication on all of our accounts. We have controls against on a number of places. We have limits. We have IP monitoring. So there's a number of protections in place. We carefully monitor all our endpoints. So there are a number of protections in place for all of those things. And we have professional indemnity insurance, and we, at this moment in time, at this moment in time, we don't have any cyber insurance, and I think you'll find that there's very little in the industry, and it covers very few events. Yeah.
I think we can leave the questions there. Thank you so much,
that's
Anna.
That's all right, Eli.
Anna Clive, CEO of BTC Markets. It's an absolute pleasure to have you.
That's all right. Eli, I just wanted to leave everyone, hearing people talk today, that just made me remind me of one really famous quote, and it's by Theodore Roosevelt. And it goes like this: It's not the critic that counts, not the man who points out how the strong man stumbles or whether the doer of the deeds could have done better. The credit belongs to the man who is actually in the arena, whose face is marred by dust and sweat and blood, and who strives valiantly, who errs and comes up short again and again, because there is no effort without error or shortcoming, but who knows the great enthusiasms, the great devotions, and who spends himself on a worthy cause. And I think that is so true of the people we've seen today.
Fantastic, great words. Thank you, Anna. And on behalf of BSV Blockchain, thank you for listing BSV on BTC Markets. Absolutely, that's where I get my BSV from. Okay, now, an educational talk here from Dr. Cynthia Kai from Macquarie University, a senior lecturer at Macquarie University. And Dr. Cynthia Kai will be talking about the triple entry accounting system with blockchain. Please make Dr. Cynthia Kai feel welcome.
Super slides, right? Yeah. Hi everyone. It's my great pleasure to be here. It's going to be quite different compared with what I'm doing on campus and always going to an academic conference because the audience are quite different. But I think we share in the same interest at this moment, either for my students, for the other researchers, for the government as well. So my name is Cynthia. You can just call me Cynthia because my surname is very hard to pronounce in English. And I'm currently working at Macquarie Unis. And thanks for Annie's invitations about these very short presentations. I think the purpose, just like Annie said, is really to educate you about what is the blockchains overall. Trust me, I'm not going to deliver another class. What we are trying to do, I think from a different perspective, like from the research, to give you, maybe some of you, a little bit better ideas or a clear ideas of the futures of the whole finance. So a little bit of raising of watching about these whole areas. I'm one of the main persons. So Macquarie is actually offering the very first Master of FinTech degree since 2020. And that's me. So I design and delivering those two courses, as you can see, as FinTech innovations. So it's much beyond than simple blockchains. So we're talking about machine learning algorithms, for example, big data, all those we call the emerging technologies, people saying in the markets nowadays. Of course, we spend about times talking about the mechanisms of the blockchains and the payments, cryptocurrencies, for sure. So what we are going to do, because since for the 2 years launch of these programs has been tremendous successful, the enrollment numbers keep increasing every semester, which makes me very busy. And we are going to redesign the MBA programs to incorporate, because that is a high demand from the real industry. So if any one of you are interested in this FinTech, welcome to sign up for our coming new MBA programs. This school is not paying me fee for this, okay. In terms of my own research, as you can see, I mentioned, so I do very traditional capital market research. So if you ask me about the shares, equities, other things, yes, I can give you a little bit like a different perspective from a researcher's point of view. I guarantee you I'm going to be very, very conservatism. I will tell you that on average, a lot of single human beings can always outperform the markets all the times. So the best strategy for the average people is actually, if you are just like me, be a little bit lazy, you can just try to follow the overall index. That will give you on average quite safe long-term return. Okay, but we do have the arbitrage opportunities here because the market on average is not that smart, is not that efficient as we thought. So we do the traditional research. And as I mentioned, another areas we are doing is the emerging behavior research, and including the blockchains and also the artificial intelligence. So here are some kind of like relating to blockchains projects that we are working with. I didn't mention about another very big project which was actually officially announced yesterday. We just get a confirmations from the whole government and Crisco's that. So CBD actually, central government, the Reserve Bank, partnership with our universities and together with other universities and also including the ANZs, we are going to examine the CBDC. So there will be a huge project, and we are going to train our next generations. We are going to think about how we should design efficient CBDCs for the whole Australians, for our generations and for the next generations as well. So I'm part of the key team to take these programs. That is something really relating to maybe you do have the concerns because a lot of people thinking about cryptocurrencies, I don't understand, I'm just a human being. The reasons you get interested because in the short times, you can get a huge high return. That's one of the main reasons you're sitting here from the investor's point of view. As I said, from the researcher's point of view, our goals are slightly different. So I do my own investment, but I'm not putting a lot of money in the cryptocurrencies because it's very volatile. We construct the portfolios, right? That is the one thing. But in terms of the applications of the blockchains, it's actually going to be really disrupt the whole industries, not only the finance industry, but other industry as well. You may be wondering why? Blockchain is very simple. I will explain you in a second. So here I'm invited to talking about the blockchains in accounting. It's a lot about cryptocurrencies, a lot about Bitcoins. It's about how we might actually fundamentally change the accounting systems in the coming years. You are seeing it happening a little bit now because the paper I wrote for this speech is actually happened 3 years ago. And for the last 3 years, a lot of thinkings in these papers has gradually becomes the real business cases. And more clients are really using that. And yes, every month I do receive the emails either from the ask me whether I've got any updates about the applications of the blockchains in accounting. And I do working on that. So what might be the future of the accounting? As you can see, we are doing the research is a lot like the YouTubers. So you're not going to compare with all those heat, but I can tell you, this is actually quite a high interested kind of papers if among the academic and compare with others, more than another 99%. I'm not going to give you a class, so I will really skip. But what I would really discuss about is the basic ideas. What is accounting we're talking about nowadays? What are the issues of it? And as I said, what is blockchain is very simple. I mean, in terms of the concept. And why we are saying the applications of the blockchains may fundamentally change the accounting systems. And here is a hint for you and for my students as well. So if you're asking your kids, if your kids is just 6 or 7 years old, like my kids, probably I won't ask him to learn the double entry accounting. I will tell him, come mom, mommy will teach you a few years later a totally new different system. Double entry accounting is sitting around the world for more than 600 years. It might be a little bit too old, and that's why we were thinking about to change it. To make the whole thing very simple, we're not talking about very complicated accounting transactions. It's a very simple case. It might happen to your small business. It might happen to just like a one-to-one, two persons as well, payment. So let's see that. We do have two small business and there is a payment because one provides the services, another will have to pay. So Annis will have to pay Bob for $100. And under our current accounting system, basically you've got two organizations and both of the organizations are going to record that $100 twice in the system. That's the meaning of the double entry system, basically. What's the problems of it? Well, it actually it does help us a lot. I mean, in terms of doing the business, but it's not perfect. So I'm not saying it's wrong. We're just saying it's not perfect. You cannot prevent cheating. Yes, we see that it's being double entered. You do have to get a balance. But by the way, I'm CPA Australian, so before I doing the research, I do work for Deloitte as external auditors. So if you tell me how to cook the accounts, I can tell you thousands of ways. Yeah, that's the world. That's the real world. So you can never prevent cheatings. You cannot tell the faked transactions. That's why I'm saying there are thousands of ways to cook the accounts. And it's a little bit too late for you. Yes, it will eventually come out, like the Ponzi schemes. You play with the monies, but money is money. You have to make it realize. But it takes time. So who will be the sufferer? Who suffer this? That's why we have the auditing. The reasons, we spend a lot of time educating the students how to do the auditing, external auditings, internal auditings, right? But the reasons we need auditing is because of the whole system. Because we don't trust each other. That's why we need the auditing. Internals, managers does not trust those staff. External shareholders does not trust the companies and the managers. So we pay extra money to hire the auditors to do the check again. But the thing is, how can you do the auditing? We can never do a 100% perfect auditings because auditing philosophy is based on sample. There is no way for you to go through the whole transactions doing it again. You base on the math. That is the auditings. And what's the wrong with the auditing? Well, auditing helps us a lot, but it costs you. It costs the shareholders money. And also, it is a duplicated work. So I used to be an external auditing. I know how hard it is and how boring it is. So that's why, again, we're not saying double entry accounting is wrong. We're just saying if you're really seeing that, it has operated for more than 600 years now. But since our life has been changed, the technologies has been changed, the way for the people to do the business have been changed. So we're starting thinking about, can we do something over the system? I want to avoid all those theoretical kind of like discussions. It's just think about the reasons that we are saying double entries is not perfect. We need the auditing because you don't trust them. You have to send other people to do the double check. What if we have a system? Compare with the Bob to Annie's examples. We do have a sharing platform that each parties can really stamp and confirm, yes, I indeed have these transactions with the other party. If that is the case, you don't have to record from your internal organization's point of views twice, because one of your information is going to be shared among that platform. This is just a concept. And what blockchains can bring this concept is, we found we can perfectly marry, like combine this concept with the blockchains. And this is a slide from my teaching slides. So I'm not going to talking about all the details, but what is blockchains? In a very simple words, it's just a different type of database. That is a blockchain, nothing else. Yeah, we have a different design, different way of talking at distributed ledger, but it is a database. The database enables us to store the information. Those informations can be your accounts information, your money information, your art information, NFT. So it's a database. What's the difference between the centralized database and the decentralized database? And in theory, from the research point of view, we were trying so hard to prove that centralized database is one of the most efficient database that we should design. That's why in the past up to 50 years, we focus on the centralized database. The birth of the Bitcoins is just really working like a real examples to show you it might not be the case. So database blockchain decentralized, there is one way for us to design that. On the platforms, each of us can get access to that information in a certain way that you wouldn't be able to really understand, like English, because those languages are written, available to you, a lot written in English. But in some ways, backed up by the algorithms, you can kind of like verify all those information, whether you've got the consistent informations from yourself and from your counterparties. That is the overall ideas of the blockchain. So a strong implications of the blockchain is really about if everyone can get access to that database, you don't need a centralized persons to really on the top of you to control this data. And how can that be achieved? Come to my class, I will explain to you. Another concept people keep talking about is the smart contract. But what is that? It's relating to the codings. We have the smart contract. We've got the vending machines. You insert $3 coins, you get a bottle of Coke. That is a smart contract. A contract between yourself and the machine in front of you. So the same for the database. We do have a contract. The contract is written in codings, language, but Python is even English language nowadays. So that you sign up the digital contract, but it's more than just the digital versions of the contract. Because when those systems, mechanism tricking some conditions, it will enable you to transfer the value. That is the smart contract. Again, I know it is a little bit hard to really digest all those, but I think one of the main key takeaway is it's just the programs that are being designed in the decentralized ledgers. Now, once we have that, what you can really do is, this is the areas, trust me, that's what I'm saying, for the last 3 years, we do have more and more user cases coming up and trying to step into these areas to solve this one. Then we design a blockchain-based platforms to enable the business owners to go into sharing to some extent the information on that platforms, but in a secured way. The beauty of these shared platforms is you don't need the auditors to some extent, because some of the informations, as I explained, you wouldn't be able to see that in English in plain text, because to provide your business privacies, but each of you can kind of like a certain agreed that you do receive the same information. So you are going to tick, this is my payment. The other party is going to tick, yes, I indeed owes that. And then we don't need the auditors to go into call this party, to call that party, and to call the banks to say, hey, do they really have these transactions? Can you provide these paper evidences? So those part can be really going removed. So another hint, if your kids are thinking about doing auditings, be careful. The way that we're doing the auditings in the coming 5 to 10 years times will be changed as well. So in that papers, I wrote that papers 3 years ago, and things has been changed. But if you're going back, some fundamental things are still be the same. The first company is based in Melbourne, by the way. Actually, I relocated from Melbourne to Sydney because of the design of the fintech for Macquarie unis. And so these companies, we do have a companies over in Melbourne as looking at the applications of the blockchains. I can tell you, when I wrote the papers, that team has a very big ambition. I told them you can't be able to do that. It's like a very big step. So they actually adjusted since this concept, but it's still alive. They are working with the NIU. They are getting the Melbourne's government supports, and they are trying to support the local small business. Instead of looking at the whole accounting system, the real products they are working on and has been run so well for the last 2 years is only for working for the payment. If any one of you are small business owners, you might feel, how many efforts you will have to go to rely on the X files, if examples, and to rely on those software, but it's not user-friendly, going to talk to your suppliers, to your clients, to going to get the accounts payable and accounts receivables. And what they are doing is they are designing a platforms. You can call software, you can call platforms that enable, just as I explained to you, two of you can go into access to the platforms to go into tick. Yes, this is the invoice that I received from my customers. So that will save you a lot of times. And all those informations, the essential informations are being really masked by those cryptographic algorithms so that you wouldn't be able to know those very sensitive business informations, but it works. And we ask, as they do need some stakeholders, like the universities like us, to be part of the platforms because we are monitoring, because we keep the whole copies of those blockchains as well. And we ensure that the integrity of those data over there is really up to date, and no one is going to audit it, although it's very hard in the design of the big blockchain. But that's why they ask other not-for-profit stakeholders to be part of the platforms as well. It has been around for 2 years now. It goes well, and they're not paying me for the commission fees. I'm not selling the products, so let's go over that. But if you're interested, I'm very happy to give you the information, the link of the company. You can find it out yourself. Sorry. This is actually a slide I sent you. There is a wrong about the figures, but so it's in my papers. So apologize for that. Another thing that we're working on is a little bit behind the business products. As we are trying to, from the auditing's point of views, we're trying to improve. This is actually come from the MIT in US. We're trying to improve the algorithms behind, and we call this zero knowledge. What has happened, the applications of the zero knowledge algorithms in this situation is, think about what the auditing doing all days. They're based on the samples. We have to go into the companies and to random collect accounts payable, safe examples. And based on the samples, we have to call them, each of them, to ensure that these numbers they recorded by the companies are consistent from the other companies. This is what we do, very labor and cost. And based on the sample, we do the calculations, probabilities, and we confirm that the chance for the companies to come up with the wrong numbers about accounts payables is no. This is how we do for the external auditings. But zero knowledge is trying to see that, proving by the math, we wouldn't be able to, we don't really need to know every single transaction details. But we can pretty sure guarantee that if there is something wrong with the single transactions, the total amount is going to be wrong because there is a wrong way. Again, it's a little bit hard to digest, but that's something much behind the business products you can see. But that, if it really becomes a business products, that's why I have a strong belief in the futures. Accounting is going to be changed, auditing is going to be changed. We don't need that on many auditors. Another concept coming from another companies, I don't know whether the company can really survive, to be honest, because they have a very big game, like a big goals. They want to build up the accounting ecosystem. So the thing is, for the people, that's another reasons why I'm very happy to educate more people is because blockchain is a sharing platform. It's a sharing database. Without the users, it's useless. Now you think about, you are actually doing, so you might be the business owners and you are thinking about, I really love this idea. It will save me a lot of cost. I want to sign up for the platforms. What if all of your suppliers, most of the customers, they are not on that platform? So it becomes useless, right? That's why. It's a sharing platforms. You want most of your business partners to be on the same platforms as well. So you can share in the efficiencies, you can share in the cost. You can make the whole things better. That's what we call the ecosystem. But at this moment, again, it's still a kind of a concept, and you see more and more small business kind of cases are emerging at this moment. But overall, it's still too far away to climb. It has become the ecosystems now. So still a lot of work to be done. And that's the reasons why we are doing the research. And that's the reasons why we're educating our next generations to get ready for that. And trust me, as I mentioned, every month I do receive the emails asking about a lot of things about the blockchains, NFTs, how to tax for them. And I do receive the emails like consultations. Can you please help me look at these tokens? Well, and that's a little bit tricky. A lot of investment advisors, okay. Yes, we do have the research talking about like what you just read some questions, the concerns about the cryptocurrencies values. That's part of why we're doing the research. The safety of the cryptocurrencies tokens. That's why we have to take that into considerations when we're designing the CBDC. So a lot of things are going on, and the regulations. There is a key roles for the regulations to really catch up. We discuss in the class, but the thing is, industries is always moving much faster than the regulators, trust me. Much, much faster. Yeah. And that's why they have to work with us and work with the industry people as well. Australians take a very hybrid and encouraging approach. They work with the fintech hubs and the universities like us to trying to figure out what is going on with this finance world nowadays. And you're going to see more. When we design the CBDC, that will be a future trend because nowadays not many people use the cash. It will be digitalized to some extent, but it also means we have to educate our peoples about how we can use that while we use that in a safe way. So a lot of things going on. How should we regulate them? A very headache. Yes, we agree, because the cash, you can stop it. The cash cannot go overboard. It's very easy to be detected, but not like the virtual world. So it's very hard for us to regulate, but we have to do something over that. So we do that. We work with that. Government pay us monies. We do all those research and provide the opinions, provide the results, provide our recommendations over there. And hopefully some of our recommendations, they will take them put into the legislations. So that's pretty much what I would like to discuss today. Any questions? Yeah.
Even though you are massive consumer adaptation of your triple entry system, the key issue I could see is getting ATO and ESG approval before the system can be fully adopted.
That's why it's a very step by step. Like I mentioned, the Melbourne's business, they only focus on the accounts payables and accounts receivables. And the ATO is actually very supportive about this idea. And because that information, ATO is one of the key stakeholders who are very interested about these platforms. Because as I mentioned, all those informations don't have to be audited again. Like how much revenues your companies are making this years. It clearly can be verified without kind of like a review the details, can be verified on the platform. And that information is what the ATO is looking for. So they are very supportive about these overall ideas. Yes?
You mentioned about the CBDC.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Hello.
Okay. Hi, Cynthia.
Yeah.
Thanks for the presentation. First of all, you mentioned about the CBDC and that you are involved in giving some opinion about it. What do you think of the BSV in the suitability for it for the CBDC, and whether or not any other competing chain is suitable for it?
I couldn't be able to answer that questions.
Understandable.
Yes, and to be honest,
It's a trick question.
yeah, no, it is a very trick question. Now, to start with, because my views are quite different. I'm a researcher, so I'm not paying particular attention to a particular blockchains, to this ways, and so I wouldn't be able to answer yes or no at this moment. That is the reasons why, at this moment, we do working with the Reserve Bank and ANZ and other kind of like platforms, trying to design what should be the CBDC for Australians. What type? How can we design that?
We'll take one last question. Thank you.
My question is, for the CBDC, do you really think it will be it must be banked by the blockchain? Can it be banked by the traditional infrastructure?
Oh, that's a very good question. I can give you an examples. We don't say a must, right? It can be designed in a centralized system. But the question is, that's why we're doing the research. So we want to figure out what might be the most suitable ways. Because CBDC, what will happen? You are not only thinking about, from the domestic point of view, the wholesale level and the retail levels. You have to think about that. And cross borders, because it's going to be used globally as well. And there are a lot of issues going on. That's why we're working on that. But we never see that it has to be in the blockchain. I can only see at this moment, we do see, seems like blockchain-based is a better option, but we have to prove and justify for that. And if you think about either CBDCs, I can sharing with you. The first thing I arrived in my car is as I tell our lovely colleagues on the top, I want to do the CBDC exam, kind of like a research. But because of during the pandemic, I couldn't convince them. Because at that time, 2020s, Australians was not thinking about the CBDC. Only 2 years' time, things has been changed. That's why we're working on that. And if you look at it globally, some of the countries already kind of like claim they already have the CBDCs. For example, in China, going back to your questions, they have the digital currencies, CBDC. But if you ask me, they do have those like trials testing in 4 big cities in China, including my hometown. But if you ask me how they design for the CBDCs, I can tell you, it's to some extent, it's pretty much very centralized. It's not the way that we are talking about CBDC in our financial systems. You may ask why? Because we are talking about 2 totally different financial systems. And you have to think about, for Australians' benefits, what are the best way for us to do and kind of like design. And if you're going back to the US Congress, they start to have this kind of like arguments or fighting since like 2018, when the Facebook started to announce, hey, we are going to have our own cryptocurrencies tokens. Congress get panic. Why is that? Because Facebook has more than 30 or 35% of the whole human beings populations. Yeah, you check the counts. They've got more than 3 out of 8 billions. So it's much, much powerful than any of the centralized currency. That's a Congress say, should we think about our US CBDC? But one of the arguments is saying that we shouldn't. It's not necessary. We've got MasterCard, we've got the credit card, we've got a well-established, centralized layer-by-layer payment system. If we're going to design a digital versions, what will happen? A lot of middlemen, like the banks, will be de-established. We don't need the bank. Same for Australians. Payment is one of the main revenues for all those banks. Accounts to 25% to 30% of the revenues. And if you think about it, we can go directly going to send you the tokens, Facebook's tokens, across the borders to my friends without any transaction fees. What will happen? We don't need those services. We go bypass all those traditional services. And that's one of the reasons why we see that. It's very complicated. We need to find a balance. Right? We need to find a balance. There are some reasons why we have the financial intermediaries, we call. And there are some reasons why people don't like them, including myself. I have to pay a lot of transaction fees, right? So we have to find a balance. And we have to ensure that the design of the CBDC is to really answer the benefits of the Australians' welfare.
Dr. Cynthia Kai, thank you so much for that. That was highly informative. And I think we've all learnt a thing or two just then. Thank you very much. Dr. Cynthia Kai from Macquarie University. Next up, we have another doctor, Dr. Sushmita Rouge from University of New South Wales. Stairs this way, but that way works too. So that's to start your presentation. I've got it on the first page.
Hello, everyone. I'm Sushmita. Before I start my talk, I'd like to thank the organizers, especially Ellipal, for inviting us talk to this event and deliver a talk. And before I start my talk, I would like to thank the traditional owners and custodians of the land where I'm on, and we are all, and pay my respect to elders past, present, and emerging. So before I start the talk on blockchain-enabled data marketplaces, I'll just like you to remember that we have talked about data markets, data on blockchains, a number of speakers today. And I'll touch base on some of the things that my previous speakers have already mentioned. So my journey with blockchain started quite long back, 2014. I'm a cryptographer. I've done extensive research in cryptography. And way back in 2014, when there was not as much of a hype with blockchains, I think at that point of time, Bitcoin, Ethereum, were the only things that were there. I was invited by a friend of Satoshi Nakamoto. Now, when I say that, it just means that I was invited by a professor in Japan to work together on blockchains, and I took it up. And that's just started my journey with blockchains. And since I'm a cryptographer, my transition to blockchains was very easy because blockchain rests on very solid cryptographic foundations that we have already talked about. The topic I'm going to talk today is very close to my heart because data security and privacy is something that is close to all of our hearts because we do have a lot of data out there on the internet, and we would like to protect that data and share it efficiently to the people who give authorized users only to access that valuable data. That's fine. So this slide summarizes some of my research interests, and I do applied cryptography, as I mentioned, protocol design, zero-knowledge proof that Cynthia mentioned just before, and a lot of verifiable computation. So what it means is that when you have a lot of data in cloud, and it's no longer under your control, you want to be sure that all the analytics that the server is doing and returning the results are correctly returned, and you have some formal guarantees that the results are correct. And I will talk about these formal guarantees in a bit of a time. So to me, the proof, when we say that, what is the proof that this thing works? It's not just that someone is using it, but it is based upon very solid mathematical foundations. These mathematical foundations tell us that, everything is going properly, is not going wrong, but there are certain assumptions. And we will be talking about that. Because underlying all the blockchains that we are doing, a lot of things are happening in the background, and it rests on very solid theoretical foundations that we might not be aware of, but this whole system is running because those theoretical things are being taken care of at the back end. without even us realizing it. In terms of blockchains, I work extensively on scalability of blockchains, which we have seen as a major bottleneck for many blockchains, including Bitcoin. Now, there are some variants that are highly scalable, and we want very high performance in our applications. And interoperability. It's a big thing because we want to exchange different types of currencies, different types of assets on the blockchain, and we want to do it seamlessly. We want to do it with very high guarantees that it will work, and we pay as little as possible to the middlemen or the middle intermediaries. Thank you. The thing that we would like to talk about more is on decentralized storage, which is the basis of Web3. And we talked about this in our talks before by in terms of content monetization by Morgan and by Daniel, who talked about data and ecology. So this forms also a very strong, this has a very strong focus for me as well. Okay, so this is something that we are all hearing about, data breaches every other day. And we are very unsure what's happening to our data, what is happening to the data that is our identities that are being possibly sold in the dark web. And there's a lot of talk about how to protect our data, what sort of things can happen, what sort of regulations would we look at, what sort of technology should we look at. And one of the things this is so important for us today is that a lot of data is not with us anymore. We are sharing this data. We are sharing it with third parties. We are keeping this with our, with the banks or other agencies whom we definitely want to trust. And that is why we are going to talk about data sharing and data marketplaces, and also a concept which is a decentralized marketplace. And I'm going to talk about the difference between a normal marketplace and a decentralized marketplace and what it means to have it. Now, we all know the power of data. I'm not going to talk much about it. And we are using it in various forms. We saw a nice slide earlier. Blockchain, IoT, Industrial 4.0 by Anna. A couple of talks, maybe an hour ago. And we have seen a lot of applications in banking, finance, healthcare, and many more. Now, there are various regulations up there. The big challenge is that be it with GDPR or Australian, Consumer or the California Consumer Protection Act, or even our Australian, privacy laws, is that we have to abide by these regulations. And what does it mean to abide by these regulations? It's often thought of as tick boxes, like, have I ticked this? Have I done this? Have I ticked this box? But it is actually not much more than that. At this point, the way organizations abide by these regulations is that they give some, they tick boxes, and if there are audits, then, the auditors would actually see if these regulations are being taken care of. But that, I think, is not all. And recently we had a talk by Google, and one of their focus areas is also looking into verifiability of adhering to these regulations. And I think it's very important, but it's not just checking tick boxes, but actually having some formal ways to guarantee or formal ways to prove that I have actually abided by the legal regulations that are underlying. So data sharing involves a number of things, amongst which security, privacy, accountability, very important. compliance, consent, very important. We cannot share data without proper consent. And naturally, there are other questions about ethics and informed decision-making. We have seen a number of regulatory policies, as I mentioned. Now, one of the questions that we talk about is how to use technology to achieve compliance and what are the limitations. So I am very, very passionate about this topic, and I'll talk about blockchains taking a central role in this process. So what is it that we are trying to do? Imagine that we have a data owner, and typically this data owner stores data at some other place, be it a service provider, be it a cloud. And what we need is a guarantee from the service provider that the data is safe out there and it has not been changed, not been tampered with. Now, this is a slightly bit different from what data breaches do. So data breaches, if there is a data breach, then, your data is gone, nothing, you don't even know what has happened to your data. So one of the things that we typically talk about in such a scenario as a cryptographer, you encrypt the data and keep it on the storage. What it means is that even if your data is lost, if it is, if the server is breached, the attacker gets the encrypted version of the data and not the real data. And having that encrypted version means that it's very difficult to find some meaningful information about you. This essentially means that you have some data, the attacker has some data, but it is a scrambled data. It cannot be sold on the market in a dark web. It cannot be, impersonated. So that is what the power of cryptography is. It encrypts the data in a way that renders it unintelligible to everyone else other than the authorized person. Now, what we are trying to do over here is that if you have a data owner and a server, the server gives a formal guarantee or a formal proof that the data is intact, it has not been tampered with. And when I say a proof, it is actually a mathematical proof. How it looks like is a string of zeros and ones. So let's not think of how it looks. But at the moment, what you can think of it as an evidence to say that the data is correct. It has not been tampered with. And, in a different language, we say that the prover proves that my data is correct. It has not been tampered with. And the verifier verifies that, okay, yeah, the prover is correct. Now, what happens is that this is a mathematical proof, and we want to, be able to be sure that these proofs are generated correctly, and it is very easy for everyone to verify. Actually, blockchain rests on this principle, let me tell you. There is always a verifiability going on in this whole scheme of things that makes things happen and look so magic on a blockchain. It's the same with computation. When you are outsourcing computation, do some analytics on the cloud, you have to give a formal guarantee that the analytical results are correct. When you return back results out of, a lot of statistics, on the data, a lot of, machine learning going on the back end, how do you guarantee that the results of the numerical results are correct? That's where, and you are doing it on encrypted data, as I mentioned. Like, you want to have good protection, so you're encrypting the data, and now you are doing the proofs on encrypted data. It is a very, very challenging task, and I salute the people who started this revolution, and I salute the people who are contributing to this area of work, because it helps us and maintain that security and privacy and the trust that we need to protect ourselves. Now, the question is that if my data owner, I'm a data owner and I want to frame the service provider, Amazon, and because, I want to just say that Amazon did not, keep my data safely, I want to sue a service provider. Now, how can I prove that I'm right and the service provider is wrong? Either of these parties could be cheating. So the thing is that we need a trusted third party to guarantee that, to take care of the fact that, to figure out who is cheating and who is not. And that is where the blockchain comes into place. So imagine the situation. So you have, okay, I'll talk about it in the next slide. So this is a situation that we would be looking at. So this is a marketplace. Just like any other marketplace, it has buyers and sellers. Think of a normal marketplace like Amazon where you buy and sell goods. Now, instead of that, you have a data marketplace. So this buys and sells data. You can buy and sell data on it, and it could be any type of data. And you have buyers who want to buy data, and you have sellers who want to sell data. Now, the buyers, the overall, what you would like is that the buyers get the right data that they want. When I say data, it could be raw data, it could be insights about the data, it could be, some statistics about the data. And when I talk of sellers, it could be the sellers would want to have that revenue. Now, look back and think of the talk that Morgan gave in the morning about content monetization. This is the same thing. Like, you want to monetize the content. Here you want to monetize your data, right? So you are contributing your data in terms of, to get some services, but you also want to get some money if you're sharing the data. So you are actually monetizing your data. And the seller wants to be sure that it gets paid for the data that it provides. So it has to be a fair exchange. And let me tell you, it has been proved that you cannot have a fair exchange when both the sides, either of the sides, are malicious. So, for example, if you are looking into Amazon, and there is a dispute, what do? You go to the court, and you give evidence. Amazon give evidence. So someone has to decide. The court decides who is right and who is wrong. So over here, what happens is that the court is someone we trust. So here, the role of trust is played by a blockchain. So we assume that the blockchain is a trusted party, and it is the one who is an arbitrator. It settles the dispute. So a number of, people talk about blockchains, but let me tell you that, you cannot use blockchain left and right. You need to have a very solid justification of using blockchain. So I'm always very, skeptic when people say, look, we have done something on the blockchain. I ask, do you really need a blockchain in the first place? Why do you need a blockchain? And over here, the only reason we want to have a blockchain is to have that kind of arbitration being possible on the blockchain, being by the parties, or because you have a blockchain which is maintained by different peer nodes, and these peer nodes help to establish the fact or, do that arbitration. And just like you go to the court, send some evidence on the blockchain. You give some evidence to the court, and depending upon the evidence, you solve a case. The blockchain does exactly the same thing. And this is what it does. Okay, so what the blockchain does is that the seller gives some evidences what it has done. The buyer gives some evidences that it has paid. And it is up to the blockchain to run some contract, a smart contract, to decide whether the evidences are right or wrong, and pay either the buyer, either the seller the full amount, or if something goes wrong, impose a penalty on the seller. Now, going back. We need some kind of a fairness, and in this case, the fairness, as I mentioned, would be the buyer fairness. So buyer gets the right price and was promised, and the seller gets the owner gets the right payment. The host, which is a market, does not know what content was actually exchanged. So now this looks like a very difficult task, that it is as if the Amazon does not know what goods are being bought and sold. So the market the facilitator of the market is unaware of the data that is being transacted. It looks like a fairy tale that, I don't know what data is there and I'm giving it to someone, I'm selling it to someone. That's not how it happens. The data is encrypted, but a lot can happen over encrypted data, and that is our task. Cryptographers, we do these things. We enable, different types of computation and everything on the encrypted data. So you ensure security, the data integrity in the marketplace. You have privacy, ensuring that only the authorized users get the data and no one else. Even the market maker or the marketplace does not know what data is being shared. And you won't have a transparency because you know who is buying, who is selling, and so on. Now, this is something that how it works. I'm not going into the steps, but when we design such protocols, we ensure that everything works correctly, and we have some formal mathematical proofs which say that this is all correct under certain assumptions. And why we use a blockchain, as I mentioned, not just as a trusted intermediary, but because we can do this transactions and record the transactions that are happening. We would know who is buying, who is selling, and things like that. And ultimately, we can also have that incentive mechanism on the blockchain. So, you can pay the incentives like to the sellers or penalty to the sellers, and everything is being taken care of very easily, very seamlessly. And that is why we want to do, use the blockchain in the first place. Now, beyond there are many things that goes under the hood. As I mentioned, the marketplace itself needs to be unaware, oblivious of the data, and that is why we have a number of cryptographic technique. You have to encrypt you have to search on encrypted data. You have to make various types of query on encrypted data. You have to compute on encrypted data, and that is where a lot of challenges come into the picture. And this is actually a work that we have done with IBM Research on decentralizing the marketplace. So the data is no longer at the central server, but is scattered around or hosted in different servers and the blockchain takes care of the fact that who stores where, what is being stored where, and how things are retrieved in this kind of a scenario. So that decentralization actually is very important because it is no longer on one cloud server maintained by one party, but it is actually shared amongst various storage providers. And this is where the web is going. That Web 3 that you are talking, listening everywhere, is also about decentralization in the storage space. And the blockchain marketplace that we designed, it uses stores data across the network, not in one server, which makes it fault tolerant. Fault tolerant meaning that if there are faults, you can also recover it from the existing data in the servers, and it also makes it reliable and secure. So this is this decentralized marketplace that we have been talking about, and some of the work that I've been doing is also on the same not just data but content, on the content sharing on the internet, and this is also another work that we did with IBM Research, and you can find all this. Papers are available, research papers are available on the web. You can have a deeper look into these protocols, how they work, and so on. So this is the last slide, and I would like to talk about a couple of things. So here, one of the things very important is that, data storage on Web 3 is very important and is very fast progressing. It uses very advanced cryptographic techniques. When I say crypto, people always think it's cryptocurrency, so I make this distinction that it's cryptography. And and then one of the other things is like when I said that proof of compliance or evidence checking, it is very fine. You have to design smart contracts to design or to to design those contracts. And one of the things, remember now, the contract that you want to verify is on multiple peer nodes, which means that data is revealed to the peer nodes, which might affect the privacy. Ella, you have to give me 2 more minutes, please. Fine. Thanks. So the data that you need to check that evidence is private information. So if you do it on the blockchain, it will reveal the privacy. So one of the things that we are doing is introducing advanced techniques called zero-knowledge proofs, which actually prove that the evidence is correct without revealing the data. Now, it sounds fairy tale, but that is the challenge that we do. I mean, that's the thing we do. And many of the things that anonymization and so on are based upon these very important facts. So coding notions of fairness in the smart contract, decentralized storage, proofs of compliance are things that we have been looking at, and much more. So I think, if you are interested, please drop me an email, and I would be very happy to talk about these things. Thank you for your attention.
Curiouser and curiouser. Thank you very much,
Thank you.
Doctor.
And this is a quote from Alice in Wonderland.
Curiouser and curiouser. Anything for Dr. Sushmita? No? Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Doctor. We've got a final one, and we are running behind schedule. Dr. Eric Lim from the University of New South Wales as well. UNSW Unova, if I got that right?
That's right.
Excellent.
I'll talk a little bit more about that.
He will demystify NFTs for us. You've heard the word NFT come up a number of times. He's going to explain what that means. Thank you. Eric, let me just...
Okay, right. First of all, I just want to say thank you for having me. It's kind of like being here. I was recalling a scene from one of the YouTube clips that I've seen sometime in probably early 2013 or something, right, where Andreas Anatopoulos, right, was giving a talk about Bitcoin. I don't know whether you have seen that clip, and there was only one person in the crowd, and that person just left halfway through the presentation. So compared to that clip, I think that we have come a long way, and well done. So in any case, look, the reason why I'm here is not to sell you a product, and I'm not here to shield you any cryptocurrencies, even though I love cryptocurrencies. But the only reason why I'm here is because of the fact that I love crypto, right? And I believe in the philosophy behind cryptocurrencies. So in 2015, when I first got into crypto, I was a disbeliever, right? I was shouting, blockchain is the way. Blockchain is the technology that we should be focusing on. Crypto is a scam, right? So that was what I said in 2015. And after that, right, now in 2022, I believe that it's the other way around, right? It's cryptocurrencies that is showing the way forward. Whereas, blockchain is a complementer, right? But the ultimate reason why people come into this space and are so excited about this space is because of the fact that we are here about cryptocurrencies. And the thing that scares me the most was actually mentioned by Cynthia just now, which is CBDCs, which is kind of like the antithetical, right, principles of why cryptocurrencies exist. And that is what scares me, right, CBDCs. But anyway, so how do I move? Okay. Okay, so today, I'm just going to talk about NFTs, right? Because I'm a great fan of NFTs. And look, my name is Eric Lim, and I'm a senior lecturer in the UNSW Business School. And I'm also the FinTech director of this translational research lab that we have in the university, which is called Unova, all right? And under this Unova, I actually run I would say, a session for the the public and also for businesses who like to consult on cryptocurrencies. And this entity is called the UNSW Crypto Clinic. And the reason why I started the UNSW Crypto Clinic, right, was to help people so as they do not get scammed like what happened in what we see today in FTX, Gemini, and so on and so forth, right? Anyway, so I'm normally, when my colleagues introduce me, they will introduce me as some sort of a crypto expert. But technically, I always see myself as a crypto enthusiast more than a crypto expert, right? Well, without trying to run the clock over, I'm just going to move on to the next, the actual presentation itself. Now, one of the things that I'm trying to do here is to basically explain what an NFT is and actually what an NFT is not. Right? Let's start with the very basic, right? Which is trying to clarify what an NFT is. Right? An NFT essentially is not an asset, right? It is a token representing an asset on a blockchain. I think what I'm doing here is essentially preaching to the converted. So I'm sure that a lot of you here are well versed with the concept of NFTs. Have any of you actually bought NFTs? Anyone here? There you go. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, there you go. You see, we have a good number here, right, as compared to the size of the audience. So an NFT is actually a unique token, right, that lives on a public infrastructure that we know today as the blockchain, right? And it represents an ownership, right? That's what an NFT is. It represents an ownership of an underlying asset. Now, what is the underlying asset? The underlying asset could be anything, can range from anything physical, like a house in Bondi, or something digital, like a digital JPEG of an ape that we're very kind of like well versed with. So now, if it's a digital asset, could actually reside on either a decentralized server or a centralized server, right? But that's not the point of the NFT, because of the fact that the NFT itself is basically a proof of ownership. Oops, come up well. Okay, anyway. Now, one of the things that you have to take note of is that when an NFT created, right, it gains certain properties. That means when an asset is tokenized as an NFT, it actually takes on certain properties that are actually kind of like amenable to a lot of commercial use cases. Now, so one of the that happens when an asset is tokenized as an NFT is that it becomes universally addressable, right? What does that mean? Is that now any digital application can actually call upon the token, right, to verify its status or its metadata, right? And also, this asset becomes programmable, because now it is possible for you or anyone to actually attach contractual conditions under which the NFT can be transacted, right? And at the same time, it is also verifiable because of the properties of the public nature of the blockchain, right? And it is also divisible because it's digital. And of course, again, it is durable because of the properties of the blockchain, which I don't need to actually kind of like drone on and on about, because a lot of you here are already well versed with the properties of the blockchain. Now, it is also composable. The NFT is composable, right? Because it can be combined with other digital assets to form a new type of derivatives, or actually a new financial product. And of course, it is digitally secure, as explained by Shashmita, and the fact that because of the fact that the cryptography behind blockchain and cryptocurrencies is sound, all right? And of course, again, it is easy to transfer, right? Because of the fact that anyone here can access it because of the inclusive nature of blockchain. No one is denied access to this infrastructure. Now, a lot of graphics just didn't show up for some reason. But in any case, one of the main value propositions of the NFT, right, is to prove scarcity of ownership. Now remember this, right? We are not trying to prove that the asset itself is scarce, but we're trying to prove that the ownership of that asset is scarce. So for example, if you have a digital JPEG of an ape, you can always right-click on that JPEG, and you can create multiple unlimited copies of the JPEG. Now, but the only thing is that if there's only one token that is associated with that picture of the ape, what you're essentially doing is proving scarcity of ownership. It means that there will only be one true owner, right, of that JPEG of an ape, right? But of course, that's kind of like where a lot of people, especially those who haven't bought NFTs or who do not believe in NFTs, kind of like was left scratching their head. It's like, okay, then how is this valuable? Well, the thing is that ownership itself is valuable, right? In the sense that among the sea of fake Louis Vuitton, if you're holding a real one, right, that is valuable, right? Now, the next thing that I want to talk about, right, which I'm going to use of my discretion here in kind of like jumping forward, you know, to kind of like save time, because I just don't want to be a guy standing between you and the food outside. It's like, that's not what I want to do. I hate to be that person, right? But the thing is that when I set up the crypto clinic, right, I also wrote a few opinion pieces about what I believe to be the critical infrastructures in the Web3 space. And one of the pieces that I've written was about NFT, because I just love it, because the whole concept of it just, you know, is just fascinating, right? So during that time, one of the pieces that I wrote was about NFT, and then that's when the piece got out into the public, a lot of companies kind of like approached me because of the fact that they knew that I was running this UNSW crypto clinic, which is kind of like providing consultation services to these companies if they have any questions about the adoption of cryptocurrencies, blockchain, and anything related to the Web3 environment. So I'm going to go through quickly on a few use cases, right, based on some of the companies that have approached me and what they were trying to do. Now, one of the companies that actually approached me was the Hong Kong dance company. And that was kind of an interesting you know, company because of the fact that, you know, this is, you know, I'm in Sydney and I'm in Australia, and then suddenly I got this call from Hong Kong about, you know, with questions about, you know, how they could actually use NFTs in their business. And I thought, okay, this is interesting, right? So this company, which is the Hong Kong dance company, what we did with the company was that we explored how we could use NFTs to actually enhance the brand of the company. Now, I'm sure that many of you are aware, if you are a patron of art, right? Sometimes the process of dancing, right, dance, is, especially if it's artistic, is very nuanced, in a sense that there could be certain movements that are so intricate or they're so difficult to pull off that when they pull it off, it's like nobody knew that they actually did something you know, fantastic, right? That's kind of like, that's how a lay person approach art. At least that's from my perspective, right? So one of the things that we were trying to do was that we're thinking of minting NFTs, right, about such specific moments in the dance, right, that captures the uniqueness of that art, right, to kind of like draw attention to their beauty, and distributing these NFTs to the audience who have actually attended that particular piece of performance. So we believe that these NFTs could actually enhance the appreciation of this dance, right, of these dancers, and actually highlight the uniqueness of the company's brand. Now, the next example, which I thought was kind of interesting because that's when kind of like, that was an opportunity for me to kind of like push the utility of NFT technology. And I call this particular use case bridging value across communities, right? Because one of the things about this company is that it is a local historical content app, in a sense that if you open that app, you will actually be able to see, historical buildings in Sydney, in New South Wales, right? And understand what is actually, the rich history behind those places. And they will actually create content like a mini documentary and allow people to understand what's the history behind those historical artifacts. So I suggested to the content provider, right, we could actually try to bridge values. We could actually try to leverage on values that are already existing in other communities, right? Like, for example, we try to engage with indigenous artists, right, to mint some of their arts as NFTs that could be associated with some of these historical artifacts that were shown in the app, such that if the app user actually went in, right, and actually participated in certain activities associated with, the content, they actually get the NFT as kind of like an achievement. Now, what that does is that it actually allows the bridging of value between two communities, right, as you can see here. So the user now in possession of these NFTs can actually go back to these indigenous artists to actually buy their art for a discount, such that there is a recycle, or at least kind of like reinforcement of value from one community to another, and it just kind of like augments the entire community, right, by merging their value together. And this is the power of NFT, and this is the term that I actually came up with, which is the kind of like community as a service. So if you are able, as an influencer or someone with tremendous amount of influence, if you're able to build a big community, right, you can actually mobilize this community to add value to any entity, right? And if you're able to use NFT to actually move this value that you have created to these entities, you're actually able to monetize tremendously the community that you have created, right? And that is the power. This is one of the powers of NFTs that a lot of people just kind of like ignore. I know, because I've been talking to a lot of companies and they have just ignored this. They say, I don't give a shit. Okay, I'm not gonna say that. Right, so the next use case, I'm just gonna quickly glance over, because it's just about me talking to internal stakeholders in my university about introducing them to how NFTs could be given to some of our rich donors to UNSW. And these NFTs could be dynamic in a sense that every time the donation actually managed to reach certain milestones, right, the NFT will actually change either in color or hue or whatever. I mean, it's dynamic, right? So this is kind of like one of the things that I suggested to our donation or external relations department in the university. Whether they're taking it up or not, I don't know. They're probably still pondering about that, right? Now, the last use case that I just want to briefly talk about is this, right? Now, in the academic community, or maybe in Hollywood, right, we know that such communities loves accolades, right? We love awards. And if you are extremely a famous professor and you go into the professor's office, you see that there's lots of plaques, awards about winning this, winning that, and so on and so forth, right? So I am the president of this academic community known as the Special Interest Group in Human-Computer Interaction. So what I did last year, right, in one of our flagship events was to basically mint awards, right, as NFTs so that I can disseminate to the award winners. So as usual, when I floated the idea to my board members, right, my executive board members, I was met with quite a bit of skepticism and probably ridicule, right, because a lot of them are just saying, hey, I like the feel of that plug in my hand that I can hang in my office. But you see, that doesn't make sense to me, because after the event, every year, without fail, right, once these award winners receive their plaques, what do? They take a picture of the plaque and put it up on LinkedIn and say that they're very humble and honored to actually, yeah, I'm guilty of that myself. So, right, and how humble and honored they are to receive that award. So it doesn't really make sense to me. If that's the whole purpose of why you want that award is to do that, the NFT would actually serve a better use for that, because the NFT is open in a sense that everyone here, you don't need to go to the person's office to look at the plaque. You don't need to be connected to that person on LinkedIn to look at how honored and humble that person is in receiving that award, right? Yeah. So it's an open infrastructure on the blockchain. So that was kind of like one of the use cases that we have. So I know that I'm probably running out of time, but I'm just gonna kind of like talk about certain caveats in the NFT space. Well, there's still a long way to go, right? And I don't know how many of you have actually watched this episode of South Park where Butters was actually talking about NFTs. I love that episode because it actually poked a lot of fun at NFTs. And, well, I mean, as in, it was fun. I mean, we can laugh at ourselves, you know, because I'm a kind of like a degenerate when I go to buy NFTs, because, you know, I got rug pulled a couple of times, so it's not a big deal. Because I always follow the principle to never invest, right, more than I can afford to lose. Yeah, so anyway, that's one of the caveats in the NFT space, essentially, is the fact that the user experience is not as, I would say, streamlined as you know, what we would like at this point of time. But the whole point is that we have time, right? I mean, this is a young space, which brings me to my next slide in showing you that there are certain trends that are basically pointing to the future that are in for cryptocurrencies and NFTs and blockchain and so on and so forth, right? So this is based on a little research that I did. And I know that, look, we know this. We know that the younger generations have their eyes basically glued to the screens, right? Every single minute of their life. We know this, right? And we also know that many Australians are exposed to cryptocurrencies, and they're under the age of 34. And a quarter of these people are actually under the age of 24. So what that means is that there's a trajectory, right, of young people adopting cryptocurrencies and related services, right? So these people, this community who are exposed to cryptocurrencies, they're digital natives. So they're not really deterred by, you know, how difficult it is to set up a digital wallet, go to a marketplace, mint an NFT, and actually, you know, kind of like take custody of that NFT. So, look, many analysts, right, and I believe that having a presence, right, in the future, that means, well, I wouldn't say that you should be done in the future, but I'm saying that even now, right, a lot of big companies are going to have a presence in the Web3 environment. And what is the entry of that presence in a Web3 environment, which is your wallet identity, right? That means basically, if you go to my SIG HCI, the Special Interest Group HCI website, now you can see that I have a policy ID for my NFTs. So I have a presence in the Web3 space. So therefore, I believe that there is actually no better time, right, than now for actually for businesses to start exploring their crypto currencies and their NFT strategies, right? So you actually you do away with all the noise and distraction of the bull market. So, but the thing is that if you ever decide to do that, right, the UNSW Crypto Clinic is actually more than happy to help you strategize and to think about what could be done if you decide to enter this space. So with that, I hope that I probably, yeah, I was over by
You're
2
fine,
minutes.
You're fine.
Oh, okay.
Any questions for Dr. Eric Lim? Thank you for demystifying NFTs for us. It's interesting. It's basically a meta. It's basically perfect for the metaverse, isn't it?
Yeah.
NFTs because it's you're trying to change the idea that we're going to, that the digital can be as important as the physical.
Yeah.
In some regards, particularly in the metaverse.
In the metaverse, because of its digital nature, what that means is that assets are unlimited. So how do you know that there's scarcity? Scarcity is what enforces the value of digital assets, right? If you can't prove scarcity, there's no value in digital space.
Well said. Any questions for Dr. Eric Lim? No, it's perfect. I'm not going to get in the way of your meal out there either. There's drinks and food. Thank you, BSV Blockchain. Thank you, Key Tech, WM Studios, and thank you all for partaking in this marathon conference. I hope you've learned a thing or two, and same time next year. Thank you.